Hi there, my name is Phixfox, and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I'm very excited for an excellent stream today that's going to come to us from Mystic Snakes. This is going to be their map, Time versus Gravity. It's a map that is going to be extra large. It's going to be 6 players, and my understanding is that the balance is very good, and there's not going to be a traditional melee sort of objective. We're going to need to go and find a castle. More than that, I can't possibly say. But before we do that, folks, I'm very excited to bring to you, finally, in commemoration of the YouTube channel for Phixfox Gaming hitting 1,000 subscribers, I'm happy to bring to you today my giveaway. It's the very least I can do with all of the many people that have provided so much support and love and appreciation and just the good vibes. There's a tremendous amount of wonderful people in the Heroes community. And to be entered for this drawing, all you had to do was comment on a video on the Phixfox YouTube. We have over 900 entries. It's exciting. It's crazy. And so the rules are this, is that, we had between 1 to 5 entries per person. You couldn't have 500 comments and then 500 entries into the drawing. That just didn't feel right to me. Plus, it's a lot of work to put it into the little spinner that we're going to use there. So up to 5 drawings, minimum of 1. If your name is called, then I'm going to need you to get a hold of me over at therealphixfox@gmail.com. You're going to need to send me an email with a screenshot or some sort of proof that yes, indeed, you own the YouTube handle that is called, if it is chosen. And if it is chosen, you are going to get, as my thanks, one of these headbands for your very self. It might be a little bit of a different color, but it's going to be the exact same cut and the exact same style. Truly, I wish I could give a headband to every single person out there. Right now, we're going to start with 3, and we will see how things go. My hope is that, hey, I mean, maybe I win the lottery and I can give one to everybody. But for now, international shipping rates are kind of spendy. So we're going to go with 3 and we'll see how things go. So any questions about that? I'm waiting. No questions? Let's move on to the drawing. I'm so excited. Okay. As you can see here, we have our little wheel. And if you don't see your name on here, trust me, it's because there's so very many names on here. But as I went through the YouTube comments to populate this list, it really hit me how many people have been here from the very beginning, how many people have provided the consistent support, how many people have been here because there was a specific topic or incident that they thought, man, this was really interesting, and they wanted to get involved, and they wanted to give their input or their support or their feedback. Some of my favorite things were to find the people that had one single comment that said, hey, I watch every video, I love what you do, I really appreciate you, keep it up. I understand that not always do we have to reach out to let people know our good intentions, but it was an absolute pleasure to go through and see all the people that gave their one single comment. I know how much of an effort that can be when you don't usually make a comment to just reach out in that way. But every single bit of good vibes and good energy has been wonderful. If you are a new friend, then I am grateful to have you. If you are an old friend, I'm very thankful for you. All in all, it's a great community, a great many number of wonderful people, and I'm thankful for all of you. So again, this is just under 900 entries. I'm going to adjust the screen just a tiny bit. Oh, is the bitrate bad? Oh, from seeing all the names along the list. Well, tell you what, we're going to do this just like so. With the names gone, folks, it is time that we do our spin. So, with that being said, drum roll, please. I need 2 drum rolls. First winner is going to be Sante Paulus. Sante Paulus is the big winner here. Woohoo! Let me pull that over here. There we go. So that's going to be winner number 1 for the headband. So again, if you're going to claim this, you're going to need to email me at therealphixfox@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing back from you very, very soon so we can get your information so I can get you that headband sent over. So that is winner number 1. On to winner number 2. Once again, drum roll, please. Did I click this? I think I clicked this. Okay. It's a big wheel. You gotta spin it a lot. Winner number 2. I do not know how to say that. It is in language, it is in characters that I do not speak and I cannot say, but I hope that you will see this and you will understand that, yes, you have in fact been picked. I will try my very best to go back through and find you, if I can possibly give you a notification on YouTube that you have won. You're the big winner! Congratulations. I'm looking very, very forward to touching base with you so we can get you your Phixfox headband in appreciation. Thank you very much. And then, folks, this is going to be our final drawing. Whoa, final drawing for the day. Let's hope that things go very, very well. May luck be with all of you. Oh, it's Alexander Antonov. Thank you, Vammy. I appreciate that. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Alrighty, last drum roll, folks. Here we go. It could be anybody. It could be anybody. Thumb Warrior DX. And Thumb Warrior DX, you are the third winner of the Phixfox headbands. And so for that, I'm very grateful for all three of you. Welcome and thank you for the comments, for the good vibes. If you were not a winner today, please know that I do not appreciate you any less. It's simply a matter of resources, but I wish the very best to every single person. Thank you all so very much for the time, the energy. You are what makes these streams great. You are what makes these videos great. And the pleasure of having you here is always mine. What's your policy if they don't answer? I may do a reroll. Thankfully, this wheel will hold on. If I don't hear from anybody in a week, basically you have a week. You have to reach out to me in about a week. If you don't reach out to me in a week, I will find a new person. So that's very important. I do want to give away 3 headbands. I'm not just going to say, oh, you didn't reach out to me. I'm just only going to give out 2 or 1. No, I want to give out 3. So please reach out to me in a week. It's currently May 23rd, 2025. You have 1 week to reach out to me via therealphixfox@gmail.com. And if you don't, I will have to move on to the next person. Okay, there it is, folks. Gosh, that's exciting. And there's nothing else to do now but get into some wonderful Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Let me get caught up on chat real quick. Chat is blowing up. So yeah, Vammy, the bitrate. Yeah, with all those many names, it's pretty fantastic to see all the names. Very nice seeing all the names from all around the world on the list. Yes, when I consider the Heroes of Might and Magic community at large, yes, I'm in America, but the majority of folks, they enjoy this wonderful game all across the globe, and it's my absolute pleasure to be able to get to be involved with so many wonderful folks. Thank you all. Thank you all. And so very good point there, Vammy. Roman's in the chat. Hello, Roman. Hello, everybody. Let's see. And then what is your policy? Yeah, we already mentioned that. Manny MM is in the chat. Hi, everyone. Hello, Manny. Nice to have you here. And then a week from when you post the VOD, I'd say, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I plan on posting this VOD today, but just in case not, we will see how it goes. So good call there. Let's see. We have, Licious 101. Hi, everyone. Hi, Phixfox. I found you via YouTube. Huge love all the way from the UK. Sorry that I won't be able to stay much for tonight as I have my family duties. I appreciate those family duties. I'm a bit of a family man myself, so I'm very grateful that you're taking care of what matters most. But all the same, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate the good energy. It's a pleasure having you here. And then, yes, Vammy, because of the YouTube viewers, you're completely correct. So we will wait a week from the time that the VOD is posted before we move on to the next person. And La Malicious with a subscription via Prime, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. I hope I get to keep you for a very long time, whether it's here on Twitch or whether you're there on YouTube. Thank you wherever you're catching these videos. All right, in we go. That was exciting. I think that it's all downhill from here. That was the peak moment of the stream, and now from here it's all going to be downhill because that was so exciting. But we will continue with a wonderful map, and I'm very excited for it. Folks, here we go. This is going to be a 6-player XL map, Time versus Gravity. Map difficulty is denoted as being expert. This is going to be a victory condition of capturing a specific town. We cannot lose all of our heroes and towns. The 6 factions have reached a balance of power. Everyone is now focused on capturing the castle 4 elements to gain the upper hand. And so this does come to us from Mystic Snakes. Mystic Snakes, a great map designer. They've made this map. Hopefully we get to see them a little bit later in the chat as they are active here on Twitch as well as YouTube, I do believe. We have the opportunity to play as impossible difficulty, which we always do. We can play as the Blue Knights, the Green Wizards, the Necro players, the Barbarians, Sorceresses, or Warlocks. We're going to roll the dice to decide what we do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's going to be the general dice roll that we have here. Let's see what we get. We roll a 1, folks. We've been playing an awful lot of night games recently, but I do not mind it. That seems just fine for me. So we're going to stick here in the blue position as the Knights, and with no further ado, let's dive in. We start off here with Arthur the Knight, level 1. He starts off with 10 Rangers, 4 of the Cavalries. We got the basic leadership, we got the basic logistics, and we have the basic diplomacy. Pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic here as a start. I love the logistics and I love the diplomacy. Those two things together work out very, very well. They are a big way that we can maybe snowball some early game advantage. The Knights do a lot with attack skill and defense skill. They do an awful lot where they can make good use of neutral creatures that you might find on the adventure map, and for that we are very excited to have Arthur the Knight with these two secondary skills available to us right off the bat. We also have this castle here. We start off with the castle of Pendragon. Arthur, Sir Arthur, King Arthur, and Pendragon. Those two things sound like they are very important for you historians out there. We have a generous tip from the barkeep, which indicates that the ultimate artifact is really the golden goose. If we can find obelisks on the map, and if we can get 10,000 extra gold per day, we're going to be in a very good spot. We have our peasant hovel, we have our archers that we can purchase, and not much else here. In the tavern, we do have Gwyneth the Knight for level 1 as a possible opportunity, and Agar the Warlock. I saw Agar and I was very excited because oftentimes a Warlock will come with some gargoyles. We do not have gargoyles here. That does change things. That makes this a little bit less of an exciting pick because a couple of gargoyles can mean that you can take some really interesting fights as the knights that you otherwise wouldn't. Those flying creatures tend to do very, very well in the right hands. I hope that we are the right hands. Okay, we have a bit of a choice here, and we're going to take a quick look around. I see, looks like lots of peasants, a horde of peasants. I see opportunities for wood and ore, but I also say to myself, I have an opportunity for speed. If I go just for the cavalries with their 6 speed, I can be very fast on the adventure map, but then again, I may want to clear out some of these enemies. So for now, I'm going to forego a little bit of speed just to make sure that there's no problems in clearing out peasants or maybe some other forces that we might find in the very near future. La Malicious, thank you so much, is gifting 10 tier 1 subs to the Real Phixfoxes community. Oh my goodness, thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. I don't know quite how that works, but I'm very grateful and I'm thankful for the appreciation. Thank you. And again, I hope I get to keep you for an awful long time here on the channel and in Twitch. So thank you so much, La Malicious. So Mr. Epicliciousness, Dervin McCraig, Winnie Maru, let's see, McMinnerho, Prolumbrain, Tower, Unchained Alice, Mushanki Pet, Vammy the Vampire, Mystic Snakes, all gifted tier 1 subs. Fantastic. Love it. Love it. Zapixo's in the chat. Hello, Zapixo. Nice to have you there. Zapixo has subscribed for 3 months. Holy cow. Wow. I'm a little bit overwhelmed, folks. I really appreciate the help here. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. Hey everyone, my favorite English-speaking streamer again on a French map, he says. Zapixo, I want to see your next map that you can make, and then I'd be happy to play it. So get hard to work, and I'm happy to play your map as another French streamer's map. La Malicious says, big love bomb. Thank you. Thank you. Big love. I feel that love bomb. I really, truly do. From one family man to another. Thank you so very much. Yeah, this is a hobby for me. This is something I love to do. I'm going to do this anyway. But I really appreciate the good vibes in every which way they come. And I'm feeling that love bomb now. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the kind of thing that lets me take my kids out for ice cream. So I really appreciate that. Let's see. Enza Pixel says, I hope you're doing fine, my friend. Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Vammy says, thank you again to La Maliciousness. Yep, big hearts. Just one request. Always get the statue day 1. It annoys me when I see your YouTube videos and you don't get the statue until day 37 or something. I think that recently I waited until day 37 on the Great War playthrough. Yeah, I think it was about day 37 I got the statue. And that is, I will agree with you, far too late. Thank you very much. And Mushanki Pet says thank you for the sub as well. And hello to Mushanki Pet. Hello to Winnie Maru. Wonderful to have you there. Thank you, thank you. And hello to everyone and hello to chat. Okay, back to the game. King Arthur. It's very terrible news. I come from your village in the northwest where there's been a rebellion. The cause is the increases in taxes imposed by the new lord. He is terrorizing the villagers, and the rangers have fled into the Forbidden Forest with this month's taxes. As the spokesperson for all peasants, I seek your help to save us from the tyrant and negotiate with the rangers. Good to know, good to know. So this is going to be this money gift up here in the north. It looks like it is a town that can be upgraded to a castle. It does come with a marketplace. So there's a few Crusaders, and maybe this is an opportunity for adventure, but also for gold. I'm going to take Speaking of gold, the gold right now, 1,000 gold into our coffers. I'm hoping for 1,500 gold here so I can get a second hero. 1,500 gold, exactly what I was hoping for. And I'm going to do something that I tend to struggle with. I am going to pick up Agar the Warlock. He's got the scouting, that could be useful. And now I'm going to have a magic user in my army. I'm going to have him use these 9 centaurs to go and defeat lots of peasants. He shouldn't have any problems with that. Lots of peasants is not the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. So, observation tower. From the observation tower, we are able to see distant lands. Will this show us the road to our castle in the northwest? And it looks like the map maker loves, Mystic Snakes loves the use of roads, and I sure enjoy that. It helps you know where to go, what to do, and of course you move much faster on roads. Can I just say that I really like these trees? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trees, and not to mention these trees. This looks to be a very beautiful looking map. Yeah, framing this observation tower with these rocks, the good use of the green forest with sort of the autumnal sort of forest looks very nice. Yeah, green mountains kind of intertwining and connecting these 2 gems and crystal mines. Very interesting. What does this observation tower tell us? Well, first off, Freeman's Foundry is up the road. That's not too bad. Happy to see that. There's a graveyard. Of course, I'm sure that the graveyard is where all of Pendragon's forces go to rest. Hopefully they stay at rest and they don't turn into zombies. Dun dun dun! We do have the Hut of the Magi here, and that'll be interesting to see what the map maker wants us to know. That's a good way for the map maker to help us make some good choices later. There's a stable, so we don't really need to upgrade our forces because of these 2 opportunities. The cavalries to champions, pikemen and swordsmen into master swordsmen and veteran pikemen. But all the same, we may upgrade that later. Just depends on resources. And then I see, oh, look at this. I see 1,000 gold. There's basically a free gold mine here. Are these the rangers that were discussed in the little preamble text we just saw there? Do not know, could not say, but I'm very interested to find out. Gold mine here, pack of ogre lords. They're going to be 4-speed creatures, but there's 2 archers' houses. Maybe we can get enough forces to shoot them down before there's any major issues. Crystal mine, very important if you're going to get into paladin sooner rather than later. This is more important than, say, the gems. This is more important than, say, oh, I don't know. That's about it. That's all I can say. I can't say it's more important or less important. You never know until you kind of get there. But 1 crystal mine here in the east and 1 crystal mine to the west. I definitely like my chances better against pack of Grand Elves as opposed to a pack of Greater Druids. All right, so big observation tower, happy for it. Agar is going to continue on their way. 600 gold and 6 gems from this campfire. Very nice. And then with these lots of peasants, this should not be a problem. A glorious victory. So sad. All these peasants, they were just guarding their sawmill dutifully for their lord. Maybe I was their lord and I didn't know it. Maybe there was a mix-up. They'd never seen this hero before and they said, "Who are you?" And we're very sad to find out that actually they were accidentally defending the realm against their own forces. Whoops. Okay, Horde of Peasants, no need to worry about this fight. 61 experience. And more importantly, we will take the ore mine for 2 ore per day. So instantly, sawmill, ore mine. Very good. Very good. I think I'm going to go through these rogues before I go through these centaurs just to prevent major losses. And I don't see much up here that draws me north. I think I'm going to head south with my primary hero and these initial forces. Do these initial forces afford me the opportunity to take out a big opportunity I might otherwise miss? Maybe dwarves, maybe boars. With the cavalries, I mean, I can get down the battlefield fairly quickly, but still the damage I'll take from this pack of Grand Elves I don't really love. So for now, we're going to wait on that and do some other exploring. With 600 gold, folks, that is a well, and this will be the end of month 1, week 1, day 1. Okay. And let's see, our French phenoms are pretending like they've never seen each other in chat before. It's first time. It's first time. Family says, first text box, and we're already getting political. With Pendragon and the taxation of trade routes. I never understood how trade routes could be a major issue when Star Wars came out. You remember the prequels? And they talked about the taxation of trade routes was the reason why there was a block on the city of Naboo, or the planet of Naboo. As an adult, I understand a little bit better now. For Agar, I know I ever got 1 hero with diplomacy. Let's go with the wisdom. And rather than go south, I do want to get to this observation tower to explore a bit more. I'm going to grab this gold really quickly because it's so very free. Is there more that's free up here I ought to grab? Yes, there's 1, 2 treasure chests. I will go north rather than going south, but I do want to get Arthur to the upper left corner at some point. Folks, we have a really interesting decision here. Do you go to the witch's hut this early on? Do you want to risk getting mysticism? Do you want to risk getting eagle eye? I think not. I think I can come back and it'll be fine. We're going to send another hero there at some point because there's always going to be a hero for this magic garden. We'll come grab that later. But for now, we're going to bypass the witch's hut in case there's a problem, pick up 1,500 gold, and we are going to get this magic garden since it's right along the way for those additional 5 gems. You catch a leprechaun foolishly sleeping amidst a cluster of magic mushrooms. In exchange for his freedom, he guides you to a small pot filled with precious things. That's going to be +5 on the gems. We are going to fight this fight with lots of rogues. I'm going to do 1 single stack. I think you want 1 big stack because there's not going to be retaliations. We're going to try and deal damage with these rangers from afar. Yeah. 2, 2, and 1. Let's assume it's 50 rogues. I'm going to have 6-speed creatures, so I'm going to get the first hit off. I think I fight this fight, and I'm happy for it. 140 experience. Looks like we got some favorable terrain that's going to help protect our rangers just a tiny bit. For now, I'm just going to step up here, step up into this defensive position. Let's see if we can make this go any better. There are no spells, no issues to consider with that. And so let's do damage. And then I have a choice. I can either go out and attack, or I can stay behind and just take damage. I think I'm going to go 4th. Kill 2 to 5 of the rogues. I kill 4. That was pretty good. Gonna deal a little bit more damage. I'm gonna kill 1 full stack there. And yeah, it looks like this is actually gonna prevent me from taking any losses. If I'd stayed on my heels and simply been in a defensive position, I might have taken a little bit too much damage. So no losses there. Glorious victory. Happy to have it. And more importantly, we're gonna have access to this archer's house in just a moment there. I am going to do as has been requested of me. It's the least I can do at this point. The least I can do is make sure I get a statue here on day 2. In some ways, we might not love this choice because you're going to need ore for the armory and for the blacksmith, but I think that with already having our ore mine on day 1, essentially, we're going to have the opportunity to still get those buildings. You might as well get the extra 250 gold per day, and I do not regret that decision at all. So here on day 3, we're going to pick up these archers. That's going to be 25 archers, big pickup. A little bit more gold. We are up to 5,700 gold. And I think that knowing how important crystal is and knowing how good our economy is looking, I am going to go get some crystal on the board right now. I am going to get crystal on the board. Should I defeat mummies first? I think I should actually, just in case I take any losses here. I might not have the forces afterwards to defeat the mummy, so let's actually do it like this. Let's keep our archers and rangers close together. We're going to do 2 single stacks this time, and we're going to try and defend as we pick up some gems. Meanwhile, Agar is going to continue to explore, find good things. And folks, have you noticed there's signs littering the map? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like this map was made for me. I love it. I really do. 2 gems from the windmill, and it's going to be 8 additional ore picked up there on the ground. New building here. I think that we ought to go for the armory. We got the wood, we got the ore, no problems there. 4,700 gold remains, and we're on to day 4. Okay. Let's see, Mystic Snakes. Mystic Snakes is in the chat. Hello, Mystic Snakes. Nice to have you there. And of course, saying thank you to Law Maliciousness. Lots of people are saying thank you to Law Maliciousness. I wish you good luck and have fun, Phixfox. This being your map, I will sure do my very best. Thank you so much. And then, let's see, Great Druids and Grand Elves guarding crystal mines. That's a bit of an oof, Mushan Keepet says. I agree. But we do have some pretty fast creatures. That's okay. That'll help us out a little bit. So we're going to see how that goes. And then Law Maliciousness also says, you're welcome, Vix. Hope we get more views. Hey, I hope that even if I had 10,000 people watching, I hope I wouldn't do anything different. I would hope that I am being very conscientious of giving my very best regardless of what's going on. Yeah, sure, I hope that views come, sure, but I'm happy with what we have. I'm really grateful for the community that we currently have, and so thank you to everybody here. And then hello, French friends, says Mystic Snakes, with so many wonderful French friends there. Folks, this terrain is horrible. Have you noticed? Oh no. This is not good. I don't know what to do here. I think I have to step the archers up. I don't want to waste the damage from 25 archers. I don't know what to do here. This is horrible terrain, my goodness. One of the few times that you wish that your cavalries were just a little bit thinner, I suppose. I'm gonna move to here. I'm gonna draw some attention from at least, I think, 2 stacks of these mummies. I think that's what's gonna happen. And so when I do, I'll feel, may lose a cavalry there in that regard. Maybe that's why the auto combat thought we were gonna lose a cavalry. I don't know, but I need to deal with these creatures that can stop my archers. That's just a given. And is it gonna be one group that steps down? That's fine. I'm okay with that, because then we attack here. We're down to 3 mummies. We can take a little bit of a hit. I'm not saying that my warrior women can't take a hit. It's just that I prefer that they don't if they don't need to. We've got 6 HP left on this mummy. There's 20 HP here. We can't kill this whole stack. You might as well just kill the one mummy where you can. I'm gonna lose an archer here. I do. I lose an archer. We got 4 HP on this one cavalry. That's not too bad. We're gonna evac them immediately. So we're going to attack with the 1. And then we're going to evacuate this 1 cavalry, hoping that they can stay alive. The mummy does not chase them down. That means that the bow fire from afar is going to cause major issues for these mummies. 1 of the archers lost 400 experience. That feels pretty good. And we will take our prize. That's the early gem mine. And now, knowing that, again, we want to make sure that we can take this early crystal mine, it's going to be costly. I don't love this, but early crystal does matter. And so we are going to make that happen. Okay, Zapixo says the French people are invading. I am grateful for it. I'm very grateful for it. And Zapixo spams France, France, France in chat. You are playing the Winimaru official heroes. Amazing confidence, Zapixo says. Wonderful. I'm good for all of that. And it's Mushan Kipet's fault, the only hero to start losing his hair. Yes, in case you didn't know, this is the hero that generally is the self-insert for Winimaru. I think it was on Mushan Kipet's map, The Great Return. This was the hero that specifically was for Winimaru. So this is his self-insert, and I think that the hero from the Roland campaign that you find in Defend the Sorceresses, that gentleman, that is actually Zapixo's stand-in. Somehow I have taken the portrait of Lord Boniface. I know him as Lord Boniface from Ghost Planet 1.1. I think he is the king in the Price of Loyalty expansion scenario, The Voyage Home, and the final scenario. That's my self-insert portrait. Okay, back to the action. We will defend this portal to the death for you, my king. What if I want to go through? Will you stand aside if I want you to let me through? I got a feeling that they're going to prevent people from coming through, but they're also going to prevent me from going forth, and that's a bit of a problem. We're up to the blacksmith. Our economy is great. We are firing on all cylinders. I am hoping for about 15 more units of wood so we can get the jousting arena. Cathedral, probably a little bit too far away, but note that we do have 19 gems already. We might have some opportunities to trade. Should I get a 3rd hero, folks? It's day 4. We've got 6,200 gold. I think that we ought to. Unfortunately, yet again, we don't have 6-speed creatures for our wizard and warlock friends. This is Mandigal. This is Gwyneth. I'm just going to take Gwyneth. Yeah, I'm just going to take Gwyneth. But I am going to give her 1 single pikeman. That's going to make her just a tiny bit faster. And so then she can adventure on the map. It will add up very quickly over time. And so she's going to go south. We needed the hero. I think that she's going to recoup the cost of her in just a moment or two anyway, and this is definitely the time. If you're gonna get another hero, you might as well do it sooner rather than later. Okay, shame on him for bullying you like that, man. Chat is being so rambunctious today. Chat is having a fun time, and I'm very happy for it. Let's see. Law Maliciousness says family calls. Have a good night, everyone. I watched the video on YouTube. Keep it up, Fix. Keep the Heroes2 banner flying. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening with the people that matter most to you. Truly, I hope you do. Vammy says, I think that wood and gold are more important right now so you can hopefully turn the archers into rangers. What a good thought process there, because of course, yeah, these 24 archers, you don't get any additional hit points, but you effectively double the damage. You go from 5 attack, 3 defense, still 5 attack, 3 defense, 10 HP, 2 to 3 damage. Yes, yes, yes. But you increase your speed by 2, which is critical for adventuring. And then also you get a double shot. And so by doubling your damage, you're in a really good spot. Folks, here's something I'm hoping for. We got leadership. We have up to, what is this? Great morale. I am sincerely hoping that at least one of these stacks gets great morale. If they do, we can prevent an awful lot of damage. Let's see what happens. Okay, didn't happen there. That's okay. We still got 2 more chances. Okay, Didn't happen there. Still got 2 more chances. Yeah, it happened. That was big. That was really big because look, there's 3 elves here. We can't block all 3 of them, but we can block 2 of them. So tell you what, let's block 2 of them. Let's attack right here. Kill 1 Grand Elf there. And this was actually with our big stack, which makes me even happier, to be honest. And so we've lost, it looks like 4 archers and it looks like 1 ranger. That's not too bad. That's not my favorite thing, of course. Nobody wants to lose troops, but it could have been worse. It could have been much, much worse. Ah, we didn't even lose an archer there. Lovely. So we're going to attack this unfettered stack, this stack that is not encumbered by other forces. Doing damage. Hanging out, taking good care. And in fact, I think at this point, as we get good morale yet again, I think we can just hit Q to end the battle. This, of course, will end the battle in quick mode. As much grief as these elves have given me, though, I want to see this thing through. Yeah, I could have taken the shortcut, but you made me upset and cost me 5 of my ranged creatures, so I will see this thing through to the end. But folks, the losses are completely acceptable. Month 1, week 5, day 5. Month 1, week 1, day 5. Crystal Mine online, we're up to 3 crystal, and that number is going to start climbing very quickly. I'm happy for it, and we are on our way to Mercury from this windmill. My goodness, there's going to be 1, 2, 3 opportunities for weekly resources. There's going to be at least 1 hero devoted simply to going to windmills. And that's good, actually. I think I need to do a better job of working with my secondary heroes, keeping them busy and getting them improved in whatever way I can. So that's going to give me a reminder to continue to focus on those efforts. 6 of the ore, 600 of the gold. Again, we're looking for wood. I do see this pile of wood here. That's pretty important. Let's not forget our objectives here, because if we can get, again, up to 20 wood, we're going to have some terrific forces. And that's actually going to help us take these druids even easier in the future. 500 gold from this water wheel. In week 1, the water wheel only gives you 500 gold instead of the typical 1,000. I suppose that that's simply for balance purposes, and I suppose that I'm happy for it. I'm going to wait on this archery range. 5 wood. That's too much wood. In fact, pretty much, okay, is there anything here that doesn't cost wood? Yes, it looks like the blacksmith does not cost wood. Wood, 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 wood. Nobody buys the farm. If you buy the farm, I am going to make sure that we check you out and just make sure, are you okay? Did you bump your head? If you need the extra production of peasants by 8 per week, all right. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. And then for now, we're going to wait on left turret, right turret moats. We're going to go for the upgraded blacksmith. That will be pretty useful. Okay. And so this is going to take us into day 6. Look at this, folks. Go to the campfire for 4 additional wood. I see some Crusaders that are guarding this path. How much wood is this? That's 10 wood. Perfect. So we're up to 19. Oh, we were going to make it one way or the other, but let's just make sure Agar can help this go even better. Glorious victory. All these peasants go down, 71 experience, and there it is, 9 additional wood. So this extra hero with these centaurs, I considered that the gargoyles and not having them were a big loss. Maybe. Nothing else could have been better than Agar with some of these centaurs in the early game. He's already helped me clear out this sawmill and pick up this. He's done a remarkable job, and I'm grateful for his help. New observation tower. Oh, it's going to be a boat map. What a very interesting rock formation. There's a bottle in the water. We have to pick up that. Aha! There is an obelisk. We know that there is an ultimate artifact that is a golden goose. We have to pick up this obelisk to find out what it is. And, oh, look at this, Titans. Several Titans guard an ever-hot lava rock, which increases your fire damage by 50%. And they guard, it looks like this is sulfur? I think that's either sulfur or gems. I think that's gems. So there's essentially a free gem mine right here that these Titans are guarding. I don't think that this is very high priority. I don't think that these artifacts are good enough to warrant losing troops to several Titans anytime soon. So we're going to ignore that for now. But I am interested to see these boats. How important is it going to be to get into the water ASAP? I'm going to assume it's going to be pretty useful. Okay, so we are back to Arthur. There's more wood. There's more things over here. We've met our wood goals. What is this? Peasants? There's a hole. Mushanki pet? There's no such thing as a misplaced hole. And so, oh, there's multiple holes. Well, clearly we need to go and check this out then. I said in Mushanki Pet's map, The Great Return, that there's no such thing as a misplaced hole. And then he had a wonderful callback to that in his map Eruption in the desert. as I was playing through a second time off camera, I saw a hole and I said, wait a second, I know this map maker. I know the things that they're capable of. And I had to go investigate, and I'm so very glad I did. I was rewarded with 2 gold and a little bit of a fun little text that made me very happy. So I hope I didn't just spoil anything for anybody else out there who might want to play that map on their own. But yep, you should always check out these holes wherever you can. All right, a few peasants. We're going to engage them. I feel bad. Oh, I feel bad. Should I have let this poor little guy run? I will find it. I'm almost there. It's just a matter of time. One more shovel hit, and then I will take a vacation under the coconut trees with my wife. Devastation. Heartbreak. I've mentioned before that I'm the kind of person that doesn't play games where you have to play as like an evil character because it hurts my feelings. If I have the choice between going the good route or the bad route, I will choose the good route. It just makes me happy to do so. This makes me very sad. I know it's just a video game. I know that these are just zeros and ones, and I know that they're just pixels, but still, this is good storytelling, and I'm gripped by it. I'm invested in this storytelling. Very sad. So does that mean that there's something to dig for right here? This is very intriguing. There's 2 spots to dig. Should I dig? Is the ultimate artifact going to be right here? I feel like you have to try. I feel like I have to. Very cool. I like that. Sorry, there's nothing here. This peasant should have visited more obelisks, but for your perspective, here's a small reward. That's a word that I've never seen in my life, and I love it. I need that on my word of the day calendar. But we pick up the Medal of Courage. That's a very nice pickup. I'm very happy for it, and I'm very happy I didn't have to waste a full day digging. Okay, good storytelling. That is what good maps are made out of. I really enjoy that. Well done. Well done. That's going to be 5 crystal that Agar picks up. I'm going to have him go north along this road rather than go south. I think that we might end up bumping heads a little bit here with Arthur. So let's have him explore in this area. So far, folks, I haven't seen an enemy player, and that is a little bit concerning because I don't know what to expect. I mean, at this point, if I lose a hero that's a scout, so be it. That's kind of been their job, is to scout, get out on the adventure map, do good things, no problems. But I'm a little bit concerned because I'm expecting to see someone soon. Who it is or where they will be, I cannot say. I do not know, but I'm expecting it sooner rather than later. Okay, we got stuff to do. It is time to upgrade the archery range. Henceforth, all of our warrior women will be blonde rangers shooting twice, and folks, they will be looking to pick off these mummies for whom this new week has a growth of +5. Weekly tax collection, King Arthur. Hey, we get 1,000 gold. Cool. It's good when you're the one who is picking up the gold. Not so good when you're the one having to give it away. So anyway, okay. Let me get caught up on chat. Vammy says, they can be a huge powerhouse early in the game, in my opinion. Absolutely. Still talking about those rangers. They are a big force. And one of the more important forces to keep alive. They can be pretty difficult to keep alive, unfortunately, because every enemy really does want to key in on these forces, but all the same, it's nice to know that we are going to be able to upgrade them pretty quickly. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to slot into right here. Yes, I will slot into right there rather than doing damage. Oh, there's always going to be at least one space that boars can attack. Let me get the damage off. I can't really defend these rangers, so maybe the best defense is a good offense. This stack of boars is going to get to go first. Let's focus on them so that way they're going to reduce the damage to these archers. Hey, that good morale is paying off already with the blood morale. Very nice. And so for that reason, I'm actually going to bring the stack down as much as I can, down to 1. I'm not going to waste the damage from 12, or rather 20 of these archers. They're going to get off enough damage to kill 3 boars, and that was just about perfect. With this terrain, these archers took minimal amounts of damage. The boars are where they need to be, and they're going to probably kill 1 cavalry, but that's okay. It's kind of what the cavalries are for. I don't want to kill this 1 boar with this cavalry, because if I do, then these boars are going to step up and get into that defenseless stack. I don't want to lose the cavalries, but it may be the very best thing for me. And now I'm going to use this cavalry stack to kill this 1, and we're going to get full damage from these range creatures here. That's going to be, it looks like, that's an embarrassment of riches. That was a lot of damage from these 10 rangers that went down, and I'm very happy for it. 14 HP, it looks like because the archers and rangers did such a good job, we're not gonna lose another cavalry. I really thought I would. 1 cavalry, 465 experience. That seems excellent to me. Oh, level 2, basic leadership, basic logistics, basic diplomacy, basic wisdom. For a hero that is might-based in level 2, this is a great start. Could not expect any more. This is stupendous. Absolutely terrific. I am thrilled for everything we have seen there, and I'm thrilled to see an opportunity for future gold collection if we are to defeat a pack of phoenixes. Okay, 1,000 gold here, and I would like to pick up this gazebo. I know it's day 1, but this is going to be the road that'll take me to another thing shortly in just a moment or two. We're gonna go pathfinding. I think I see snow over here. I don't know how we're gonna get there, but just in case Gwyneth needs to be involved in the snow, we're gonna let her do that. 10,000 gold to play with. What do? Upgrade the swordsman. And we're gonna go on to month 1, week 2, day 2. Okay, I said I was gonna get caught up in chat and then I ignored chat. My apologies. Let me get back. Let's see, Zapixo says, what an indignity. Yes, for me going through this sign and that one poor peasant. He did not deserve it. I feel very bad. I think that if I could go back and do it again, I would do something different, and I hope that he would understand. I hope he would understand. Vammy says, Mystic Snakes, one small question. Whose time and whose gravity on this map? Ooh, very interesting. Very interesting. Zapixo, yes, that is my self-insert picture there. Having a real bad time is the name of that, that icon, just because it looks like he's very serious, but we did Photoshop a beard and a headband onto that hero, so thank you, Zapixo, I appreciate that. Mystic Snake says, it's a wink to the map, good versus evil. Time versus gravity, good versus evil. That I loved, but it was not balanced for each color. Interesting, so you tried to make this map very balanced. I think I saw that that was one of the things that you were very happy about, Mystic Snakes, is that you tried to provide this map in a way that was very balanced for everybody. I think that you told me that, so happy to know that as the knight player, it's balanced, so I'm kind of on equal footing with my enemies. Very good. Winnie says, I really love the portrait of the extension. These are so cool, especially Joseph. Yes, I really liked those other portraits very, very much as well. They were really excellent. Folks, we have to steal this artifact. 500 gold per day, pack of rangers. We're going to take some losses. I don't care. 500 extra gold per day. For 2 archers, we will accept it. And we're going to steal this before the Black Dragons even notice that their treasure is missing. Zapixo says, good players recruit a lot of heroes early. It's true. I hope someday I can be one of those players. I'm pretty happy with the way that my skills are currently at, but I'm always looking for ways to improve. So, yep, hopefully I can recruit more heroes and fool you into thinking I'm an even better player than I actually am. 2 sulfur there at the windmill. We're going to pick up this gazebo and then maybe grab this sign in just a moment. And then let's see. Winnie Morrow says, no, but thank you very much. I'm taking notes. Taking notes. Good. Zapixo is giving you spitting wisdom, as it were, and I'm glad that we're taking notes. And then let's see, Mystic Snakes. I used all event available in the editor. It's why there's a lot of signs that helps me to make creatures speak, create lore, and create a lot of jokes also. As a map designer, I didn't even know that there was a limit, a maximum amount of that you could even do. I had no idea that there was only so many event bubbles you could place. It made more sense, I suppose, in the DOS version of the game, where every little bit of kilobytes really mattered an awful lot. So, Mystic Snakes, I'm glad that you're able to find a way around those limitations that the original map editor provided for you. In your travels, you find a leather purse filled with gold that once belonged to a great warrior king who had the ability to transform any inanimate object into gold. That's going to be plus 500 gold per day. We did have a moment ago a follow, and I was trying to get caught up on chat so that way I could check it out there. It's going to be Tower. Tower followed us. Thank you so much, Tower, for the follow. It's a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much. We're having a really good time, and I'm enjoying every little bit of this. And so if you are a big fan of Heroes of Might and Magic, then you are going to find yourself in good company. There's a lot of wonderful people here that enjoy this game, and I'm grateful to be counted amongst them. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you for the follow. Okay, let's see. Let me do one other thing here. Vammy says buying the farm is the ultimate flex. Yeah, if you've got so much gold that you can purchase the farm for free, you know that things are going well for you. Just throwing money out of the window. Could not say it better. That's perfect. This line says we're going to upgrade our lances. We can't break the shields of the swordsmen. Well, you can upgrade pikemen and you can upgrade swordsmen here. The lances are more here for the stables, aren't they? maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe they're saying that they want to make sure that they can break through those other things. That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's do that. And I was right. We are accidentally running into ourselves a little bit here. I might have Arthur go and defeat this army, maybe defeat this army. Maybe it's time to go back and get these creatures upgraded. Maybe I can hand off the archers and actually make a little bit of a nice swap. We'll have to wait and see. Logistics on a secondary hero. Very nice. Always happy to see that there. And this sign says, ah, there you are, my king. I was too afraid to return to the village because of the Lord's reprisals. Look, he is waiting for me staunchly at the village entrance. I will let you handle him. I will handle him later. Because right now, he looks a little bit tougher than even I want to deal with. I know that I am your lord and king, and I am chosen by the Lady of the Lake, who produced a sword and gave it to me in all its glittering beauty. But still, I am not too sure if I want to fight that fight or not just yet. We are saving up wood. Mage Guild could be good. Right now, we need to save up wood so we can get into at least the cathedral by the end of this week. It's day 3, and we do have the 23 crystal necessary. I want to pick that up soon. Let's hope for the best. Hope for the best. And so Arthur doesn't need to grab this. Somebody else can grab this. How about, oh, I don't know, Agar. He can do that. Pack of veteran pikemen. I don't know. We definitely win, but they're 5-speed creatures. Closed formation. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This is one of those times where you can question yourself, is group formation better or is spread formation, and then you stick the archers in the corner? What if we have bad morale again like we did with the mummies? That's a question, and I don't know the answer. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna stay on spread formation. I'm going to put the range creatures at the top. We're gonna keep the cavalries at the bottom, and we're gonna see where this goes from here. Okay. Let's see. Winnie Morrow says, ah, so true, unnecessary and expensive that farm is, and therefore absolutely essential. Hey, tell you what, when it's the last thing that can be turned gold, you know that you have to have it. At that point, it's just good for your soul in order to see that. And it happened again, folks. Look at the terrain. Oh no! Sometimes we get the best luck when it comes to the battle environment doing us good. Here, it's the absolute worst. This is 2 fights in a row. I just said it might happen again, and it did. What are the odds? Oh, my 2 hex cavalries are in the worst spot, and this is really one of those times. If the archers had been rangers, we would have been in a better spot. I really think so. I really think so. My goodness. Can I fight this fight any better? I don't think I can. I don't want to lose any of these rangers, though. I'm just going to accept the results of this battle. I'm going to accept the results of this battle. 3 cavalries goes down. That's just the way this fight goes. Because here's how it's going to go. The veteran pikemen are going to try and go towards the range creatures in the northern section of that terrain, and then the knights and the cavalries will go to the south. They're just going to brawl. Hopefully we can peel off 1 or 2 stacks of those veteran pikemen. The archers are going to shoot down the closest stack always. They might take a little bit of a poke from 1 or 2 of the pikemen, but they're not going to do any better. Like, I can see the battle play out in my head, and there's no way I can make this go any better. There's no way. And so we are left just with these warrior women. Well, we've exhausted our early game advantage, but that just means to me that it's time to go back to where we can get some reinforcements. Ah, very sad. Oh, Vammy says that this was the pouch of sulfur. Thank you, Vammy. Right here that these titans are guarding. I struggle to keep those artifacts separate. I know that this is a +1 to something, but you say it's sulfur, I will believe you that it's sulfur. For some reason, I've not committed my brain power to remembering what that is, and perhaps I should. Perhaps I should sooner rather than later. Entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Ooh, very intriguing. +6 on the crystal from that campfire, and still we continue to consider our upgrades. I think we're going to wait for the paladins. Yeah, I think we're going to wait for the paladins because we should be able to actually get them in just a moment or two. It's day 5. Let's assist. Let's assist our other forces in picking up some of these windmills and such, because I don't know if we're going to be able to come back, or rather get there in time before the new week. And then we should be able to get back to the castle before day 7. Even though that's our main heroes movement points, they can still do good things for us by picking up economic advantages, logistical advantages. We enter into a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you of places near and far, which may aid you in your journeys. Mystic Snakes, what have you done for us? What does this Hut of the Magi tell us that we did not already know? Titans, bone dragons, crusaders. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of information to unpack there. This is a very impactful Hut of the Magi. So we are in this area. We are in the upper left quadrant of the map, kind of in the middle, top middle of the map. It looks like we have barbarians. No, we have wizards as our neighbors in the snow, similar to Heroes Might and Magic 3, I suppose, with their native terrain. They have Titans guarding these stone liths. We have Crusaders guarding our stone liths. In the upper right quadrant, there's Bone Dragons from the Necromancers guarding their stone liths. Okay, so you have access. It looks like you have access to every single one of your enemies. Oh, this is cool. This is very cool, but also a little bit scary for this reason, because if you can get to every other biome and every other enemy, war might be very quickly coming upon us. It might be the very best thing for us to use our early game advantage with our knights, build up a big force, and go through our paladins, our crusaders, and then hopefully defeat some of these enemies or here or there. Yeah, defeat some of these enemies, steal their stuff, and then stay alive. It's a good idea. It's a good idea to use your knights early and use their best superpower, which is, lest we forget, to turn into another faction. I don't remember who told me that, but it was in one of the videos. I think it was for the Dominion playthrough. Someone said that the knight's best ability is to become another faction. So I like that. They got their pluses and minuses, but that one made me laugh very much. Maybe we need to use that right now. We will see. We want to change our shield. Those cursed footmen broke it during training with their new lance. Hey, hold on. This is very funny. Yeah. Oh, was it related to this? Mercenary camp and then the shield being broken? They upgraded their lances over here and then they broke the shield over here. That's funny. I like that. That's some good storytelling. Very good. And for the first time, we will pick up this obelisk here. Gwyneth the Knight comes upon an obelisk made from a type of stone we have never seen before. Staring at it intensely, the smooth surface suddenly changes to an inscription. The inscription is a piece of a lost ancient map. Quickly, you copy down the piece and the inscription vanishes as abruptly as it appeared. It looks like there's going to be at least 15 plus obelisks on this map, and it looks like it's going to be in this volcanic area. One thing I didn't note, there's this volcanic area here. This is a different type of lith. Yeah, this and this. These are different types of liths than the ones that connect castles together. There's a big stack of dragons in the middle. That's an odd sphinx, but I like it. And we've already seen at least one demon cave. Finding the ultimate artifact might come down to just figuring out which demon cave is the one that we can see currently. Very interesting. Okay, we're going to have to try and get to the center of the map where we can find this Sword of Andrin for the +5 attack. And then I didn't really note this, but in the water there is a sphinx, a pyramid, gold mines. If you can defeat the Guardians, 2 spell scrolls. What spells could Mystic Snakes want to offer us? If you go into the water, if you defeat the Guardians, you are given what? A Dimension Door? Town Portal? Berserker? Mass Slow? Mass Haste? Who knows? This is a very big unknown, but the fact that we've got the pyramid here and the fact that we got our basic wisdom sits very, very well for me. And it looks like it's more or less mirrored on this other side. Although I gotta tell you, this force looks much more difficult to deal with than this force. It looks like here you can go through some unicorns and get to the soft, chewy center. Otherwise over here, you gotta go through hydras and then dragons. Ooh, that's a little bit scary. Okay, all right, back to the action. Let's see. Windmill, actually it's day 5. I guess we can get there in time. Oh, I passed by Mercury. Don't care, that's fine. Okay, well, that was very enlightening. That was a big Hut of the Magi, and I'm for it. I think I've learned everything I need to from it, and I think that we're going to start to see some activity from our enemies here. If any of them start to get into some high-quality troops, we may want to step on them sooner rather than later. We're going to have to hope that we can defeat creatures like I don't know, bone dragons or titans as early as possible, but you never know. And worse off, I don't really know. I feel like I ought to not abuse the spacebar here to pop out of the town I want. I think when I go through this Lith, I'm going to need to go through it, and I'm going to need to accept whichever biome I end up at. I'm just going to have to accept that and go through those defenders. It looks like the forces are all equal strength. A few black dragons, is that equal to a pack of Crusaders? I think so, but very interesting there. Okay. Lots of information. And lots of wonderful things in chat, I'm sure. Let's find out. Zapixo says that Mystic Snakes is a poet. Wonderful. Happy. You're moved. Perfect. Perfect. Good. I'm glad that we can appreciate poetry in the year 2025 as we pick up our cathedral here so we can get into some amount of paladins very soon. Somebody recently mentioned, they were talking about George Carlin, the comedian, and I generally like George Carlin. He was, in the same way that Howard Stern on Sirius XM radio tried to be a bit of a shock jockey and would say some things that were not generally things that you would say in public society, George Carlin would challenge societal norms and do it in a very funny way. But someone pointed out that he was simply a modern philosopher who was masquerading around as a comedian. And by saying that, I actually had to slow down and be like, wait a second, let me evaluate that. Is that correct or not? And I've come to the decision that, yeah, I think George Carlin, though he was a comedian and that's how he made his living, I think that George Carlin was more of a poet than anything. And a poet actually has a great opportunity to tell some very uncomfortable truths in a very funny way. And that can go a very long way for somebody. We need more of that in society. Please stay behind, my king. The undead have taken our magical forest. My dear Crusaders, can you just go and kill the bone dragons for me and then join my army? That would be lovely. That's all I need you to do. Just help me out a little bit. Ooh, peasants. I'm going to go get the... Hold on. If the peasants want to run, we're going to let them run because I do not want to have another incident like with this guy who was digging and wanted to spend some time under the coconuts with his wife. I still feel bad. Can you tell? Okay, here on day 7, should we get the farm for the flex? No, it's not happening. But tomorrow we're probably going to leave here with a level 1 mage guild. I think that that's going to behoove us pretty well. So it's going to waste a lot of movement points today, but we're going to wait. We'll come back at a later date and we'll go from there. Okay. Oh, you know what I should have done though? And I meant to do this as we do hit month 1, week 3, day 1, and week of the rat. I meant to take these forces and defeat the centaur so I could pick up the archer's house. I'm going to do that now. It's gonna make me a little bit slower than I would like, but we're going to do that. No concern with picking up the cavalries because there is a stable that we can use. So that's good. We're going to pick up the spell book for the spell, the bloodlust, and the cure. I like that. No worries there. And then master swordsman. I am going to pick up these upgraded troops. It could be a little bit of an opportunity to save gold if I was going to go by the Freeman's Foundry. I don't know when I'm going to go by the Freeman's Foundry is the problem. So for now, we're going to ignore that opportunity. We're going to leave peasants and leave paladins because paladins do not upgrade very easily. No, they do not at all. Okay, real quick, lots of centaurs. They want to run. I don't want to lose a single ranger. I'm going to engage them. 5? 5. I'm going to lose 5 rangers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5? No, senor. Por qué why? And that was Spanish with Phixfox. That was all the Spanish I know in one fell swoop. Okay, well, that was good if you didn't notice there. So we lost 1 ranger there. We're going to be able to defeat this centaur here. Veteran pikeman, that's going to save us a bunch of damage. We're going to kill here and here. But for somebody that didn't want to take a single loss, I don't think that 230 experience is worth 2 rangers. Actually, hold on. Is each ranger worth 100 experience? No. I would probably trade rangers. Is 5 rangers worth 1,000 experience? No, just from the gold cost alone. If you find a treasure chest and you have the choice between like 1,000 or let's see, 2,000 gold or 1,000 experience, what do you pick? You know, no, it's not worth it. So anyway, okay, just interesting things I'm thinking about. But folks, Arthur continues to have his legend grow. Pathfinding, what an excellent secondary skill. We are thrilled for that. We're going to pick up these archers. It's going to be 31 of the archers. On the way back, Gwyneth is going to pick up another 6. Looks like 500 gold. And when she trades off, Arthur is then going to go to the north. I'm going to save all this because the wood and the ore can be useful. We're going to clear out as much of this as we can. Definitely getting the 1,000 gold. And then we're going to turn our attention to these liths. Very exciting. Very exciting. The sign says, we are going on dragon hunting. Please don't disturb the professionals. Sir, you are a few peasants. I'm not going to engage you, but leave this to somebody else to do, please. Whoa, okay, nope, peasants, it was all you. Yep, you feel free to go and hunt these dragons if you so desire. I'm sorry for getting in your way. Please, 1,000 apologies. Whoops, I didn't think that they were going to go dragon hunting that quickly. That was my thing. Okay. Let's see. Persipacity, the quality of having a ready insight into things, otherwise known as shrewdness, Bammy says. Remember that was over here. That was the word of the day calendar. Am I that far behind? Am I 30 minutes behind on chat? Let me make a concerted effort to get caught up on chat, because if I'm 30 minutes behind, that's not good. Okay, but it's from the dictionary. Good, happy. And then Vammy, thanks for the help. I don't know what that person said, but thank you for the help. Mystic Snake says, I'm not really good at speaking English. There may be some errors. Sorry for that. No, Mystic Snakes, your English is excellent. It's just a word I've never heard before. And so I very much appreciate being able to use a word in a language that is not native to you, that a native speaker does not hear. I consider myself pretty well read. There was a time in my life as a kid that I used to read the dictionary for fun because I thought that would help me be good as a person. So no, that high praise goes to you for that word. So excellent English, great use. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Tower says, no problem, my man. Killer headband, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was a gift. The headband was actually a gift from somebody who I worked with when I worked with kids in the Arizona desert. I used to take individuals out. I taught them the Anasazi way and philosophy, and it was a gift. And so this is actually pretty important. It wasn't just something fun to do. This headband does have some pretty big meaning for me, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, lance means spear, Mystic Snake says. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so the lance here from these pikemen. Okay, gotcha. So it is pikemen fighting swordsmen. Very interesting. I like that. Yet again, a good use of the signs to tell a story. Roman in the chat says, there is one good reason to buy a farm. You have already built everything else, and you are annoyed by this greenness surrounded by the yellowness. Absolutely. I completely agree. And it is worth mentioning that if you're attacked, your main ballista, the strength of that ballista in a defense, in a siege, is impacted by the number of buildings you have. So a farm can increase your defensive capabilities as well. So that's good. Let's see, Zapixo with the WoW Super Dead. I don't know which fight that was in reference to. Roman says, I suppose the majority of the population does not know the difference between a spear and a lance. Yeah, I think that's fair. A lance, I know that knights would tilt with them, right? And they're bigger, heftier. Let's see, they still had a sharp end, but they were generally more of like a blunt weapon that by going at high speeds on horses that you would cause issues with, right? You would cause damage. Spears are different, maybe a little bit more whippy. I don't know, tough to say. My medieval weaponry knowledge is sorely lacking, but I'm interested. If anyone can get me caught up to speed, please do so. Pixel says, I must go, my friend. Have fun on that wonderful map. I can't wait to play it myself. Bye, everyone. Have a wonderful time with the Fox. Thank you, Zapixo. If you do not know, Zapixo is here on Twitch and on YouTube, and a very good friend of the channel. Go check him out. I'm a big fan of Zapixo. Zapixo, have a great day. Thank you. Mushonki Pet says, I think I said that. Oh, it was you. Yeah, it was you who said that. Good. Perfect. Well, they're not necessarily the best at becoming another faction, but knights are the best at using other faction units. Yeah. They are the best at using other faction units, if for no other reason than the diplomacy is so very good. So, yep, definitely. The Knights faction's best case scenario is becoming another faction, and that's okay. Roman says, yep, I am a much better player since I discovered that you may use Knight Hero for the Warlock troops. Yeah. The value of 300 HP from these black dragons, not to mention the 14 attack and the 14 defense, if you can augment that through attack skill and defense skill, you're doing really, really good. I think that warlocks, more so than even the wizards, right, with the Titans. I think that the Warlocks really appreciate a might-based hero because you can't use spells on your Black Dragons like you could with your Titans, and that changes everything. That really does. On the one hand, the Black Dragons are not going to be affected by negative spells, but likewise, you cannot buff them with spells, and that kind of matters. That really does. Mushanki Pet says, yep, using sprites and gargoyles especially is a big deal for the early game fights with the knights. Absolutely. I could not agree more with you. Those early game troops are super quality, super good. And Roma says, I'm not a huge stand-up fan. George Carlin is an exception. I'm very glad. Happy to hear that. Yeah, I like George Carlin. Stand-up comedy, I'll occasionally go, I'll find someone who I enjoy for a while, and then I feel bad because eventually I kind of understand their shtick. I understand what they do and how they do things, and then I kind of lose a little bit of interest. But that doesn't necessarily mean, oh, I'm out of gold. But that doesn't mean that I dislike them. It just means that I move on and I go and do something else for a while, and then I'll sometimes come back to that same stand-up comedian for a while. It just depends. What are the best types of stand-up comedians, though? That's my question to you. Is the best stand-up comedian the one that does a quick one-liner, a la Mitch Hedberg jokes, right? People who just have those quick little jokes like, rice is an excellent food when you're hungry and you want 2,000 of something. You know, just like those little one-liners. Do you prefer the comedy stylings of the people that enjoy just putting people down, right? Like those insult comics. Somehow that's a genre in the comedy. I don't know how that became a genre. I don't think I'd like to personally attend one of those shows, but that's a form of comedy. There's like the black comedy, right? Where people tell like those kind of morose jokes and like very sad sort of insights on life and such. How am I trying to say that? Dark humor, as it were. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to give you an example of dark humor. It's not my variety. It's not what I prefer to do, but dark humor is out there and people do use it. Or is it the type of people that are storytellers, right? I think personally, I am the type of person that enjoys storytelling most of all. It is my favorite brand of humor, and it's the type of people that I really can engage with for a long time. And I think part of that must be because, first off, everybody enjoys a good story. Everybody enjoys the feeling of a great storyteller. I think that we've all sat under the voice of someone who can spin a story and you just feel warm in a way that you can't quite describe. Life is better because they're sharing their insights and their wisdom, and they're sharing this funny encounter. That's the kind of person I aspire to be. But what say you? What is your favorite type of comedian? Because again, there's so many different types, there's so many different ways of doing it. What's the best? I cannot possibly say. Folks, a group of Ogre Lords have a desire for greater glory and wish to join you outright. Do you accept? I absolutely do. 20 Ogre Lords? That might be the difference between losing meaningful forces over here or over there. Who can say? That is a big pickup. I really enjoy that. That is nice. We came over here for this gold mine. We've taken it. The Ogre Lords have joined our forces. This is going to allow us to take some of these other fights for free. Oh my goodness, what an embarrassment of riches. Basic leadership, basic logistics, basic diplomacy, basic wisdom, basic pathfinding, and now we're going to take the basic luck. This is one of the best heroes I've ever gotten the opportunity to play with in my life. This is fantastic. This feels really good. I love this. This is going great. I do want to make sure that we fight these cavalry soon. With those ogres joining us, we might get this pack of cavalries to join us outright as well. Let's save up a little bit of gold so that we can entice them to join the cause. Okay, very cool. And then, let's see, Mushanki Pet says, the weird thing is that in French, spear and lance are both called the lance. Very interesting, I had no idea. Which is weird in some games' French translations. Very interesting. I had no idea. Huh. So is there a way, like, are you able to read just through context clues the true intent of the writer or the author of whatever written material you're looking at there, or somebody you're talking to? There's some poem in Chinese, Mandarin Chinese, I believe, and it's essentially the same word said 23 times in a row, but it's said with different annotations that indicate exactly which aspect you're trying to convey to somebody. I don't know if that's possible with the Lance conversation or not, but very interested to find out there. And then, folks, we had a subscription from Steven Glansberg. Steven, thank you so much for the subscription. It's a pleasure to have you here. We are playing Mystic Snake's map, Time versus Gravity here. You can find this on the FHeroes2 Discord? No, you cannot find this on the FHeroes2 Discord. This is not an FHeroes2 Discord map. This was sent to me specifically. I think you can find this on the Celestial download spot, or likewise, you can join the Phixfox Discord, and I post all of the maps that I play that you can't find as part of the base game files. I have a section on the Phixfox Discord where I post these maps so that you can find them yourselves. So far, I'm really enjoying this map. There's a lot of intrigue, and it's got a lot of adventure. So I'm enjoying this very, very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. Hope we get to keep you for a good long time. Here is the blue player. Let's hope that we can capture the castle of 4 elements. But first off, let's see if we can find that. And before even that, let's see if we can get this pack of cavalries to join. Heck yeah. Oh. Do you want to pay 1,000 gold, 1,100 gold per cavalry? Do you want to pay 1,100 gold per cavalry? I think I just picked up a gold mine. I'll pay for it in 3 days, just with the gold mine. This is not a great rate, but I am going to accept this. I suppose I should have thought about that. Maybe I should have fought some of these other fights first, trying to get up to at least advanced diplomacy. Bit of a missed opportunity there. Let's start taking some experience, so maybe we can make that happen sooner rather than later. I'm going to pick up the gold here still. I just don't like the ratio on that. Gwyneth is going to pick up this obelisk. And our second obelisk says more volcanic terrain. Very good. And then she's going to grab this ore for us. Several titans. I do not want to take these losses, so we will simply just not fight that fight. Okay. And then Mushanki Pet says, well, you can use different words. Spearman and Lancer can become... I'm not going to try to say that with my French accent. For example, even if it's not exactly right, there is something similar with Heroes 2. In English, you have the words warlock, wizard, sorceress, or sorcerer, and in French, that's the same word. And so I think that Mushanki Pet, I think I've heard you and Winnie Maru say magician. Instead of wizard, you say magician. Is that accurate? Because, yeah, that makes sense that they're all pretty much the same thing with some minor distinctions, but hopefully I'm not jumping ahead of you. Hopefully you're not typing and I didn't just cut you off there. But I think I've seen and heard you use the term magician. You enter the arena and face a pack of vicious lions. You handily defeat them to the wild cheers of the crowd. Impressed by your skill, the aged trainer of gladiators agrees to train you in a skill of your choice. Yet again, I'm going to have to remember that I don't often get spell power, so we're going to pick that up. That's going to pick us up to 3 attack, 3 defense, 2 spell power, 2 knowledge. A nice, well-rounded hero. Very good. And Vammy, this is your arena. Every time I go to an arena from here on out, I think of Vammy, who said... if it's a pack of vicious lions, it depends if I could beat them or not. Every single time I think about that, it makes me laugh. Okay. Orcs, we should be able to just roll right through them. These losses are not acceptable. They're not acceptable. We're going to have to hope that we get some good morale somewhere. Oh my goodness. I will go to here. And here. Here? Good morale? Oh no, this is so bad. Due to the terrain... There we go. That works for me. I'm going to kill these orcs here rather than kill the orc chieftains. There's a little bit of difference in damage. I'm not too worried about it. It's going to be 1 ranger, 2 rangers, and 3 rangers that goes down. That seems acceptable. I feel bad. I don't love what just happened there, but we'll make this work. And call it a day. Alrighty. I hope that this is a big pile of gold. If it's like 800 gold, I'm gonna wish that I hadn't done that. Let's see. Yeah, so Warlock is Mage. Magician is Magician, which means basically the same thing. Okay. And while I know that a Warlock is basically a War Magician and a Wizard is a Wise Magician, those words don't exist in French. Very cool. Very interesting. Huh. I had no idea. I really like that. Because the way that the language is one of the more important ways that we convey some really big deals. Like that isn't a surprise to anybody. I think we all inherently kind of understand that. But the way that language works from people to people and from tongue to tongue is interesting to me personally, just to kind of see the way it all works and see where the differences are and see where the similarities are. So that changes things in a pretty major way. What just happened? Did you see that? Did you see that? Oh, I'm sick to my stomach. Vatawna the Sorceress is in the center of the map. She's going to get a free +5 attack skill. She has Titans. We need to wage war against these Titans as soon as we can. I might be wasting my time here in the worst way possible. I'm going to continue here because I'm here. I'm going to fight these fights. I'm hoping for experience so I can get better diplomacy before I go to these Master Swordsmen, but we are in a bit of a bind. We're going to go for the logistics because we've already got the Badge of Courage, Medal of Courage for the +1 on the morale. I'm not going to worry about that too much. I'm going to go through this pack of trolls. I'm going to fight them. I'm going to accept these losses. That's fine. I'm going to pick up as much experience as I can. I'm going to make sure that I can get heroes into the boat, but I am hoping that I can defeat my enemies before they get too powerful, especially since I'm not really upgrading the second castle. I need to be very wise about the way I proceed. This map just got much more interesting, and that's not bad. It's very good, in fact, but I'm very concerned. How about that? Okay. She grabs the sword and then just skadoodles, just leaves like a thief in the night. More troll growth is up by 5. Folks, it is month 1, week 4, day 1. So even though Phixfox is got a little bit of extra blood pressure, I'm not in a terrible position. I just recognize that we need to go much faster than we currently are. Speed is important. Time is of the essence. Advanced diplomacy is always a good choice. So yeah, we got a lot going on. Expert diplomacy, perfect, folks. This was a good little detour here. That picked us up 2 additional levels. That was 2 levels that got us from basic diplomacy to expert diplomacy. I'm hoping that these lots of Master Swordsmen will join us. Even if it's for a price, I will pay whatever price they want in order to be mercenaries for my army. +500 gold at this magic garden, picking up the windmill, picking up anything extra. Gwyneth is gonna grab the gem mine for the +1 gems per day. If we need to trade, we can trade. We've got a trading post right here. I have the opportunity to get my other castle upgraded. I think I will. You're gonna need 10 wood. It's gonna be a minute before we get these creatures anyway. Yeah, so I'm gonna upgrade the castle now. That's gonna leave me at 0 wood. Not a bad spot to be in. But with 44 additional gems, yeah, we can trade pretty well. Let's start to work on upgrading this castle. And we are actually gonna end up probably waiting on the cavalries for the upgraded training grounds. We have the stables. We're gonna go pick that up in a little bit. Okay. I should wear a blood pressure monitor, actually. I think that would be kind of fun to have Phixfox's heartbeat in the bottom left or the bottom right corner. You wouldn't think in a turn-based strategy game that you could get excited enough to see your blood pressure spike, but I can feel it. I can feel the excitement here, and it feels pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. All 32 of these Master Swordsmen want to join for 9,600 gold. That is a big fat yes, absolutely no problems. This is a horde of peasants. I'm gonna go fight this fight simply because I want Gwyneth to be able to get into the water. My king, are we soon heading to the training camp on the southeast island? We are so eager to become rangers. Oh, I mean, you know, maybe. I don't know if it's going to happen, my friends. You're kind of in this position where I want you to be the best you can be, but I don't think I can help you. Oh, there's so many opportunities. I love this map, and I'll tell you why in just 1 second. I will tell you why in just 1 second. Muimaro says, according to the French, Brittany Armstrong won the Tour de France, and Lance Spears sang Toxic, right? Britney Spears and Lance Armstrong? Or is it the other way around? Yeah, so Britney Spears sang Toxic, and then Lance Armstrong won the Tour de France? So according to the French, for War Magician and Wise Magician, and talking about the differences in the language there, Winimaru. Yeah, clarity is very important here, and if we lack clarity, then what else do we really have? I'm gonna head out this direction. I do wonder. I've got a sorceress here. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna purchase Carlawns. I'm gonna send her just with these sprites. I'm gonna have her get into the water, and hopefully her navigation is going to be very useful in helping things go well. So Gwyneth is going to stay dry, not go into the water. She's going to pick up 1,000 gold. Back to the trading post. Agar's going to this windmill. It's going to be +2 on the ore. He's not much of a fighter. He's more of a lover, so I don't really want him to mix things up too much. I'm going too slow. I need to rely on these other heroes a little bit more. Tell you what, let's give these 20 Ogre Lords over to Agar. And then he can clear out at least boars. With some additional peasants, he may be able to defeat some other forces. Let's turn over the Ogre Lords, and then maybe some other nice creatures are going to want to join us. Let's give ourselves the opportunity anyway. Okay, let's get the thatched hut, 200 gold. That's a pretty low investment. Happy for that. On to a new day. And then, yeah, big smiles. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I didn't know that Britney Spears was much of a cyclist. Maybe she is. Maybe that's one of the best things that she can do is just cycle her little heart out. Just run, 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 run. Maybe these Crusaders will join me. Let's use our big forces actually to see if we can get them to join. And we're still going to grab the Ogre Lords so that way we have space in the army. Our morale is up. Our forces look good. Let's use 20 Ogre Lords to do this fight here against the mutant zombies. Whoa, I guess Ogre Lords aren't as tough as I thought that they were. And then that'll allow our main hero to have space in the army, do some good things. Should be fine. Should be fine. We don't have any spells here, by the way. I don't think that we stopped by. Oh, we did stop by. Good. We stopped by between the time that we built the level 1 Mage Guild and now. So that's actually pretty good. Did I skip on the centaurs? I might have. I might have been kind of silly there. And I'm going to move the Ogre Lords to just right about here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to set the archers back just a step. Oh, never mind. I thought that I was keeping myself safe. I guess I was not. It's a little bit of positioning here, though, and some bad morale. This fight goes much different than you would hope. Okay, 1 Ogre Lord goes down. Can we reach? Can he reach? Call it a day. 1 Ogre Lord, 860 experience, good. Okay, what else? What else? There is this windmill. I feel so slow. But at least we're being conscious of that fact, and we're trying to use a second hero to help us clear out some more of this stuff. That's not too bad. Let's get the statue. We were admonished to make sure that we focus on the gold early on, and that's always the right choice. That's never the wrong choice. So that's very important. And then we will focus more on those troops. We have a couple of days in order to make that happen. Day 4, yeah, so we can make some good purchases pretty quickly. Starting off with this archery range. And folks, moment of truth, will the Paladins want to join? Or rather the Crusaders? Yes, they will. All 9 for 9,000 gold, that's a steal. That is a big ups to our army. That feels wonderful. Oh, that's so good. And in fact, now that we're right here, let's do it like this. Let's have a little bit of a swap here. Let's get rid of, 17 pikemen. Let's go up and let's see if we can actually get these archers to join. Nah, they just want to run. That's okay. Just farewell, my friends. Take good care, do good things, make good choices. Will the Bone Dragons join? I doubt it. Yeah, glorious victory. I left the room in my army just in case it was going to be nice, but it ended up not being so. Let's see. Bit of a tough fight here because we are not fast enough to go down the battlefield. I don't have a split stack, so I can really defend these rangers very well. Crusaders are on the wrong side of the map. So my error in not planning very well is kind of giving me some grief here. I think if I step up here, these Master Swordsmen can actually cover up the Rangers. They can. And then we're just going to have to rely on our high defense to stay alive. 2 of the Bone Dragons goes down there. 2 of the Bone Dragons go down here. That's pretty nice. And then 1 Crusader perishes. Is that another? That's 2 Crusaders that goes down. I don't think I'm going to lose another one, though. I think at this point we just do our damage where we can. And we will save a Crusader at the cost of a Master Swordsman. I do see some water. I'm still going to go for the leadership. Still going to go for the leadership. And as a reward for going through these Bone Dragons, we find this artifact for the +2 knowledge. Before you appears a levitating glass case with a scroll perched upon a bed of crimson velvet. At your touch, the lid opens and the scroll floats into your waiting hands. That's +2 again to our knowledge. I'm going to start taking, look how low we are on gold. I'm going to take the experience though. I think we got enough forces. And we've definitely got enough gold generation, 4,000 gold per day. With an opportunity for more later. Yeah, I think we're in an okay spot. I'm not going to worry too much. Start getting some experience so we can make these troops hit even harder and do even better. Packer Crusaders, let's save up some gold and see if we can get them to join us as well. Okay, Carlawns, you're just about to the water. Can you reach? No, you cannot, unfortunately. So you might as well go pick up this lighthouse and then get into the boat in just a moment or two. Agar, I mean, I'm going to leave. Let's see. I'm going to keep the 17 pikemen with him, but I am going to remember that our morale was pretty bad. The centaurs are not going to do that good for me, I don't think. It was 9 centaurs. I don't think that that's the difference between a win and a loss. And with only 3,000 gold in our coffers, I want to be aggressive, but I lack some opportunities to do so. Did you see that? You don't often see, hold on. You don't often see the AI lose to neutral creatures, but we just saw the AI lose to these earth elementals. There's only several left. But I'm guessing it was a lot more than that. Maybe they had some bad morale. Maybe they didn't have spell points and they thought that they did. Whatever the case is, that was very funny. A rare treat, a little treat for us, the viewer, enjoying this game as we see other people fail. Dragon Slayer, now that feels like a big deal. As many dragons as we've seen on this map, that's actually a big deal. +6 to your attack skill for already pretty good creatures. We're evenly splitting our attack skill and our defense skill for Arthur as he levels up. But if you can get an additional 6 attack skill on, I don't know, Crusaders that strike twice, you're in a good spot. I like that. I like that very much. We're going to pick up the luck over the pathfinding because I don't know how soon we're going to be in a pathfinding sort of position. And we come to this witch doctor's hut. An orcish witch doctor living in the hut deepens your knowledge of magic by showing you how to cast stones, read portents, and decipher the intricacies of chicken entrails. Very beautiful. Another level here, and the logistics. We're going to go for the logistics. And earthquake from the shrine. Good, good. I'm going to go for the obelisk just because it's right there. And then we're going to go onto this tree of knowledge, hoping never to come back. 5 attack, 6 defense, 2 spell power, 6 knowledge. This is a pretty good hero. I like where we're at so far. Quick fight here with boars that want to join us. That was unexpected, but I'll take it for sure. And then Gwyneth. I don't really know where Gwyneth was going. Windmill, windmill, water wheel. Tell you what, my dear, just go wait on the windmill and we will catch you another day, another time. We are into the lighthouse, having a real good time. Okay. Winnie says, when translated into French, it seems that anything is possible. I feel like DJ Khaled, anything is possible. Oh no, wait, that was The Lonely Island. I'm getting my musical references mixed up. But yeah, anything is possible if you can change what the meanings of words mean. That changes everything. So day 5. I need to do Duolingo. It is an app that allows you to learn another language. I think that they give you some bite-sized lessons, and I think that rather than going for a very intensive or immersive sort of way of teaching another language, they just prefer that you do daily bits of language building and skill building. 2,000 gold for 2,300 experience, we'll take it. And I would like to really brush up on my French. I really would. I learned just a little bit in high school, just enough that I pretend like I know what I'm saying in French. But really, I would like to actually get back to that a little bit more. Rekindle my old desire to enjoy watching La Roi Soleil and other theatrical performances that happen to be in French. You have found a group of druids worshipping at one of their strange stone edifices. Silently, they teach you new ways to cast spells, +1 on the spell power. And Arthur is gonna head back. No, he's gonna head over here. Pick up a pack of Crusaders, clear out all this, including picking up this gold mine. We're very far behind on money gift, but because we are actually building it up now, we don't actually need to get there yet. We can wait until we feel so inclined. and when we have time or energy to go there. Maybe when we're just about ready to upgrade our cavalries into champions, maybe that's when we're really going to go over there. We'll have to wait and find out. I do think that 2 peasant huts could be useful. That might be the difference between this fight with fire elementals going very well or very poorly. Let's give that a shot in a moment. And then Carlawns is finally in the water. Folks, there is a bottle. I really like bottles. Let me see what the bottle reads in just a moment. In any case, Winimaru says, the map looks really cool. It makes you want to do it. Yeah, it does. It makes you... I'm losing myself in the many opportunities that are present. It doesn't feel like there's only one choice. These are the kind of maps I love because there's so many different things you could do, and they all feel fairly equal in value, that it makes it very much up to your own personal preference about, well, what is the best choice for you? What's the best place to go and best thing to do? I really enjoy the freedom that the map maker is allowing me to enjoy here, rather than funneling me into one specific strategy or part of the map. So I enjoy that it is both beautiful and interesting in the way that it is varied. I really do enjoy that. Not to mention we picked knight. Hey, the dice roll decided that we were going to pick the knights, and so that's what we're doing. If the dice roll continue to put me on the knights, though, we may just have to tell them, not today. Not today, dice. Fukity Fuchs in the chat. Hello, Fukity. Nice to see you there. Yo, Phixfox is back. Feels good, man. Hey, thank you so much. Feels good to have you here in the chat, and it feels good to be here myself. Below the... There's a shipwreck survivor below the place I was just at. He's going to give me the Medal of Honor, but below that's a pretty interesting bottle. That is not a normal bottle. There are some bottles that if you don't, in the map editor, put a specific text in them yourself, it will auto-populate with certain interesting things. That was not auto-populated. That was a very decided sort of text message there, which is kind of interesting. What does it mean? Below what does it mean? Okay, time to get this cathedral upgraded. Note that we never purchased these paladins because you don't want to pay 800 gold to upgrade them from paladins to crusaders. That's never a good idea, so we've waited on that. Oh, and there's an enemy in the water. Is that... Where was that? To the south? It was over here. Ah, so we are masters of our fate in this Western Ocean, but in the east, there's at least some competition over there. That's pretty sad. Maybe I got into the water a little bit too late. It looks like there is a little bit of an island here. Opportunities to land. Oh, look at this. Shipwreck survivor. We're going to get the Pendant of Death for our troubles and picking them up. More flotsam, more gold. We've picked up a healthy amount of resources in the water. I would say at least 35 wood from about 5 different bits of flotsam, not to mention 2 or 3 chests. There's another bottle. The unique coal? What is going on? The unique call. C-O-L. Oh, and there's another island with a boat, but it looks like the boat is just sitting there. I might want to land just to see what's in the observation tower. Not yet, because my advanced navigation gives me lots of movement points at sea per day, 3,000. But I might want to land maybe over here, actually. Maybe I explore, land, pick up the observation tower, and then go from there. Huh. But very interesting stuff's going on in the waters right now. And anytime that there's some sort of ocean, it feels like it's been very useful for me to take advantage of whatever the map maker provides. Mama Ocean will provide. That's all I can say. Our morale is still poor because of the boars, but I kind of like the boars here. We just... fire elementals is a little too much for us. What can we defeat? I want these pikemen to join me, so I don't actually want to fight them just yet. Rangers, I want them to join me. Griffins, tell you what, we can go beat Griffins. Let's go and defeat some Griffins, and let's have a real good time doing it. Okay. Oh, you know what? Since I'm right here, let's just deal with these fire elementals. They want to run. Do I want to pursue them? Yes, I do. 1 ranger goes down. That's fine. And I'm actually going to let Agar go back and grab the crystal and the treasure chest because we've got stuff to do. We've got places to be. Meanwhile, Gwyneth is just sitting, just hanging out. And we are not going to be able to pick up another dwelling in our other town here. We're going to get this tavern here on day 7. And then on day 1, we're going to end up picking up our swordsman. But still, we've got some additional reinforcements here in the town of Money Gift. Our village that we upgraded to a castle in the northwest. And so we're in a much better spot now for that. Okay. And that takes us on to a new day and a new week for that matter. Let's see. Mushanki Pet says, those bottles indeed have a meaning. Oh, should I have written down what they were? The color, so it was below the and the color, or the col. This, the only word that makes sense to me is the color. C-O-L. There's not a lot of words that kind of go into that. Colander, colon. Ugh. Below the colon, the small intestine's connected to the large intestine. The large intestine's connected to the duodenum. Never mind. Never mind. It tells you how little I know about human anatomy. Okay, we've got 16,000 gold, nearly 17,000. Pack of Crusaders, they want to join us outright. 7 up to 21. Folks, we are rolling. Oh my goodness, we are rolling. Especially when they join us for free. That's even better. You gotta take it, right? I like the idea of the pathfinding. We're gonna go for the archery. Our rangers are gonna be so good. Our forces are so good. This is one of the best experiences playing Heroes of Might and Magic I've ever had in my life. This feels wonderful. And that's terrifying because it's quite possible that our enemies are even tougher than we are. And we're not going to know it until it's too late. We're going to be walking on clouds, feeling like everything's all good. No complaints, no worries, no sadness. And then all of a sudden, death. Instant and total and complete and utter death. Is this more heart-shaped rocks? I didn't really mention, but it looks like these rocks are heart-shaped. Looks like there's nothing here, though. Wait, was there something there and somebody already took it? We're not alone in the water. Oh, we're not alone in the water. We need to get to the land before somebody attacks us. Run! These artifacts are good enough. I don't want somebody to have them. So we're going to split into forces just in case. I didn't even think about it. Oh, if I thought about it right about here, I could have landed. We might have put ourselves in danger. That's not good. Fookity Fook says the shipwreck survivors are always exciting. Y'all remember that time that we picked up the Sword of Andrin from a shipwreck survivor? Do you remember that time we picked up the Battle Garb of Andrin from a graveyard? These things are pretty exciting. Oh, and Mystic Snakes has a smile there. Mushanki Pet says that the bottles have meaning, and then Mystic Snakes does not say a word, but like the Cheshire Cat smiles knowingly. I like it. I really enjoy when the map maker gets to be here for these streams because then we get some very interesting insights from them. And they don't necessarily spoil the maps, but they do allow us to get a little bit more insight into what we can expect. Folks, if Orange goes through and takes these Lost Crusaders from me, I'll be very, very sad. Oh, I'll be very, very sad. Do I really need this little cash here? I don't. Group of Mummies want to join? Sure. I mean, like, all right. I don't love that. I'm gonna have to purchase another hero to go and collect those troops. Let's make it Luna. And then let's actually use Luna to bring these forces up to the front. It's gonna be 14 more Crusaders. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I want to give other troops the possibility of joining me first. Probably shouldn't have done that. This is gonna help. Maybe Phoenixes will join me because my forces are gonna be so awesome. So we're gonna leave everything else, but let's bring the 14 Crusaders up, and then that's gonna give us the opportunity to take away the Mummies and still leave an open stack. It's interesting that there's some additional logistics when you let somebody join you. Look, more island. Genies guard genie lamps? What is going on here? Bottle? Sand demon? Below the sand demon? What? Colors below the sand demon. Demon? Demon cave? Sand? It's a riddle. It's a riddle and a puzzle wrapped in an enigma, and this is lovely. Folks, this shipwreck survivor was so grateful that we saved them that they just took the boots right off their feet. I'm so very happy for that because now Traveler's Boots of Mobility, and I think that there was Nomad's Boots somewhere. Did we pick up Nomad's Boots? I thought I saw Nomad's Boots somewhere, didn't I? I might have. I might not have. Interesting. Very interesting. But Carlawns must stay alive now. That is too good of an artifact. The value of the Traveler's Boots mobility is exceedingly high, so I'm very happy for that. Looks like we can't land here. Let's go up. Oh, and there's another island. So look, island, 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 island. Big island here. Very kind of geometrically shaped map placement. So I'm guessing that this is mirrored over here. I'm guessing that in the west we have this 5-island formation. I'm guessing that we have a 5-island formation in the east as well. And that actually helps because that helps me tell me what I need to do here. Interesting. Okay, Gwyneth is continuing on her way. It's really funny. The vibe changes from hero to hero. Agar is trying to be speedy and picking up these resources, and my main hero Arthur is making these tough decisions about who gets to join the army and who has to stay behind. And then we have Carlawns in the water trying to solve this puzzle. And then we just have, then we go back to Gwyneth. It's like we're getting whiplash, going from one priority to another. We've come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. That's +1 to the attack. Very happy for it. And this magic well is a big deal. We have 22 out of 60 spell points because we've picked up so much knowledge. We're back up to full spell points there. Luna is going to be just in range to drop off these troops and provide that facilitation. And folks, we are up to the cathedral in our other castle. I am going to pick that up now. That is pretty valuable for us. It's day 2. Remember that we have this trading post nearby. Gwyneth might need to trade 70 gems for something else. We will have to see. Did Green just pick up that Sphinx? Our computers, oh dear, our computers able? Are computers able to pick up Sphinx? I don't know the answer to that. You would think no. My initial thought is no, of course not. I'm not actually sure. They might be able to, and I don't know. An old knight appears at the steps of this gazebo and gives Gwyneth 1,000 experience. I don't know how you transfer experience so quickly and efficiently, but I'm grateful that the old knights are willing to do that. All right, this is not the observation tower that's maybe the best. I think I'd probably prefer this one or this one, but this should give us a good understanding of what's around us all the same. Happy for this. Magic Garden. I'm not going to pick up... I'm not going to pick up archers. We're going to continue on our way. We got stuff to do, places to be. But this... I will take the time out of my day to do this. That's a pretty nice deal. 36 royal mummies for free. That was not too bad. Not too bad at all. You know what? It's these pikemen are right here. Let's see if they'll join. Do we have enough gold to make them join? 7,500 for a pike for this many? I might lose them if I don't have enough gold. Like they would join me, I just don't have enough gold for it. If I wait one day, I'll get an extra 4,000. I'm gonna risk it. Dang, they might have been willing to join me. I might have missed out there. Since I'm right here, let's see if these veteran pikemen will join me. No, that's just crazy talk. This other group might have joined me, and I didn't let them. So don't dig a hole. If you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. This is a time where I need to stop, recognize I don't have enough gold. We'll come back later. And hopefully soak up as many of these troops as possible. I don't know if any other faction is using diplomacy to the amount that we are. Oh my goodness, have you noticed? Folks, the cat's out of the bag. The lid is off of the Tupperware. Sorry, that's a really weird, that's a really weird way of saying that. But what I mean is that all of these different liths, except for the black dragons that go into the warlocks, they're all done except for ours with the Crusaders. I want to pick up my Crusaders. I'm gonna have Gwyneth go and trade gems at the trading post for gold. We're gonna trade down to 20. I'm gonna trade a bunch. I'm trading a lot here. Down to 15. Yeah, I'm selling the farm for this one, as it were. And I'm hoping that with 20,000 gold that lots of Crusaders will join me. I'll do this other stuff later, but for now, oh, it was not enough. Not enough. 21 Crusaders. They feel inclined to fight me no matter what I do. Very sad. Very sad. Hurts my heart. But you can see that, you can see why I did what I did. I felt like that was a worthwhile opportunity to try and take. It didn't work out, but I'm glad that we tried all the same. Rangers are probably going to kill one full stack. If we get good morale, we can kill here. We don't. Swordsman. I wish I had a haste. Wish I had a slow. 7 Crusaders are going to get to attack somebody. Oh, that's perfect. In case you missed it, because the Rangers didn't kill one full stack, then I didn't have to take as much damage as I otherwise would have. If I attack this stack of Crusaders, they are going to get the chance to kill the Rangers. 9 defense versus 11 attack, but I'll kill 1 to 3. I'm going to do that. I think they might actually attack my Crusaders. Oh, and the good morale. Perfect. Yep, they do go for the Rangers. No, they go for my Crusaders. Crusaders don't get a retaliation. Okay. I might have missed something there. Well, with the good morale, this fight goes way better than expected. 3 cavalry is lost, 1 of the Crusaders, 1,300 experience. Not my favorite thing. I really hoped that those troops would join me, but something good has happened there. And actually, what about this? I think I might want to have a hero go stand on that Lith. I want to control the door. I don't want somebody else to... I don't want somebody to come in uninvited. If I stand on the Lith, the enemies can only move if I move out of the way. I'm going to do this. And it does tend to potentially break the game a little bit, perhaps, in some ways. But in other ways, it's just fine because there's other access points. The enemy is not forever unable to get to me. This isn't the one way in, but it does potentially prevent some issues. If I'm smart, if I'm lucky, if I can get there in time. We might even wait a day or two with Arthur and just have him sit on these Liths. Yeah, we might do that. We will see. Very interesting. Okay, observation tower from Carlawn in the water, and it looks like there's a whirlpool. There's a whirlpool. I would not have seen that whirlpool if I didn't pick up this exact observation tower. I'm going to try and get to this observation tower. I can get there just next turn, it looks like. Just barely enough movement points. And so then I'll land, I'll pick up this observation tower, and we'll go on our way. Let's see, Luna. Luna, it's going to take her 3 days to get there. Unless I dismiss the sprites. 5 speed, 4 speed. And she is... Oh no, she can reach. It looks like she can just barely reach there. So I did just hire another hero to kind of get there, but Luna can be my doorstop if necessary. Very interesting. Very good. Very good. Archery range. We're down to 6 wood remaining, but we now have Money Gift fully upgraded, and it's even got Rangers ready to go. So it's in a good spot, and I'm very happy for it. Okay. Will enemies come through the Lith and defeat us? If they do attack us, we have diplomacy. You can see why I don't like this. Even though red didn't attack us, I'm still not happy to see them there. Will orange come through? Nope. Orange is in the Warlock territory, and then the purple Warlocks come out of nowhere and obliterate whoever that was with green and black dragons. Folks, I like this map. Oh, I love this map. This is a very fun map. Okay, first things first. Luna, do your duty and stand on the Lith. Now, I'm going to do something not kosher. I'm abusing the spacebar so that way I can make sure that Luna goes back to where I need her to go. It's available with FHeroes2. It's not in the base game. In the base game, you'd have to step on and step off and get lucky and go to the right place and yeah. Tactically, though, this means so much to me that I'm going to... It's too great of a concern. I have to deal with that, especially knowing that we have JoJosh right here. We've got to deal with him. What happens, happens. What happens in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 stays in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Okay, I'm going to do this. Single stacks. Yeah, I want single stack just so that way the Rangers have somebody in support. We're going to fight this fight with JoJosh to see how this goes. Enemy is fled, but it's going to cost us most of the Rangers? Let's see about that. Let's see. Mystic Snake says, just one little spoil. There are all 7 ultimate artifact hiding spots in the map. 6 are pretty hard to find in the first try. What? There are all 7 ultimate artifacts hidden on the map. So you have the ultimate artifact you can find with obelisks. And then you can find the other ones. Under a sand demon, maybe? Where the color looks weird? Well, my question... Okay, so the good thing about that is this. If there's multiple ultimate artifacts to be found, we as the player are always going to have an advantage because we can read the clues and the computer cannot. And if the bubbles that give you those ultimate artifacts are in out of the way places, it's highly unlikely that the computer is going to step on them and get them themselves. So I like that. I like that. And that means that this map is actually really fun with other players. Although, if you were playing with somebody for the first time, it was their first time and you've got some experience with the map, that might not be the best thing, just in case they say, hey, wait a second, why do you know so much about this map? And you're like, I don't know, I just do. I'm gonna put this one cavalry right here. If he gets good morale, then we can go defeat the liches. We've got blood morale, but the bone dragons are here, so we actually only have great morale. We don't get the good morale, very sad. And there's going to be spots for vampires to go in on these rangers anyway. I think I'm just about to take the damage from these liches. I don't think that there's anything I can do about that. I'm just going to abandon the rangers and hope I can actually get into the liches. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to go to right here. It puts me in range of these mummies, but 3 flying creatures plus the mummies, and then the chance at maybe defeating liches. I'm going to take it. I'm just going to brawl in the very center of the map. Oof, good luck. Oh, and they're going to kill here. I missed that. Holy crap, I didn't even check JoJosh the Barbarian. 12 attack, 5 defense. As soon as I saw the damage from the liches, I was like, wait one dang second. That was crazy losses. 886 damage. Yikes. Yikes. I just assumed I'd be stronger, and I'm definitely not. Now, 86 Rangers, though, they have the opportunity. We can kill some Bone Dragons. We can kill all the vampires. No retaliation vampires. I'm going to kill all the vampires. And I'm just going to hope for good morale here. No good morale. Very sad. 3 Crusaders goes down. 1 champion's going to sit right here in front of the Lich. The Bone Dragons are dust. The Vampire Lords are dust. No. 5 speed, 5 speed. It doesn't matter. Unless I could slow these creatures down somehow, they're going to get a chance to go. I can't stop it. JoJosh is going to get to run, and I'm very sad for it. 12 and 10. That feels bad. Nice job, Phixfox. Way to read the map, and way to avoid heavy losses. You did a good job. No, you didn't. Let's pick up a gazebo for the advanced wisdom. Let's finally go get our stables. We wanted to go in this direction. We will come back because there's still rangers to be had. But since we're right here right now, let's pick up all this and let's see where that takes us. 20,000 gold. Let's not make any major purchases. Reason being is that we don't want to have issues with... those losses are acceptable. We don't want to have issues with not having enough gold to get people to join us. That's pretty bad. A walk across a dry saltwater lake bed yields an unlikely prize, a white pearl amidst shattered shells and debris. This is one of my favorite artifact texts. Something about it just really I enjoy. Shattered shells and debris. I really enjoy that. Something about that alliteration is just lovely. It paints a beautiful picture. I'm very happy for it. Okay. Well, we already said what we were going to do with Carlawn, but Dimitri is in the water. It's funny, he's got only archers and I've got only sprites. Who wins that battle? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I do want Gwyneth to continue on this way. Let's try and make her a good hero. Very stout and strong. Hector can actually be kind of more useful than I originally thought. He was just going to go stand on these liths, but with a 6-speed cavalry, I'm going to have him go scout. I'm going to have him step through the liths and just see what he can find. Yeah, let's see what he can find. And hopefully these enemies of ours defeat each other and we pick up the pieces and we just win because they've exhausted their strength against each other. That might be asking a little much of them, but I will ask nonetheless. Okay. Mystic Snake says, I need 1,000 gold more for the Crusaders to join. Oh, that's right. I did. It's 1,000 gold, so I needed 21,000 gold. I had 20,000. I needed 21,000, didn't I? And that was one of those things where if you don't know how diplomacy works, then you can't make the best decision. I've mentioned that I understand. No, I've mentioned that I understand how it works in Heroes 3. I care less about how it works in Heroes 2, if that makes any sense. The reason being, the peasant is going to join the army for 20 gold. Thank you for being here, my friend. But the whole reason is because I've had some nice conversations with Zents from the FHeroes2 team, and I think that he and I are in agreement that we actually really enjoy the fact that there's a lot of mystery still for Heroes 2. If you know exactly how the game is supposed to work and what all the intricate mechanics are, you can be more effective at the game, but still, does that eliminate some of the magic? And I fear that it might. It just might. We should have plenty of gold if these pikemen want to join. That's 38 joining for free. How about over here? That's going to be 45 are going to join for about 11,000. I'm going to accept that. And our forces are big and getting bigger and getting bigger. Steeson, hello Steeson, welcome to the chat. Always a pleasure seeing you. Steeson says, yo, 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 having a good time at my pal with a campfire. Good. Found a pile of sulfur close to it, if you know what I mean. It sounds like there was a big bunch of hay that Steeson found, and the hay is currently being burned in the fire. If you know Steeson, you know that he, as a young person, he thought that the sulfur looked more like hay. These little piles of sulfur that we find, or like right here. I understand. I can see that 100%. It's not, but I love the way that his mind worked there, and it's one of those things that makes me happy, because I think that we all play Heroes of Might and Magic for a certain reason. We remember how it made us feel as a young person. If it's your first time seeing Heroes, maybe you feel differently because you don't have the same nostalgia glasses that we have, but that's part of the reason why we play, is because we remember the way it made us feel back in the day. Okay, I don't want these 36 mummies to be here. I think that they can actually go to Agar after he drops off these pikemen. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Do I put them on Ector so Ector can actually do something? No, there's Titans out there. We're gonna stay home. We're gonna do nothing. Ooh, no. I'm not gonna upgrade these buildings. I'm gonna upgrade the cathedral, actually. Yeah, we're gonna upgrade the cathedral because we have to. But I'm going to rely on the stables and the Freeman's Foundry for my other forces in order to get those troops upgraded. It'll save me a lot of money, and I've spent a lot of money on using diplomacy. So hopefully I can save some pennies now so that later things go even better for me. That's my hope. That's my hope. I didn't realize it until just now, but Dimitri on the ocean, he actually landed where there's those 2 archers' houses, 3 archers' houses. And that's a bit of a problem because I definitely can't beat him with Carlawn. Her sprites are like 12 sprites, and now he's got lots. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd gotten there before he did. Are there any other free opportunities? I suppose I could pick up all these troops. And maybe if I pick up goblins and orcs for free with Carlawn, maybe then she can defeat him, actually. Let's give it a shot. Let's land. Let's take our advantages while we can. Maybe we'll walk into a free artifact. Who knows? And then for 2,000 gold, I'm not going to do that. But maybe I can find some opportunities for my heroes here. No spellbook. Dragon Slayer doesn't matter. I'm just committing myself to trying to make my heroes as good as possible. That's all. Okay. Pikemen go over. We'll step up. I don't actually need to use my main force in that regard. Ooh, tell you what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to have Agar take the 1 champion, so that way there's room for these archers to maybe want to join. Right here. Does it work? It does. 40 archers for 6,000 gold. Even though I have to pay to upgrade them later, that's still worthwhile. And then I do run into an issue where these are low-level swordsmen and then a pack of champions. I don't have space, but I do have space for these rangers. Let's go get the rangers right now. And then that's also going to get us 1,000 gold per day from this sack of gold. And then we'll also pick up the crystal for these druids. Thankfully, we haven't really needed it, but it's been okay for us. Okay, from here on out, except for my doorstop, wherever my heroes land, that's just where they go. Oh no. I was just saying that wherever we end up, that's where we have to stay. Unless I step out and step back in. What I mean is I can't use the space bar to just... Oh, I can't use the space bar just to go back and forth. Folks, it's day 7. There's an undefended dwarf speed castle. There's a stables here. We're one step away. We might be able to get there. Sandy beach terrain, 125. Oh, look at that. That's crazy. Folks, did you see that? Dwarf speed was taken by surprise. Now, will we be able to hold it for one day? I don't know. It might be worthwhile. Let's see. We can't dismiss Ector and hire a new force in here. You just can't do it if you're in the castle. But I would like to, because I'd like to try and hold this with, you know, any of these troops. Oh, very interesting. Tell you what, let's give him a spell book. And it's View Towns, Mass Dispel, Cold Ray, Blind. We might have just picked up a big opportunity here. There's a hero over here. Can they reach? Probably not. Is there a hero over here? Can they reach? Maybe they can. What a big deal. That was a big moment there. That felt pretty cool. I like that. Okay, because the sorceresses, if you haven't noticed, they've done a lot. They are the ones that kind of came through here and started originally threatening these wizards. If I can cut their legs out from under them, we might be in a really good spot. 1, 2, 3 heroes. I hope that they're all out of range. Let's see what happens. Ah, exciting. Very exciting. Okay. Oh, no. No. It was a pipe dream, but we tried. I don't think, though. Hold on. Marini is not... So I take this castle, sure, but somebody else is going to take it immediately right back. Very interesting. Marini, 7 attack, 4 defense, 7 spell power, 9 knowledge, 41 spell points, 31 trolls, though. They are a force to be reckoned with here. Huh. Let's see. Am I going to die to these Orc Chiefs with 7 attack? Yes, I am. We do kill the 8 wolves, that's fine. But maybe we can use the yellow barbarians to defeat the sorceresses. And again, they exhaust each other. They fight each other to the last man standing. And then we come in and swoop in and clean up the pieces. Orange and yellow are on a collision course. Let's see this happen. This is going to be nifty. Oh, I'm so glad I've got a doorstop. Oh, this is nifty. Okay. Mystic Snake says the map was made before FHeroes2. That's true. I forgot about that. So yes, it doesn't have, let's see, that's why all gates have their defender next to it to avoid the free teleport. But now that makes no sense because you can just press spacebar. I'm sorry for breaking your map, Mystic Snakes. If I had thought about it, I would have, from here on out, I will definitely make sure that I do the map in the way that was originally intended. FHeroes2 does change the way that some maps work a little bit, and I'm sorry that I've kind of broken your map. I apologize. I will, from here on out, not use the space bar at all. Even for Luna as a doorstop, that feels like too big of an advantage for me. So I will make some changes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Phoenix growth is up by 5. Phoenix growth is up by 5. And yellow gets to go before orange. Boof. Boof. Crazy. Fukudi says, do you think you should be able to design artifacts in the map editor? Yeah. At some point, I think that they're going to allow for all sorts of modding. And I think that that'll be a part of it for sure. I do think it'll be a part of it. So I don't know more about it than that. We're all going to have to just wait and find out. But yeah, I think that we can plan on that in the near future. I don't know how near, though, actually. I'm looking forward to it, though, Fukudi. So, yeah, and you can just upload your own icon that you maybe do some sprite work on, or you make it, or you change some colors or whatever, and then you apply some new stats to it. The stats would be easy to edit. What would be difficult to do is rewrite new mechanics. I don't know how in the map editor, or like with mod support, you would rewrite, say, the Ballista of Quickness to make sure that you get an extra shot off in castle sieges. That's a pretty nifty bit of coding, I would think. I could be wrong, but pretty interesting anyway. So yeah, I'm hoping that you'll be allowed to do that in the future. And then Mushanki Pest says, yeah, and mercury bottles are stale milk. Bleh. Ew. Ew, it's chunky. Why is it all thick? It's because it's milk that's been left out. Huh. Okay. Mystic Snake's sneaky attack. I love that. And then don't worry about pressing spacebar. We all do it now. Just need to move some defenders in the future. Gotcha. I like the way you're thinking there. I like the way you're thinking there. I assume you have come to collect taxes, King Arthur. How did they know it was me? We will consider surrendering in exchange for negotiation. Yeah, you better want to join me. That was not the deal. The deal is not that you run. The deal is that you join me for free. Fine. All right, we're going to... Fine, we will give you this month's taxes and we'll return to the village, but as agreed, we won't pay any more taxes from now on, right? Death and taxes are what you can expect. This is so strange. A little leprechaun dances gleefully around a magic sack. Seeing you approach, he stops in mid-stride. The little man screams and stamps his foot ferociously, vanishing into thin air. Remembering the old leprechaun saying finders keepers, you grab the sack and leave. So this is plus 1,000 gold per day and then negative 250 gold per day. This is a plus of 750. Mystic Snakes, thank you. You could have been very difficult to work with there, and you could have made it so I just lost tons of gold. That is perfectly fine. You may say, oh man, a tax lien? Yeah, but you're still plus 750 gold per day. So it works out fine. So thank you very much. I appreciate you being nice to me, the player. Plus 2 sulfur from the windmill as Gwyneth adventures on the map. And Carlawn has been one of my favorite little subplots. Here on the water, she's now going to pick up these troops for me and do a great job for it. Let's see what she gets. Watchtower, it's going to be 26 orcs. I don't think 26 orcs is going to be enough to deal with Dimitri wherever they went. Wherever Dimitri went, I don't know if that's going to be enough. But we're also picking up this goblin hut. That's 59 goblins. It's pretty good. And what else? That's all she needs to do. But just her adventures at sea have been very, very nice. I really enjoyed that. That's interesting. Well, I think we might want to go for the whirlpool. I think we want to pick up these troops with Carlawn, and then I think we want to go for the whirlpool. As quickly as we can, I think that's what we want to do. So let's hit end turn, and then we're starting to mass our forces towards the Liths. I think that our enemies have been fighting each other enough. We want them to fight, but we also don't want one person to come out on top. I think that it's now time for us to pick up the pieces, get our keisters in gear, and find a way to defeat our foes. Oh, Dimitri wants to fight? If Dimitri wants to fight, we will fight him. And then that's just going to give us an opportunity to push our traveler's boots onto a more important hero. So not too bad. 1,000 gold here. Greater Druids, we're going to just let them run. Plus on the crystal, plus on the crystal. And then here, I was waiting for Agar to come down so that way I could make sure I had the correct forces. We're going to move the archers over. We're going to have champions first. So we're going to fight champions first. And then Agar needs to stick around though. That was the shield and sword conversation. And then Gwyneth is continuing on her way. At some point I will pick up this graveyard. It's just been a minute. Not anytime soon. I kind of wish I'd gotten this gold mine, but remember we didn't go for the gold mine so we could deal with the dimension door, and that actually worked pretty well. So I don't hate that decision. Dimitri, too many forces. Let's try our best to get to the goblins. 5-5. Looks like it's going to be here. With the wisdom, so we're not gonna be able to get to the goblins. I don't think if I'd moved correctly that it actually would have mattered though. I don't think. If I stand here, he can't pick up goblins before he fights us. I think we're about to lose with only the Bless, Cure, Dispel Magic, Bloodlust, 0, 0, 3, and 3, but I think that we're going to be able to avoid... I think we're going to be able to avoid losing outright. 2-speed creatures, there's a horde, but I can just... I think I can just use the sprites to stay in front of these creatures. I think I can do that. Let's do it like this. Let's go here. Let's go like this. 1, 1, one big stack of 10. And when he attacks us, I think that we're going to surprise him. I think we're going to do better than he would have expected. The Bless is actually going to be fairly useful. I've got an idea for how this fight's going to go. I think he's still going to win, but I think we're going to acquit ourselves quite nicely because a horde of archers is actually a healthy bit. And if we can just keep the archers from firing down on the goblins before they get to them, goblins can do a bit of damage. And with 3 stacks of these sprites, I think we can do something nifty. 68, yeah, 68 of these archers is way, way too many, of course. But I think we can do something here. So let's go here. Okay, single stack goes right there. Single stack. I think I saved the single stack so it can go there in just a moment. We attack here. We hope that we kill one. Do we kill one? We do. Hopefully we kill one on this retaliation. We're going to do a bless here. It's going to max out our damage just a little bit more. We do kill one there. And really, I just didn't want these archers to attack this single stack. So the goblins are going to get into this fight. So we're going to do a bless now and a bloodlust in a second. Oh, he's got 4 attack, 7 defense. Jeez. But once again, we're going to do the single stack here. Hope to kill here. We do. Orcs are killing 5 archers at a time. Not too bad. And then my big stack of these goblins, 59 goblins are going to get this first shot off with 6 attack against your 10 defense. We're going to do reduced damage, but with 9 going down, let's give this a shot. Down to 49 to 28. Not great. Not great. Somebody's got to kill this archer, but do I want to get the damage off right now? No, somebody's got to kill the archer. Oof. That's a lot. Okay. Orcs take their shot. And I wish I could split the sprites. I can't, but I wish I could. The bless is worn off, which is better. 3 attack, 10 defense. I think you're better off actually with the bloodlust than the bless. Now that I look at it, it's basically so long. We did better than the AI thought that we would, but with 4 attack, 7 defense, that was just way too much to handle. So the cowardly Carlawn is going to run away. Those goblins did not do as good of a job as I hoped that they would, but they tried their best. They tried their best, but all the same, that's fine, because now Carlawn is back where she needs to be, back at home, and my dwarf stack is growing bigger every single day. Very good. Amazing that you can lose your hero out here and they can swim to shore and swim to shore and swim to shore, and then on the next day they just show up with no problems. Very funny how that works. Okay. Let's see. Sandro the Peasant Killer's in the chat. Welcome, Sandro. Nice to have you there. Welcome, welcome. Hail there, Captain. Hail to the crew as well. It's a good-looking crew today. I'm very grateful for all the many wonderful people that are here now. And again, I'll say this to all the many people that will catch this on YouTube later. Welcome to everybody. It's a pleasure having you all. And Sandro, it's a pleasure having you. Two Mystic Snakes, Sandro the Peasant Killer said, did I hear some really interesting things you can do with the editor? Have a quick question for you guys. Could it be possible to increase or decrease the stats of the default captain of any castles only from the map editor options? Interesting. I don't know much about that. Mushan Kipet though says you can. Ooh. Mushan Kipet says that you can. That's the person to talk to. Mushan Kipet has the inside track of knowledge that I do not have, but I'm grateful for it. And Avatar Heroes in the chat. Hello, Avatar. Welcome to have you here. You missed it. We did our bandana giveaway earlier on, and we had 3 wonderful people that were able to get those bandanas. They have 1 week in order to return to us so that way we can figure out how I get those bandanas to them. But we've done the drawing, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to see more wonderful people here now in this Twitch stream. So you are one of those people that I always look forward to, Avatar Hero. I think that I had to put the cap on YouTube comments for entries into the drawing, specifically for you, Avatar Hero. I think that if I hadn't have done it, you would have had 50 entries. So I had to do a max cap of 5 entries per person. So thank you for all the support and the good vibes to all of you here. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sandra the Peasant Killer says, would it be very useful for me to learn? In case you know, I'm thankful in advance. Yes. Okay, good. You're talking about this back and forth, back and forth. Thank you. Hope everyone's having a good day too. Good, good. Apologies for the delay with the updated Heroes Might and Magic 4 map. Don't worry, we'll get to it whenever we can. And then, I'm sorry to hear that you had a nasty week with health problems. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're doing better. And then let's see. Oh yeah, and I'm just gonna let you have your sidebar conversation there. You map makers, you always get together and have fun things to talk about, and I'm grateful for it. Okay, 22,000 gold, that should be enough for lots of champions, I think. Yep, 78,000 gold. We'll pick up all these creatures. And then I do want to pick up the swordsman, but this is why Agar's here. We're trying to shuffle these forces around. I think that the champions are actually the worst stack. They're just a little too small. Do we have enough gold? 14k, lots of swordsmen. I think I got enough gold to make them join. Yeah, all 26 want to join, 6,500, good, perfect. Okay, the soldiers living in the fort teach us a few new defensive tricks, and we will pick up a little bit of extra gold as we head on out. And we've got a lot of forces to upgrade. Have you noticed? 43 archers, about 60 something, 26 of the swordsmen. We've got a lot of upgrades to make. That's not a bad thing. Call it a very good problem to have. How about that? Okay. I do have Waterwheel to visit over here. Luna is doing her door work. And I can actually reach in a turn. I can get the boots a little bit faster onto my main hero. Every little bit helps right now. There's one more boat here. I don't want to use it until I have to. I want to wait for that boat until a later time. This looks so intriguing. You can go just through Cyclopes. If I had expert wisdom, I would go for this island right now. I don't have it, so I won't. But I see the possibility. Huh. Interesting. Okay. On to a new day. I feel like I need to provide a space for map makers to have good conversation. I've been grateful to have the opportunity to play so many wonderful maps from so many smart people. I feel like I need to do more to support you all in your endeavors as great map makers. I feel like I got to find a way to help things go even better than they're going so far. Because let's be clear, y'all are taking very good care of it yourselves. You don't need me to insert myself into your situation here where you're just making good maps. But I'm always happy to try and make things go even better. Okay, boots go over. You don't need that much leadership. You definitely don't need the tax lien. Definitely don't need the gold or the gold. We don't really have a lot of great artifacts here, actually, now that I think about it. Huh. We do want to take these swordsmen back, though. Carlawns going to move those. Freeman's Foundry. We're going to split. We're going to put the archers here. And then Carlawns going to go get these swordsmen and pikemen up here. She's going to leave on day 1 of the new week. And she's going to take whatever pikemen and swordsmen over to here, upgrade them for free. Gwyneth is probably going to do the same, actually. And that means that I kind of want to go here and here. And that might actually mean that I'm able to stop in and reduce some resupply in just a moment or two. What I'm doing right now, as I'm trying to explain my thought process, I'm trying to make sure that I can head in this direction very, very soon. We mentioned we're not going to go back into the boat. We're not going to go back to here just yet. I think that this is a good opportunity. We're not going to go there, though. I want to hit this timing attack on this Lith, and I want to be here in the next 2 weeks. I want to go take an enemy castle in the next 2 weeks, because already we're almost to month 3. And if we hit month 3 and all of our enemies have been having titans and stuff, I don't think my hero is good enough to deal with that. We've already seen random heroes with 7 and 4, let alone 7, 7, 5, and 8. So I've got my worries about the way this is going. Let's make sure we pick up this level 2 mage guild, though. We've got, again, up to level 4 spells we can learn. The blind is really good. Happy for that. We're going to pick that up in just a moment or two. Heroes are blocked in a little bit. But it would really be, as we saw, I think it was a green player from the very center of the map. It would be very interesting if we saw a green player come through those black dragons in just a moment. We have black dragons guarding the land bridge to the south, it looks like. And we also have dragons guarding the pass to the east into the snow from our grassy terrain. It'd be very interesting to see how things go there. Okay, I'm going to invest in this Mage Guild level there. Fireball, View Towns. I'm going to immediately cast View Towns. Okay, so what do we got, folks? Looks like castle, 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 castle. So it looks like there's 6 distinct biomes, and each has their own castle that they can take. They probably were a town originally that they had to upgrade. And then look, there's a, oh, look at this. There's a castle here and a castle here. Are there any other castles on the map? I don't think so. Remember, this is a map where we actually have to not defeat all of our enemies, but we have to capture the castle 4 elements. Is this 4 elements? No, that's rebellion. So by the process of elimination, 4 elements has got to be right about there. So the middle of the map where you do a lot of fighting is actually very tactically important. More than just getting dragons in this dragon city, there's options that you really want to take to do some good stuff over there. Very interesting. This was a good spell. I don't know if it was the spell I was hoping for, but it's a good spell. Happy to take it. No issues. No issues. We do need to do a little bit of a shuffle here. Just gotta get these archers upgraded very quickly. Like so. Into rangers. And then that frees up Agar to actually then drop off these champions as well. Of course, we leave peasants behind. Who would have guessed? It seems to me that that's the very best thing to do. I like to keep my champions kind of in the center of the map so they can respond one way or the other. Actually, you know what? I was thinking about this the other day. For the knights, most AIs tend to put their ranged creature at the very top of the map. So why don't I just put my champions at the very top of the map to try and go get them? And then you can put your slower troops kind of closer to the bottom. So that way you can defend the ranger. It just feels like that might be better in the way that the map fight works out a little bit. And you're going to go 7 speed, 6 speed, 5 speed, 5 speed, 4 speed. So the only real difference that you'd really care about as far as who goes first is in these 2 positions. I like to keep the pikemen closer to the rangers anyway. Yeah, and so I think I like this situation kind of moving forward. We may have some adjustments that we make as we maybe try to get, I don't know, archmages to join us. Definitely phoenixes. If we can get lots of phoenixes to join, I'll be very happy. But this, yet again, frees up Agar to go do some other stuff. Gwyneth was going to go help. Let's see. She's going to do a hero chain. We're going to stay here one more night because I want one more Mage Guild level. But then on day 1 of the new week, Gwyneth is going to set off for this Freeman's Foundry. And so then we're going to have troops over here and troops over here join up. And then we're going to set off through the portal. I'm going to upgrade these. Why did I do that? You upgrade the champions and the stables are right. Never mind. Never mind. Mistakes do happen. That was a mistake. If you thought about it for one more second, you might have done something different. Okay. And then let's not let the map bog down. We've got opportunities. We've got things we can do. But I do want to get these early game logistics correct because I feel like we're about to be in a very tough spot because we're going to take some losses with whatever fight we fight next. But more than just taking losses, we're probably going to decide the game. If we take one really bad fight, that kind of might throw the game for us. We need to get to Titans. We need to get to Black Dragons. We need to get something so that our knight can really make the best use of the attack skill and the defense skill. Man, these heroes are just going after each other, my word. Okay, level 4 Mage Guild. Remember, we have the advanced wisdom, so we now have Berserker. Oh, I am very glad that we waited. We purchased 1, 2, 3 levels of Mage Guilds in 3 consecutive days, and our prize is this Berserker. We will try and get the 5th level Mage Guild later, just so that way we know what spell we have coming home to us, but I'm in an okay spot. I'm grateful for what we already know. I'm grateful that we are able to move forward in this really nice way. I'm going to sit right here. Let the veteran pikemen get 1 more day's worth of gold, so maybe they join us, because I'll pay for that. Let's go here. I want to drop off... I want to drop off some of these troops, and I also want to take some. I'm going to go upgrade these cavalries right now for free. And then stick to my original plan. Everybody's where they need to be. Everybody good? Everybody good? On to the new day. And then Avatar here says, wow, so cool. Haha, what? 50 comments. I mean, I like to share my thoughts on your great gameplay, but 50 people might think I'm bot or something. No. I appreciate your thoughts and your comments. I mean, at this point, we have over 200 YouTube videos. So if you do one comment per video, that's 200 comments there. So no, I think you're in a good spot. There was something a while ago. There was a person that I was worried about. I got a notification from YouTube and they gave me a warning about botting because the person was commenting a lot. I've never seen that before or since, and it's not been a problem since. So your guess is as good as mine as far as what I could expect there and why that was the way it was. I don't know. But for you botting, highly doubt it. I think you're just a good quality individual with lots to say. And again, I appreciate the insight and the discourse. Okay, we are here, ready to go. Good. And one more day. I'm going to wait one more day just to see if the veteran pikemen will join or not. We're probably not going to have enough gold to make these forces work out as well as I would like. We're definitely not going to have enough gold for the phoenixes. At this point, who do you leave behind, though? I don't know, but you got to try, I think. Whoa, you're going for genies. Interesting. They're going for genies in the Southwest Sea. That's very surprising. And then let's see. Phixfox wife says, call your wife when you take a break. Not an emergency. Just want to talk about plans for tonight. Okay. Hello, Phixfox wife. Nice to see you there. Appreciate you. Avatar Hero says, but this needs to be said. You, dear Phixfox, sir, are fantastic at returning our comments with always positive, witty, and fun replies. I would think that this is rare for a streamer. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for saying so. I do still heart every single comment that I get on YouTube. And I don't know if people look at that and think that that's like, I don't know, odd that I do that. But first off, I read every comment. I do try and take the time to respond as great as I can. I don't want to leave a bad comment, right? If you take the time to comment to me, it just seems right that I make sure that I comment to you. So I appreciate very, very much you saying that. And yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of positive people out there. I would be lying if I said that this wasn't the best part of my week. In a lot of ways, it really is. Now, of course, spending time with my family, that's absolutely my number one best way of spending my time, and that's the number one thing I look forward to. But still, like, I really do look forward to this. And in fact, more than that, I know that I miss it. When I don't get to stream for a particular week, I personally miss it, and that feels pretty bad. More than that, I can't tell you. It may seem odd to say, but I do look forward to these enough that if I don't do streaming for a week, I feel it. Okay, we're gonna go over in this direction real quick. First off, it's gonna be good for gold. Second of all, maybe we get a nice artifact. Tentatively approach the burial grounds of ancient warriors. Do you wish to search the graves? I sure do. Expert wisdom, that changes everything. The pendant of free will, who cares? This cloak with a paladin, who cares? Expert wisdom, though. That changes my plans immediately. We're going back. We are picking up our 5th level spell. We are hoping it's a good one. Let's see what we get, folks. Moment of truth. Mirror image. Perfect. We don't use town portal. We don't use dimension door. So either of those would have been bad. Mirror image, though. Now that is stupendous. If you can mirror image a big stack of rangers or paladins, you are having a real good time. I love it. I love it. Avatar Hero, share the love, bro. Thank you. Hey, thanks for sharing the love with me. I appreciate you and I appreciate everybody here. Thank you so much. Man, that was a big pickup. That could not have worked out any better. I don't think it changes my plans for this pyramid and for this, for all this, especially when there's other heroes out on the water. Because wherever I go in, they can land in behind me and then take gold mines and stuff. I don't know. I'm going to continue. I want to get an enemy castle pretty quick, but we are going to have to go back. Our gold situation's kind of rough. We'll make this work though. Oh, I'm excited. What a big change. This is a good scenario. Good scenario. Okay, I'm going to try and implement a new quick rule for the next 10 turns or so. It's going to be 15 seconds or less per turn. So that way we can just get things speedily moving along. because the next little bit shouldn't have a lot of thinking. This should just be one thing, then the next, then the next, then the next. Like so. Here. And, oh, dice, stop Luna. Here, we'll do it like this. Just do a big trade. Go down. Luna's good. Carlawns good. Stay put. And 15 seconds done. It was probably more like 25 seconds, but still something. Let's see. We are 2.5 hours into stream. Right before we go through the portal in about 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to take a break. So just so you all kind of know what to expect, we're going to take a 5-minute break in about 5 or 10 minutes. And then I'm going to use that time to call my dear sweet wife. And I'm going to get some time to recharge. For those of you who are interested, I do not have my oatmeal raisin cookies. Yes, I know. The source of my power, my secret power that people have mentioned before. That is the reason that Phixfox is able to do long, crazy streams. And unfortunately, I don't have those today, but I will eat some snacks nonetheless. I got like cheese sticks and yogurt and stuff. It's not a lot, but it'll be great. I'm looking forward to it. So, in just a moment or two, we'll do that. I don't think I want any of these other purchases right now, because again, I do want to give myself an opportunity for Rangers and maybe Phoenixes. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Stay put. Oh, geez, it's a bloodbath out there. You know what we need to start doing? We probably need to start looking at our tavern. And here's why. We probably need to just start to check. Are we going to see a really good enemy hero just pop up? That's very possible. At this point, that seems more than possible. It seems probable. An extra 40 Rangers. We're up to 36 of the champions, 113 of the swordsmen, 29 of the Crusaders, 129 veteran pikemen, and 174 Rangers. Rangers are augmented by the basic archery, by the way. Did you know? Before we do this Phoenix fight, we do want to make sure that we have room in the army. I don't know who you leave behind. Champions, I suppose. I don't know. Is it possible that we even have enough gold to purchase these guys? Assume it's 18 by 30. 30k. We could wait. Yeah, we could wait. I'm not going to wait. I think it's too big of a pipe dream. I think I'm just going to go kill the Phoenixes, take the experience, and then be happy for it. Even if they're only worth experience, they're still worth something. So we're going to grab that in just a moment or two. Staying put, staying put. Good, good, good. Do I start to upgrade my other mage guild? Now that's a bit of a question. I'm guessing that since there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 castles out on the map, I'm guessing that a lot of the resources, I mean, this is a very resource-laden map. I don't think I'm going to need my resources for much else. So I feel like I almost might as well. Then again, it might be that one of the computers doesn't purchase everything like they ought to. That might change things. Lots of Phoenixes. This is so many Phoenixes. This is not good. This is not a fight I really want. With 7 defense, I'm gonna get to go first because I have the champions. I can Berserker somebody, I can Meteor Shower. 7 speed versus 7 speed. I'm gonna fight the fight, but it's not gonna be as pretty as I would like. I'm just very grateful I get the opportunity to cast 1 Berserk right off the bat. It's pretty big. I was kind of hoping that I wouldn't have this terrain and I could just hit a Phoenix. That looks like that's not gonna happen. Is there a better spell? No, Berserk is gonna do just as well or better. So I think that we go here. We try to make sure that we don't clump up for a double hex attack. Phoenixes goes down there. 2 Phoenixes perish, 6 Phoenixes perish. And 4 champions. That is perfectly acceptable. Yeah, these losses are absolutely fine. If I can, I'm gonna kill the Phoenixes and then the Rangers should clean up from there. Skip, 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 kill, kill, kill. Yeah, totally acceptable. 4, 2, and 13, just fine. And the chances of me getting enough gold to get these troops to join me was pretty low. I do want to take a little bit more gold here. And then off we go. All right, we're just about there. Oh, buddy. We're about to go through the Liths, and we are very prepared. I don't think that the AI is aware how much we're prepared for this fight. Let's trade down to basically 10 of each. Just in case we do want to invest in mage guilds or such. Okay. And then it's almost a new week. Green kills yellow. So green actually took the Necromancer Castle because green was originally the wizards, and now they've taken the Necromancer Castle. Yellow did briefly take the Sorceress Castle for orange, but orange has since taken that back. Purple has been unstoppable with their black dragons. They are clearly the power in this area. It looks like purple's actually going to go and attack some yellow barbarians in just a moment. Those are some fireworks I'd like to see have happen. I'm going to engage 3,000 experience, and folks, we were building the very most perfect hero, and we are going to finally take a bad secondary skill at this point, and we're going to take the mysticism over the estates. Mysticism over estates simply because I think, you can tell me if you disagree with me, but I think that the 100 gold per day is not going to make a dent in this 5,700 that we pick up. Okay. Bit more here. Let's see. Gwyneth has done what she needs to do with the trading post. But maybe she could pick up Archer's house one more time. No, she's going to stay here. Windmills are good there. 33,000 gold. Maybe this is enough. You can also win by killing all colors. Try to win by capturing the castles. It's more difficult, but more fun in my opinion. You know what? I just realized. What if I make a beeline for the castle? What if I make a beeline for the win condition? It doesn't feel like my favorite way of doing this fight, though. I feel like I can kill all the colors. And I was talking recently in my mind to myself, like, oh, this is how you win. You kill all the enemies. I don't actually have to do that, do I? But does that mean that I want to go straight for the victory? And just go straight for the castle? We'll have to see. We might explore in the center a little bit and just see where that takes us. See what interesting things are there. We do pick up the advanced archery. That's a big boon. And then some goblin weaponsmiths. We're making weapons against humans. We steal their ore cart, and that's +1 ore per day. Day 7. But yeah, very interesting that you can do both. That you can either defeat the colors or you can go straight for town. I don't know at this point, because I've waited for so long. I mean, I might have let my opportunity to actually defeat enemies slip away. I might have. I don't know. Ranger growth is +5. Hey! 10 extra rangers feels okay to me. All right. There's no other forces that we are going to hope that will join us. Let's just do it like this. All these forces. Just like so. Not you. The peasants are like, yeah, we're going on an adventure. I'm like, no, you are not. You stay home. And maybe we can get these 10 cavalries ready to go before too much else happens. Let's see. Up to the top. Carlawns is ready. She's going to bring not the swordsman and the pikemen. She's already done plenty of that. Let's go with the most important troops. Oh no. She's going to move out to here. Go back and see if she can return the most important forces in just a moment or two. Because yeah, I want her to pick up all those rangers, especially with the advanced archery now. That's too big of a deal. We're going to sit right about here. We're going to pick up one more bit of luck. Who knows if that's going to be important in the next battle. And we're going to wait for all the troops to funnel into our one big force, and we are going to be the hammer. It's going to be hammer time, folks. And all of our enemies are going to be the nails. And we're just going to bop them one by one by one by one. I say that, but then I start to wonder. We've seen some enemy heroes with 12 attacks so far. Are these enemies just that good? I haven't really been paying attention. Worth noting, though. Purple has taken the yellow barbarian castle, so yellow's power is broken. The barbarians are in a tough spot. Purple is big and scary. Orange is still doing okay as the sorceresses. Purple is actually potentially going to go fight the green wizards for us. And orange does also have the necromancer castle. So there's a couple of homeless people just kind of wandering around without a major castle to their name. It's kind of interesting there. Let's see. Gwyneth has got these troops. And here. And one more day, and then Agar's going to go for Arthur. Luna's going to move. Carlawns going to go back. Oh boy. Why do we got to cut these things so close? And Mystic Snake says just one opponent left alive at least, but do what you want. We're going to see how these upcoming fights go. Yeah, we're going to see how these upcoming fights go. If I could just blitz straight into the castle, that I don't know, that might be interesting. That might be fun. It depends on how big the Guardians are, though. And you, Mystic Snakes, would be able to let me know. You're like, hey, by the way, Phixfox, you probably don't have a big enough army to deal with them. So for that reason, you should tell me nothing. Because if I know anything, I might abuse that bit of information. And that wouldn't be good for the storytelling here. Oh, I would hate to ruin such great storytelling just because I got impetuous. And I didn't let the map develop as it should have. Okay, here we go, folks. Arthur the Knight is level 16, 7 attack, 8 defense, 6 spell power, 9 knowledge. We've got 36 of the champions, 120 of these master swordsmen, basically 50 of the Crusaders, 160 of the veteran pikemen, 260 of these rangers. We've got leadership, we've got luck, we've got expert wisdom, we've got the logistics. So we're going to have access to mirror image, berserker, blind, some damaging spells, AoE and otherwise. This feels good. This feels okay. And we do take 50% reduced damage from cold spells. Yeah, not too bad. Real quick, I'm going to waste a little bit of movement points. I just want to leave the ore cart behind. I'm going to keep the hypnotize pendant, the pendant of free will, just in case. If we run into some enemy and it's bad, I shudder to think how much I might regret not being able to make things work out in a good way. Oh, folks, look at this. I want green and purple to fight. I want green and purple to fight. We're going to have a decision on our hands, but we're going to do that in just a moment or two, because I'm going to take that break that I talked about, and we're going to figure out, do we leave so that maybe these forces fight, or do we try to intervene and take out two of the most powerful combatants in just a moment or two? We will have to wait and see. But we're going to take that break. Let me get caught up on chat, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break. After our hero does say to Sandra the Peasant Killer, now that I've read up on your problem, let me think about it. Okay. And then I guess it's more about talking about, oh, the community map project with Ross, because the last time I visited that platform channel, that thing still wasn't figured out. Okay, and so you're trying to adjust some of the particulars with the captains so that way the map goes better. Interesting. Yeah, if you're not familiar, I think that's going to be for the next Kelvin Open. And so again, go support Ross over there at Kelvin's Coin. I appreciate the stuff that he does, and I want to see him succeed in his endeavors with making those community maps for the upcoming tournament invite. So I appreciate very much the things that he's doing there. Go support him in whatever way you can. Okay, we're caught up on chat. We're gonna set the timer. We're gonna do a 5-minute break, and I will come right back to you in just a moment. Thanks. Da, 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 da. We are back. Thank you all for letting me take the time to do that. I appreciate that. Okay. So, the decision that we were just talking about. Do we stay here and try and fight here? Or do we take a step and then step back in and go and attack somewhere where maybe we can prevent these guys from escaping? Do we try and go somewhere else where we might be able to do more damage? I think that that's what we're going to do. I think that we're going to say hello. I think we're going to go say goodbye. Just that quickly. That's all we got to do. Now, this is interesting. Necromancers. Ooh, Flint. This is a pretty big hero. This is a pretty big hero. Here's my thought process. Flint's morale is actually worse because he's got bone dragons in his army. Like, it's a lot worse. So I think I actually want to let Orange keep these Necromancer troops and try and blend the forces together. The Knights can do a good job of using their leadership capabilities in order to blend some of these undead troops in. This is really not the castle that I want, though. Like, this is just not really it. I think that there's better opportunities. I feel like this wouldn't be bad. I think where I really want to end up, if I'm being honest with myself, and you know I'm being honest with you, is right here. This is where I really want to end up, in the wasteland. So I'm going to keep re-rolling until I find the exact spot that I want. This is pretty good though. I mean, we are right here. This looks like a pretty tough hero. All right, I'm gonna stay here. Since this is where we ended up, I'm gonna be right here for now. We're gonna take this opportunity. I think that they've got some nice spells in here, and because again we've got the expert wisdom, that's gonna be useful. We know that there's at least a good quality mage guild. So for now, we're gonna hope for the best, see where things go, and then oh no, not good. I'm trying to get Luna back. I'm trying to get her back to my main spot. She's running low on movement points. That's not good. I don't want to let people through, but I do want to commit to not abusing the space bar. There's a good possibility that Flint is going to cause me major issues. If he does, that's just what I get for being the computer, or rather the human player. Ha! I fooled you the entire time I've been a robot, doing my robot dance. I am the second coming of Daft Punk. Oh, did you see that? Green obliterates purple. Oh, that was so cool. We do lose Luna, and that sucks, but oh my gosh, that was a titanic struggle. That was a big deal. I'm excited to see how that one goes out. Saruman. When did we know that Saruman the Warlock was a bad character? We've got nothing. I'm just gonna hit Q and end this battle because I don't think Luna even has anything. Yeah, there's no spells, there's no nothing. We just lose. 14 wolves, okay. Oh, Town Gate is on the table. It might be Town Portal, but no guarantees. But maybe more importantly than all of this, so we did not take any attention into this area. That's so very good. Carlawns got the majority of these artifacts. Hagar is a really good hero. No, he's not. He's not that good. He's just got some okay troops. I'm going to let Gwyneth take these troops and the ore cart. I'm going to have Agar try and do what we just tried to do there. This might be futile as I just sacrifice heroes to the portals, or we can get really, really lucky and good things can happen. Perfect. Happy for it. Using spacebar is okay. You should do that. It's okay. It adds to the flavor, to the excitement of the map, and so I'm okay with this. That little change there is just fine for me. We've got 2 opportunities for Thieves Guilds. I usually don't build a Thieves Guild until I need it because I don't ever really know if it's going to be important. But at this point, I want to know. Titans, rocks, boars. Yeah, we should fight this fight. We can fight this fight. We will fight this fight. The enemy is going to surrender. 10 Titans are going to go down. I think we can do even better, though. I think we can do even better. Wrathmoth the Warlock, 7 attack, 3 defense, 10 spell power, 7 knowledge, great morale, Irish luck, 70 spell points. We've got 7 attack, 8 defense, 6 spell power, 9 knowledge, blood morale, Irish luck. We have some advantages, but of course they do have a really nice defender's bonus. This ballista and the left turret, right turret are going to do a pretty good job for them. We do get the first spell. We cannot berserker Titans. We can't blind Titans. If I mirror image now, it's going to just take a bit of damage from this main ballista. I don't have a slow, I don't have a haste. I have to go through the walls at some point. My lightning bolt is not going to do enough damage, I don't think. to really make nice things happen. I may want to get to the very end where it's just these 266 Rangers, and I may want to use them to get mirror imaged. It depends on these rocks. I'm anticipating that the rocks are going to fly in front of the Rangers. Can you mirror image Rangers if there's no space for the mirror image? Tell you what, I don't know the answer to that, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to move to right here, and then I'm going to move these pikemen to here. That's going to leave one gap here so that the rocks can't get in to the Rangers and attack, but I can still mirror image a spot there. I don't know if that's how that works, but it makes sense to me that it could work that way. And I want to prevent that problem if at all possible. And then this mirror image is actually going to be nuts. The AI is going to be like, Phixfox, you're insane. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm pretty good. Because it's going to take a while for these walls to get busted down anyway. So you might as well get the ranged damage with the Rangers off anyway. As best as you can. They were going to go into that position anyway. Suits me just fine. So 400 Rangers with the archery, so we're not going to have to deal with the castle wall because we don't have the penalty there. Looks like we're going to kill 1 Titan and 3 Titans total. Oh, good luck. You're kidding me. 3 more Titans and another Titan. So that was 4, 5, 6, 7 Titans we just killed. We're down to 5 Titans. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. And the enemy is immediately going to key in on this one Ranger, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I don't think you can actually do much to stop me at this point, although I've got this fireball. I do want to eliminate these single stacks. Rather than get the extra damage from the Rangers off, I'm going to do that now. It's hoping that I can prepare a way for myself to do this big 400 Ranger attack on these Titans next time. Because I don't want the enemy to run. That's my new big thing. I don't want the enemy to run. They obviously are tough enough. They're tough enough that if I let them run, we're in a problem. This is interesting. What if I mirror image... What if I mirror image a blinded unit? I still think I get the unit, right? So let's step here. So now Rangers can go here or here if mirror imaged, and then the rock still can't dispel it. Oh, I already used my spell? Oh yeah, you already used my spell. But we're just gonna stay here because these walls are super tough. Look how tough these walls are. My goodness. Not cool. Even though I'm at risk of being blind locked, I'm still gonna continue with this strategy. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna continue with the strategy. Mirror image again. 191 Rangers. Skip. Oh, perfect. And that actually draws these forces out, which is great. Okay, we killed 2 and 2. $22 boars. 22 boars. I've got a blind. I've got a blind I can use next turn when the champions take their turn. We kill here. We blind. We skip twice, and the mirror image Rangers win the day for us. That was a cool fight. That was a nifty little fight there. More importantly than just mitigating losses, I mean, 75 Rangers, that's a bunch of Rangers to lose, but more than just trying to keep our forces alive, that was awesome because we were able to keep the enemy from running, and he wanted to run. So we killed 12 Titans, took them right off the board, and we took out a really good hero. Let's hope for some great artifacts here. True Compass of Mobility. Oh, that's pretty good. Mobility on land and sea. Spiked Helm +1/+1. White Pearl. There's another one. Telescope. Good. Endless Purse of Gold. Fantastic. Heart of Ice for the... Oh, look at that. Heart of Ice plus the Holy Hammer. Minor Scroll of Knowledge, +5 attack, +2 knowledge there. I think that's when we run out of space. Very interesting. I don't hate this. I do not hate this, folks. But I just discovered something that makes me very sad. I have operated under the impression that the AI will put the best artifacts to the top of the slot. With this Holy Hammer being so far down, like below the telescope, that changes everything. I need to do an even better job. An even better job of making sure that I don't let enemies run and I have room in my heroes inventory for important things. Arbiter Dan's in the chat. Hello, Arbiter Dan. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can they run from the defending castle? No, they cannot run from the castle, but they can surrender out. And so last time they wanted to surrender for like 1,000 gold, and we wouldn't have gotten this +5 attack. That is That alone is massive. The +5 plus the true compass mobility, just big, just huge. White Pearl, I don't know how important that's going to be. We're going to let go of this endless purse of gold. We're going to hope we can stay alive, but it's not going to hurt my heart if we don't let it stay alive. The knowledge, I think that we've seen how important knowledge can be. I think we've seen how important knowledge can be. This feels like too many slots that are open, though. Okay, most important artifacts, these 3. This one is really low on the totem pole as far as importance. I think that knowledge, given that we have a 25 spell point spell, I think that this is more important than White Pearls. But the fact that they also give the +1 and the +1, it feels okay. And then the spiked helm, yeah, and we leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots open. I think that we're going to be fine with this, and this is going to let Arthur go back, and I don't know, do we try and clear out enemies over here with 24 spell points, or do we try and stay in the castle overnight and recoup our spell points? I think we are obligated to try and get as many spell points as possible. It's too important. It's too important. Interesting that there's dragons there and dragons there. Tell you what, we talked about wanting to go here rather than go through some Liths. Why don't we just go through some black dragons? If we go through the black dragons, then, you know, problem solved. We don't have to do any Lith hopping. If I knew that there was a magic well right about here, I think I would do that. But I don't know if there is. So we're going to stay here. Yeah, we're just going to stay right here. We got to pick up Resurrect True, Mass Slow. Sweet. What a good pickup. I'm glad we stopped. And then, yeah, I think first thing in the morning, we're going to pick up the gazebo and then the oasis and go through the dragons. I think that's what we're going to do. And maybe an enemy will try and attack us, and maybe we are able to fend them off and cause them some major grief. Cool. What a fun deal. After our hero says the 75 archers, it could have gone way worse. Great wins. I think you're completely correct. That could have been disastrous. Man, we were really letting ourselves get pretty close to being blind locked, weren't we? And if we get blind locked in that fight, I think that you just get torn apart. But, oof, we were able to get through. That felt fine. Mushanki Pit says, yes, enemy heroes tend to keep their best artifacts in the first slots. I used that fact on Eruption by giving Andrin artifacts in first slots of each main enemy heroes. I don't know much more than you, I'm afraid. Yeah, but you've observed the same thing that I've observed. We just have some questions still exactly as to how it works. I don't think we're going to get an answer to that anytime soon. So, yeah, I'm pretty interested in learning more about that. Okay. So I wanted to go into the Warlock territory, and then that big tough green sorceress just immediately went into that same area. Vatawna. I mean, maybe this gives me an opening for this castle. Jezebel. We've already got the stables. All right, because we've got other options, I'm going to go back in this other direction. I'm going to defeat this hero real quick. 18 rangers. I think I can do better. And more importantly, I think I can keep her from running. But yeah, this feels like we got some options here. If I smash slow, the rangers still are not going to be faster than these 6-speed creatures. It's one of those times where I think I'd prefer the mass haste over the mass slow. I do have the resurrect true, so I can resurrect some amount of these rangers. Let's let them take some damage. Let's go to the center of the battlefield. We eat the blind. 18 rangers, 6 rangers. I'm probably going to resurrect true them in just a second. Let's see. Blah. They're the best at saying blah. I'm going to mass slow right now, actually. So by mass slowing, I'm going to give myself the opportunity to take the first round next time, and I can resurrect true then. I don't want to kill... I think I can kill all these titans if I try right now. Let me just take out... Who's annoying? What a great way of picking your targets. Which one of you is annoying? You. Come back here. If I kill the titans, I'm worried that Jezebel's going to run. Oh, wait, you're 3-speed. Oh, Oh, you're 3 speed. For some reason I was... Wait, it just halves your speed? For some reason I thought that mass slow just gave you -2 speed. Interesting. That changes everything, actually. Okay. And the enemies fled. So I wish I'd used the Resurrect True there, but the enemy saw, with this mass slow, that we're in a bad spot. I wish I'd fought that fight better. I wish I'd realized that the mass slow was 3 speed, because then I could have actually done things much differently. I would have done things much differently. That's a huge knowledge gap right there. I'm not sure how I missed that, actually. Bit strange. I'm gonna go out of my way for this observation tower. It seems good to me to know what's going on here. Let's go fight green. I'm gonna purchase another hero. Ooh, JoJosh, he's back. Wait, Purse of Gold? I think we're gonna actually wait on JoJosh. We're gonna purchase him in a moment, but we're gonna purchase him somewhere else. So that way he can keep that artifact alive. In fact, I might even do it somewhere that I can keep the purse and more stuff. Okay, observation tower. And what's the sign say? You won't have time to see the assailant, Lady Aurora. You can go about your business. We are defending the portal. Ah, I see. That's what I would have done too. No major enemies that are close. Let's just go exploring. It's a magical world out there, Hobbs, old buddy. Let's go exploring. And stealing people's crystal. I'm sure that they deserved better, but they don't have better. They just have me to deal with. I am simply a thorn in their side. Green goes back. Oh, are we going to have a fight? Does green want a piece of me? I bet she does. Yellow takes out purple. I don't know if that was purple's main hero, but purple has generally been pretty exceptional on the battlefield. That's a little interesting, huh? This is a little bit sad because we're going to lose the Purse of Gold for 500 gold. Like, we got rid of some okay artifacts that just go down immediately. If I thought that the enemy would have reached, I would have spread my forces. I thought I might have one more day to do that. Maybe that's purple's main hero. Oh, did you just Dimension Door? Purple just Dimension Door. Folks, what's my rule? What's my rule? My rule is that if the enemy Dimension Doors, I am obligated to match them. The enemy Dimension Dooring right there with Falagar has now brought a terrible evil upon all of our enemies. They are pretty good with Dimension Door. I'm even better. I just am. As the computer, they can't do nearly as good as I can with some Dimension Door capabilities. So as soon as I can find that castle, it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong. I think, does this kill, let's see, 15, 16, what was that, 300? Is that right? 450? So the meteor shower definitely won't kill all the boars, and that's a problem. I could start doing some blinds. That might be the best, actually. It's a low-cost way of dealing with the enemies. Sabu the Barbarian, 7 attack, 6 defense. I am going to blind... I'll blind these guys. Yeah, I'll blind these guys. In the hopes of maybe keeping them from running somehow. I'll do that. We're once again going to use this strategy where we send the champions to the bottom of the battlefield here, just to maybe prevent flying rocks from doing something nice. We're going to want to do a Resurrect True pretty quickly there, I think. I say I think, but I actually know. Let's do this. Oh, very nice. And the rocks actually want to come out and do some damage to us. I'm just fine with that. Let's see. We're going to get to go first one way or the other. I don't think it's likely. Let's see. I'll be really sad if I don't take this shot and then like I got good morale or good luck or something. So let's do the Resurrect True here. How likely is it that the enemy is going to run this turn? Or surrender, rather. It's likely enough, and I'm going to have enough spell points I can Resurrect True again if I need to. 9, 4, 4, Lightning Bolt, and they run. Okay, I feel better about that decision. Still costs us a lot of Rangers, but that saved us a healthy amount of troops. We will take the Archery. Now that we got Titans coming our way, you definitely take that. Chain Lightning, Paralyze, View Heroes. I could literally cast View Heroes every single turn if I wanted to, and I would not feel bad about that. Armageddon, Mirror Image, good spells. We got tons of movement points left. I'm going to leak out and let JoJosh onto the battlefield. He's a really good hero. Was he level 16? I think I defeated him, didn't I? Level 13, 12, 5, 6, and 5. I wondered if he had good artifacts. No good artifacts necessarily, but he's got some gumption. He's got some good stuff. I do want the black pearl. So I'm going to trade 1 black pearl is worth 2 white pearls. +1 spell power, +1 knowledge versus +2 spell power, +2 knowledge. So I'm going to make that one trade. I still want to keep the No, what's the likelihood? Come on. What's the likelihood that you get hypnotized? It's very low. Don't even think about it. But the +1 luck, so you have Irish luck. Now that's a little bit interesting. So let's do that. And then JoJosh with this purse of gold is going to go to the stables, and he's going to sprint and try to stay away from Vatawna. Even if it means running into dragons here? No, it looks like the gate has been destroyed here. Yeah, it looks like there used to be a guardian right there, but there's not anymore. Very interesting. Huh. But it's day 6. I kind of want to just sit here and hold this castle. Unless you really want to be on a collision course with Vatawna. Is this as weak as she's going to be? I think it is. She's just got iron golems. Gotta fight her. Absolutely have to fight her. I'm very glad I can mute my mic now because if you're gonna sneeze, sneeze off camera. Okay, 9 titans. Oof. That's a lot. That's a lot of titans. I can mass slow. If I mass slow, apparently they're gonna drop down to 3 speed. And then the rangers get to go first. And I might get good morale, and I might not get blinded here. I think that you gotta do the mass slow. You hope you get some good morale somewhere. Not there. That's pretty good. We're gonna kill 2 to 5. We kill 4, and then we kill 4. There's 1 Titan remaining with 171 HP. We may not be able to keep this enemy from running, but you better believe that we're gonna just end this right like that. 1 Crusader in exchange for 8 Titans. Dang, and they were tough. They were a big enemy hero, and now they're gone. Just gone. Will JoJosh be able to hold Spellcaster? Not if he dies here. Let's split troops. 4 speed versus 2 speed. And then let's actually go for this Castle of Haven. We'll trend in this direction, so that way maybe we can prevent JoJosh from eating too much attention. Gwyneth stays put. You're slept, you're slept, you're slept. You are exploring? No, you're gonna try and hold this castle for me. Highly unlikely, but do your best. Do your best. And on to a new day. Okay, let's see what we got. It's Bearded Man. Hello, Phixfox. Hello, Bearded Man. Welcome back to the chat. A pleasure to have you here. Nice to see you. It's been so long since your last stream, and I am truly so glad to catch up on the new one. Happy to have you here. Yeah, we took a week off last week. I was out of town. I was doing some very important things with family, and that's one of the most important things I think I can do. Everybody here is really understanding with me taking some time to myself to do that, and I really appreciate everybody's help with that. So yeah, that's where I was. That's what I was doing, and it's a good place to be. So 40 here. We're gonna see if we can kill this Phoenix. We did 2 damage there. Can we do 2 damage here? We did 1 damage. That's so heartbreaking. Speaking of family and spending time with family, by the way, I have plans this week. My father is gonna come back to my area, my neck of the woods, as it were. And so there's a possibility, I say a possibility, we are planning on doing the next step to the Phixfox Father Teaches Heroes, Might and Magic 3. So if you've been looking forward to part 3 to that, we're going to do some new recordings. Thankfully, he's got a good understanding about some of the things that he saw as an opportunity. He's got some ideas about ways he can make it even better than before, and I love it. I'm tickled pink. I want to just make sure I can, have his creative direction involved in the decision-making process, because I think that he's got some good ideas that I really want to see come to fruition very, very quickly. So that's going to be, hopefully this upcoming week is when we're going to do that. And in the meantime, we're streaming today. I don't know. I might end up actually streaming tomorrow. Maybe. We will see. I'm not saying it's a high probability or possibility, but I'm saying it's maybe out there in the nether that might be something we do. We will see. And then Monday is a holiday here. I've got plans that I'm going to do some other stuff with, but I'd like to get back into Heroes 3 a little bit myself. It's been way too long since we stopped doing the campaigns for our heroes trying to stop Sandro the Necromancer from taking over the world. At this point, if I am just a normal everyday person and people are not taking the Sandro threat very seriously, I want to know what the problem is. So I want to make sure I get back into the land of Arathia so I can prevent scared people from just suffering, not knowing what's going to happen next. 0 attack, 0 defense, 2 spell power, 4 knowledge for Gem the Sorceress. I could do a chain lightning here. Kill most of these forces. If the dwarves, well, it'll do 1, 2, 3, and then it'll end on the dwarves. Or the dwarves could resist the spell entirely. Tell you what, I'm just going to skip a couple times. That was unexpected. I thought that the Rangers... What? I thought that the Rangers were going to take all the damage from the turrets. I guess not. We lose 2 Rangers there. Huh. Interesting. What I really want to do here is I just want to defeat the dwarves, but I also want to do this Resurrect Trio. I didn't lose a lot of Rangers, but every little bit counts. And then hopefully the Rangers should be able to defeat the dwarves if we kill all these sprites, just like so. Yep. And lest we forget, it's month 3, week 1, day 1, and now we've got Titans. 3 here in this castle with tons of gold to spend on them, and then we got 3 Titans up here. And in fact, I'm going to purchase all these troops I can for JoJosh so that he can actually have an army and he can kind of survive as long as possible. I don't know if I want to, rather than just try and hunker down and hold on to these 2 wizard castles, I think I'm going to use these troops. I'm going to take the Titans immediately out and send them on over to my primary hero. I think so. In exchange for... Well, who do you even exchange them for? Champions, I guess. Huh. But just kind of interesting to see the way that this decision-making process is going, because I think that the 6 Titans are better than the 35 champions, but not by much. Not by much, but we're going to do this now because those troops are really good in quality and hardy, and then maybe I can lose less troops later because enemies will focus in on the 300 hit points Titans. So anyway, okay. Maybe we lose these castles. That's okay. I'm not going to worry too much. And it looks like it's going to be Maximus the Knight, who I'm going to purchase after I get rid of somebody who is not necessary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm just out of gold. Let's rectify that mistake. And then Maximus can make sure that there's nothing too scary in the... What are you doing? We almost left the Titans behind. It's not good. Don't do that. Maximus is going to go pick up gold mines and such in just a moment or two. Okay. And then Avatar Hero says, let's see, talking about placing colored heroes with a lot of artifacts and neutral captains, or neutral castles with the captain. Talking about more of the map making. Good. I'll let you do that. And then Beardman says, I think that you should dismiss the halfling off of JoJosh. It really slows him down for no good reason. I agree with that. Yeah, it's one single halfling. It was 50 gold. I shouldn't have purchased it in the first place. I just hit buy all, and that's really not going to do much for me. So I agree with that. And I think he is the best local hero I have, so I'm going to try and support him as much as I can, because he can do a bunch with these creatures. I think he can actually do some pretty meaningful stuff. Let's have Maximus go to here, and JoJosh will bring in these final bits of Titans over. Like so. Okay. And then so JoJosh is going to wander into the snow. Maximus is going to make a beeline for 1,000 gold per day. And then rather than go through the Liths, I'm going to go straight for this castle. If I can find that dimension door, I'm going to be in a better spot. So that's my hope. Ooh, Charity's down. Piece of candy, 500 experience. Good, good. Sir Gallant, knight-based troop, not too bad. Vatawna is back, but flying a different banner than she was before. I did not notice that green was in our territory there. Not once, but twice. I think I let Sir Gallant run to the south and just let him go. I don't think I need to pursue him. I think I just want the castle. I don't know. That's a good question. And if you don't know the answer, the right question is a hard question to arrive at. There's a lot of heroes on this map, have you noticed? Calyx? Who the heck are you? This is an individual that has the portrait of Archibald, and he's looking kind of weird. I don't like the look of this guy. Yeah, boss, I don't like the look of this guy. So we're just gonna take his Spade of Necromancy, one of the best artifacts in the game. Just don't ask questions. Just admit it's the best artifact in the game. Nothing else matters. Best artifact in the game. Perfect. And then we're gonna have just enough magic points left over. I think that we kill. Yes, perfect. We killed everybody we needed to. We're going to get out of this fight. No losses. Sword of Andron. You are kidding me. Folks, for free, we pick up the Sword of Andron for the +5 attack. That is nifty. And it's going to get us a little bit closer to maybe the Battle Garb of Andron. Great. Masthead, 4-leaf clover, spiked helm. I think that we definitely ran out of artifact slots. No, we did not. I'm very okay with that. I'm going to hire a hero. Let's make it, yeah, Phineas looks to be pretty good. Check this real quick. We've got Resurrect True, Town Gate. I'm okay with the Town Gate. We are out of spell points, and so I do want to stay overnight, but I'm going to get some of these worse artifacts off of my primary hero. At this point, I'm going to leave even the luck away. We're going to go from Irish luck down to good luck. I'm going to leave this +1/+1 away. Definitely take this. And we're going to call this good for now. Okay, and let's have my man and yours go back home. Arthur the Knight, Slayer of the Undead. Perfect. Good, good. No magic wells on this map that I've noticed. When I make maps, I always struggle to put down magic wells. Some people put down like way too many, and some people put down none. It's often a tactical decision about whether or not you put down a magic well or not. I think that that was probably one of the things that Mystic Snakes did on purpose. Just saying, hey, there is a magic well in each biome, but it's in a spot that is maybe not kind of towards the top where most of the fighting goes, because each of the main castles are here kind of in the center of their biome, I'm sure. And then all these other castles that we've been dealing with so far are the ones that are the secondary castles. Yeah, kind of interesting that your fights are going to take place in a manner that's not necessarily going to immediately require a replenishment of spell points. Like, the magic wells are closest to where the fighting occurs, or maybe not. There's somewhere out there. They're doing stuff. They're doing stuff. Jezebel, I think I can take her down. Let's see if we can catch up to her. Phineas is exploring. Maybe there's an observation tower. There is. Let's go grab that. Stay overnight. And let's see what's in the chat. Law Maliciousness 101. Family duties are now concluded. Good to see the stream is still going. Yes, glad you could be back. In case you missed it, we had 10 gifted subs. I really appreciated the opportunity to just kind of touch base. Yeah, my heart was really warmed when you said from one family man to another. You know, here's a token of appreciation. Thank you. That's more than a token. That was, as you mentioned, an absolute love bomb. So I really appreciate that. But glad to have you back on in here. We are recognizing that we have some opportunities. So we can either go straight for the castle that we assume is over here. I say assume, but when we use our view town, we know that's right about here. This has got to be the castle. That's got to be our main objective. Do we defeat all of our enemies and then go take the castle? Or do we go straight for the castle and ignore everybody else? I don't know. I don't think that 6 Titans is enough to make it so I don't have any concerns. So I think I'm going to continue to wage war against our opponents and hopefully slow them down a bit before I try and go into the castle and do more there. Haven, I'm going to purchase just these Magi, just in case. If Jezebel could barely reach, I would want to make sure that I don't lose forces for free. Troops. And troops. Bearded Man says this map is really full of stuff. Yeah, very full of stuff. There's one of each mine, 2 of each mines in each biome. So that means that there's 6, 12 crystal mines, 12 gem mines, 12 sulfur mines. So it's a very resource-rich map. And at this point, I assume that every single castle has a 5th level mage guild, except for the one in the northwest corner, because that one's mine. Whoops. I don't know when I'm going to come back to upgrade it, so I don't really care at the moment. I probably should care. Maybe I get something nice? I don't know. Maybe I get If we got Town Portal, we wouldn't use it, but I could see that being very useful if we got the opportunity to use it. I don't know. If I do the Chain Lightning, I can kill, let's see, 320 points. Let's just do that. Takes out a couple of creatures anyway. I think we're going to lose Rangers. I don't think I can stop it. A Curse instead of like a Blind or something. That's kind of nifty. One Ranger. That's devastating. Losing that one Ranger changes all my plans. That was the Ranger that her job was to make sure that we had bingo night every Thursday. And without her, I don't know how we're going to carry on. But I do know that with Mass Shield, we're feeling better about our chances. Anti-Magic, that's actually a really big third level spell. Maybe the best third level spell in the sense that, oop, kind of want that. Maybe the best third level spell in the sense that it's strategy defining. It can be the difference between a win and a loss, like easy. So, don't know what to think about that. It's almost a new week. Sir Gallant is fairly tough, but I think that we could probably defend Sir Gallant, and just when he tries to attack us, we deal with him. I think it's time to go back. Lith's to the top. Let's just head back up north and continue to roll. We are a juggernaut right now. We are unstoppable. As Avatar Hero says, boom. Sword of Andrin, absolutely. Like, we are tough, and I want to do my very best to prevent any major losses. And maybe the best way I can do that is by being aggressive. When you're strong, you should fight. When you're weak, you should run away. Right now, we are strong. So let's continue to be strong and fight. I don't know if Jezebel is going to be able to fight this fight. We'll see. But either way, I've got the champions coming in behind. I'm going to give up Phineas here just so I can get this observation tower. Maybe he's going to run away and be alive. Everybody else is where they need to be. Ah, green does run. Sir Gallant clears out some enemies to the south. Orange is biding their time. We haven't seen much of purple recently. They took a huge bit of damage from the green player. They've held on to the Barbarian Castle for quite some time, but they took a bunch of damage, and then we haven't seen a lot of black dragons on the map recently. But we do know that Falagar has Dimension Door, and that instantly makes him a very formidable foe. That's Barak. I don't care so much about that. We're going to go defeat Troyan. She doesn't know it, but I know it. And then hopefully we pop out of a Lith on day 1. Maybe we snipe a castle from a purple player. Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay. I can't reach Jezebel, so JoJosh is going to consider his next best option. Oh, Stone Liths. We should send somebody to the middle of the map. I can't believe we haven't done that yet. Wait, did we have access to the Stone Liths? I don't think that we have access to Stone Liths. Yeah, our little area does not have access to Stone Liths. Maybe we have this land bridge. Well, maybe they have a land bridge too. Maybe the center player is just really lucky. They just get that extra bonus. I don't know. I don't know what to believe with that. I am going to purchase whatever troops are remaining in here. It's not much. I'm even going to dismiss the orcs so I can get halflings. Is there a free hero that's pretty good? Let's get Rathmont. Level 11, he should be able to make these forces do some good work for him. Keep the gargoyles in the army. Scouting. Whoop, run away. Yeah, and I think we're good for now. Okay, if I really wanted to, I think I could go and get these Crusaders to join me. It's a little bit out of my way. I think I might give that a shot, though. I've already got plenty of gold. Might as well give it a shot. Okay. And then Avatar Hero says, hey, what if you would get that Sword of Andrin... a lightsaber? Lightsaber, yeah. With 5 attack, it might as well be a lightsaber, pretty much. So, what attack power would that have? A lightsaber would probably have to be like plus 200. Do you have to be force sensitive to use a lightsaber? That's a question I don't know the answer to. Because with a normal sword, they have a certain weight distribution that even if you're a novice sword user, like you could still absolutely hurt yourself but you're less likely to hurt yourself. A lightsaber doesn't really have weight. And so it's just like a hilt of a handle. And so I could see somebody accidentally just like doing that and slicing their own head off. So do you need to be force sensitive in order to use a lightsaber? I don't know. And don't talk to me. If it happened in episode 7, 8, or 9, don't tell me about that. I don't want to know if it happened in those 3 movies. Those 3 movies didn't happen. But if it happened in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, then it happened. So anyway, I hope I didn't just hurt somebody's feelings. They're like, oh man, I really liked the 5th one, or no, like the 7th one or something. I don't know. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings, but I said what I said. Anyway, all right, through the stone liths with JoJosh. 35 of the champions. Oh, what the heck? What? King Arthur, noble knight, I warn you, these blazing lands will melt your armor. Still as daring as ever, eh? Go forth and see for yourself. Oh, so we do have access, but it's a mountainous area here. Very cool. Oh, I love that. That is very nifty. I love it when my expectations are subverted. And now, okay, and then there's this area here, so everybody has access to this lith right here, or this lith right here. Very cool. That's so awesome. I love that. What a good trick. I like this. I'm enjoying myself. Can you tell? Can you tell? Let's see. Kids deserve ice cream, Mr. Phixfox. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yep, that's what I will do. I will take them over and get some ice cream. There's a special place, and it is a 2-story building, and they host birthday parties there. They only do ice cream, but they will host a birthday party so you can bring a birthday cake or balloons or anything you want to do there. And it is jungle themed, so that the upper rafters, it's almost like Tarzan could swing through on some vines. It's very, very cool, and kids tend to love it. I think that my kids haven't been there in recent days. I think it's time that they get to go back. And so not only will they get some ice cream, but they will also get a show, and I appreciate that very much. Looks like a lot of the map still needs to be discovered. Absolutely. So real quick, let's take a look. We got tons of adventure map spells. We might as well use them. So we know that there's castle, 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 and castle. So there's these castles here, and there's mirrored in the bottom with 6 castles in the bottom area. And then there's 2 castles here in the middle, one on the left-hand side and one on the right-hand side. And we know that this castle on the left-hand side is called Rebellion with legions of peasants, not to mention this. I wonder what's in there. We might have to find out. And then on the other side, there's another castle. What it is, we don't know, but we are looking for the castle 4 elements that we have to capture. And so even though we don't have a lot of map discovered yet, we kind of know where our heading is. I'm starting to feel like if we can defeat purple and their major heroes, I think that the map will be well enough in hand that I won't feel obligated to go through and root out evil everywhere I can find it. And I may just say, okay, let's see if we can defeat the castle guardians here. It may be that there's a legion of black dragons. I don't know. Tell you what though, 4 elements? I'm guessing if it's called 4 elements, it's probably earth, water, air, and fire elementals. That would just make sense. But then what do you have in the 5th slot? Anyway, I don't know if that's helpful or worthwhile information or not, but these are the things I'm thinking about anyway right now. Okay, I'm going to hold on to these Titans. I'm not going to send them forth. They're just going to stay back in reserve in case something nifty happens. I don't want to get them to the front. Now I just want to hold onto this area and secure this. If for no other reason, then I don't want the enemy to pick that up. And so Titans will stay behind. It's probably about time that I send Gwyneth out into the world. I am going to make this purchase so that way I don't have to worry about my upgrades. I'll purchase everybody I can. Am I out of gold? I'm out of gold. Okay. Well, I'm gonna trade a little bit of gold here. This weirds me out, seeing this gifting section. I'm not giving anybody anything. It's my stuff. But I do want to trade for gold here. 500. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna purchase. Oh, I've already built a town there today. Is there anywhere else I'm missing a marketplace? No, I guess I'm trading at the best possible clip. I'm going to trade most of my resources. because I'd like to get these knight troops to the front. They're quality troops, and it's what my main army is comprised of at the moment, so they'll integrate really, really well into my forces. We'll purchase everybody. We don't even have... I mean, we've tried to purchase everybody. We failed. But we're going to meet right about here with Gwyneth and Carlawns. And then we'll go through the lists and we'll see how we can support our foes, or our friends rather. Welcome to the Middle Earth, great necromancer Calyx. Even the dead can succumb to the heat of hell, you know. Still as indifferent as ever? Proceed and see for yourself. Observation tower there. I kind of want to go back to the middle one. I don't think I stepped on the Lith in the middle. We're going to go straight for the Sphinx. Who am I kidding? That's the most important thing. Sphinxes are great. Fookity Fook says, are you normally streaming once per week? Yes, Fookity, I try to stream once per week. My streaming time is fairly limited, and so I always stream Heroes of Might and Magic 2 because it's the game that I think that people appreciate the most from me. I feel like it's the game that I'm the best at, of all of the different Heroes games anyways. And so streaming time is devoted to Heroes 2. But I do stream either on Fridays or on Saturdays, and I try to let people know through the Phixfox Discord what the schedule is going to be in advance if I possibly can. Most times I forget. Thankfully, Vammy pings me and says, hey, Phixfox, you going to tell us what you're doing this week? So my hope is to either do Fridays or Saturdays at this general time, and for a couple of hours at least. Currently, we're about 3.5 hours into this playthrough. Well, we'll see how things go. The most I've done, I think, is 7.5 hours. That's too much. It's too much. I'm not built like that. Maybe 6 hours is about the max I should go, but after 6 hours, you definitely start to see Phixfox lose it a little bit. So yeah. Talking about the lightsabers, law maliciousness. Force sensitive to turn it on? No. But to use it effectively, yes, I believe so. I remember episode 1 novel. Oh, the books. I love the books. When they fight, it always says the Force controls their emotions. Yes, I love that. I love that response there. So, yeah. And I think that there's a comic out there and someone said, why don't they just use the Force to turn the lightsabers on and off? Like they're just like click, 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 click. On, off, on, off, on, off. I thought that would be kind of funny if you use the Force in a very heated moment as a Jedi and you were about to bring your lightsaber down on somebody who's going to block with their lightsaber, and at the last possible moment you just turned off their lightsaber and they're just like, aw, man. There must be something that prevents that, but what it is, I don't know. So yeah, being able to use the Force, pretty important there. Avatar Hero says, not to get too deep into Star Wars lore, and I don't know much, but I do like the Mandalore, how the black saber is tough to wield. Tough to wield, yeah. Like it's like you could use a stick and swing it through the air, but somehow using the black saber is more difficult to wield. Interesting. And what a cool map Law Maliciousness says. Absolutely. Other town might be named Empire. I like that. So we got Rebellion and Empire. So maybe there is Star Wars vibes here. I don't know. Probably not what Mystic Snakes had in mind. All the same, I love it. Bearded Man says, that castle with legions of peasants would be great with expert necromancy or a ghost. Oh, if there's one barrel mound on this map, I've got a new strategy, that's for sure. Can I suggest building the farms in the night castles? They are vital for the... They are vital for the economy. Law Maliciousness. Tell you what, I definitely built the statues as early as I could. I'm going to decline building the farms. Hold on. One sec. Let's just check. Nope, there's still other stuff to be built, so we'll build the farm after we build everything else. How about that? And in our other castle, yeah, there's still stuff to be built. I will build the farm when it's the last thing to build. Anyway, yeah, we will see how that goes. Oh, but the 8-hour stream got you through 2 work days. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah. Oh boy, I hope that in the longer streams I can maintain it. It does take effort. Like what I'm doing is not necessarily 100% natural. It takes really a lot of effort to try and bring myself back. Number one, it takes a lot of effort for me to finish thoughts. I've noticed that I will sometimes struggle in my everyday life. I will start a thought and then I won't finish it. When I'm streaming, I really do my best to start a thought and then come back to it and finish it. Sometimes I struggle with that. Trying to narrate what I'm doing on the adventure map, that's a struggle sometimes. It would be easy after you get fatigued to simply stop. I do my best to avoid certain turns of phrase. For example, I am trying my very best to not say, "it is what it is." That has been a phrase that I have identified, I have overused. I'm trying not to use it so much. So for these things, these are all things that in the 8-hour stream fell apart. I stopped narrating. I started using those easy phrases that don't really mean anything, and the stream suffered because of it. I think that at about 6 hours, that's kind of the sweet spot where I can be streaming for a significant amount of time, but also, we don't lose quality as much. Folks, we need to get into the Sphinx. Mystic Snakes says, Sphinxes are connected to lore of the map. It's better to play all factions before learning all the story than answering the Sphinx. At the moment, you can only answer one Sphinx. Oh, so there's 6 different Sphinx? Oh, there's 6 different Sphinx, and there's only one I can offer. Peasants are the only units paying for taxes, technically, and the farms produce more. Vexen, whose side are you on? Hello, Vexen, nice to see you here. It's a pleasure. Oh, that's only allowed in Heroes 5. I think you're right. Mystic Snakes is cautioning us not to go here. Here's my thing. 35 champions, that's a small price to pay. If we lose, maybe people who have already done the map, maybe they can help me. I want to see what the Sphinx's riddle is. Let's give it a shot. I don't like working. I harass pretty girls, and I love swimming pools. Who am I? Yeah, JoJosh is definitely gonna lose. He's gone. It's done. To be fair, Mystic Snakes, you did warn me. You did warn me, and I ignored your warning, so I feel like this is absolutely disaster I've brought upon myself, and that's just fine. Law Malicious, to be honest, Phixfox, I think you talk really well for a long game. Perfect for radio. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is a huge confidence booster. I really appreciate that. That's part of the reason why I did the Phixfox shoutcasts, was I was trying to improve my announcing skills and trying to figure out if I'm only talking and not playing the game, what can I do? And so then what improvements can I make? So thank you. I appreciate that. He gains 1,000 gold per week on this map with peasant taxes. Oh, I do. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, every single week I get plus 1,000 gold on day 1. Interesting. Imagine you got Town Portal on JoJosh. Yeah, that would be, yeah. I don't think, like, you could get Scroll. I guess that a Sphinx could give you any spell you wanted through scrolls. That'd be interesting. Bearded Man says, in Heroes 2, the opposite is true. You are the one giving gold to the peasants whenever you want experience from the chest. Very true. La Malicious says, Larry. Is it Larry? Help him, Mushanki Pet. It's a sorceress unit. Make a bet. Is the answer Larry from a adult game? Oh dear. But Mystic Snakes, it's a sorceress unit. Make a bet. Okay, so it's either the sprites, the dwarves, the elves, the druids, the unicorns, or the phoenix. Is that what you're telling me? I don't like working. I harass pretty girls, and I love swimming pool. Who am I? So it's not the sprites, because sprites are probably not going to harass pretty girls. Dwarves are pretty surly. They're probably going to be harassing pretty girls. Elves? Elves? I don't know. I could see like a smarmy, like a roguelike sort of elf trying to harass the pretty girls at the pool. Druids? Probably not. Probably not. Phoenixes? What are they going to do? Be like, caca! I know that that's not the sound that phoenixes make, but still. And unicorns? Probably not unicorns. I think dwarves is the most obvious answer here to me. Like, I could just see a dwarf harassing pretty girls. Dwarves would be my bet too. Okay. Does spelling matter? Mystic Snakes? Is that spelling gonna get there for me? Or should I go dwarf? Because J.R.R. Tolkien, he actually created some stir with Lord of the Rings, because I think that he actually spelled dwarves in a way that was not grammatically correct. But then since then, there's now 2 ways of doing it, like DW, because there's now, I think, DWARF, dwarf, and then dwarve. So I don't know which spelling would be more correct. Maybe you included all of them. Dwarf? Dwarf? Somebody make a decision for me. La Militia said dwarves. I'm going to do it like that. Dwarves. Oh! Oh, snap. Both if I have good memories. Nice. Lamalicious, way to go. Mint condition. That's fantastic. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and 1. Only 1 gold. Uno. Question. Is JoJosh full of artifacts? Was I supposed to get an artifact, but my inventory is full? Nope. Okay, good. I was worried that I missed out on an opportunity there. Whew. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. I was really worried that I missed something there. By the way, folks, volcanic terrain, at least 1, demon 1, 2. We might be like right on top of the ultimate artifact. Zounds of ghosts. What are they guarding? There it is. 4 elements. Folks, we found it. There it is. A horde of black dragons, zounds of the earth elementals, zounds of fire elementals, zounds of water elementals, zounds of the earth elementals. You got to go through a throng of phoenixes, but then you get the +5 defense if you do, plus maybe a nifty spell, and then you just have to defeat these forces. Let's assume that a horde is 99 black dragons. Let's assume that zounds is 1,000? No, 1,000 is legion. A swarm is 250. Sounds is like 500. Let's assume it's 500. Can we beat that right now? No. Let's see if these Crusaders will join, and then let's continue on the fight. Man, this was a very long turn because I was very stressed out about this Phoenix, but I'm glad that we did it because it was worth all the time. I feel like Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. I would hate to be a musical artist because you know that there's 1 or 2 or 3 songs. Every single concert you do, you're going to have to sing that 1 or 2 or 3 songs every time. That would be devastating. Ugh, that would be so sad. Green player's been vanquished. That is very interesting because green player was a force to be reckoned with at one point, and now green is gone. Off the map. Toodles. Absolutely goodbye. How much gold are we getting a day? I think I want to wait. I think I want to go defeat this enemy. And I think I'm going to come back. I didn't realize I was going to spend all my gold. Lots of Crusaders. Yeah, I'm going to go back. Because I do want to get those resources, those troops. And if I get lots of Crusaders, I might be able to get even these dragons to join me. It's much less likely, but it's possible. Then again, I suppose that we do have these other forces coming up the way. I'm not sure who's going to be the one to really take these forces under their wing, but yeah, we'll see what happens here. I'm going to see, make some upgrades there, some other downgrades there. You're good, you're good, you're good. You're not really good. Falagar's here. Definitely glad I came back this way. I think we're about to lose right there in the Wizard Castle because Falagar is just too tough. There's no more Titans here. Maybe I should, if I'm going to lose the Titans, maybe I should just leave the castle. I think I'm going to do that. Rathmont doesn't need to stay and just lose. Just evacuate the troops, keep them alive. Right about to here, and then I think that we can combine forces and I can get them on over to Arthur next turn. That'll be an additional 6 Titans. That'll get us up to 12. That'll be pretty worthwhile, I think. Is there another Sphinx? I really want to get that other Sphinx now. I'm addicted to getting Sphinxes. Is it Sphinxes or Sphinxi? Sphinx. Sphinx. Stonks. We got a lot of stonks going on here. Hell is here. The temperature is rising. Oops, I broke my thermometer. Poor guy. I don't know what to do with JoJosh. It looks like there's not much else I can do unless I go through these fire elementals. And these bottom liths, I don't think No, I do want to go through the bottom lifts. I don't know what's there, so I want to find out. Oh, cool. That means the enemy is not gone this way. That's kind of nifty. And let's see. If you saw an army of enemies reaching towards the horizon, what would you say in Greek? To Bearded Man? Oh, Bearded Man. That was in response to Bearded Man. I have been working on a Greek translation of FHeroes2. I didn't know what zounds meant, so I looked it up. Apparently, it's an exclamation, not a unit of measure. Really unsure on how I'm supposed to translate that. That makes my day very good. I like I don't know, man. Yeah, in Greek, if you saw an army of enemies reaching towards the horizon, what would you say in Greek? That's the appropriate response. I don't know the answer. Oh, and the plural of sphinxes would be sphinxes, if I remember correctly. Really? Huh. It's very odd because as far as I'm aware, there's only one actual, like, sphinx in the world, right? At the Great Pyramids of Giza. Like, as far as I'm aware, there's only one actual, you know, creature, which I think I learned the other day. I could be wrong. But I thought I heard that it was actually meant to be much different than it currently is. It was actually supposed to be Anubis with the paws. It wasn't supposed to be more of a cat. It was supposed to be more of like a jackal or a dog. And that it was supposed to be able to have a bigger head, but that there was a construction issue and the head is currently many times too small for the body because the Anubis head cracked and broke, and then they just did the best they could with this big broken statue project. It would be like if Mount Rushmore with the 4 US presidents were to have damage to it, and they just said, well, we're going to turn this one into Elton John rather than a peasant or a president. We're going to have 3 presidents and then Elton John, just a little bit of a smaller Elton John. Man, this is nifty. I love this. This is cool. Huh. What's the sign say? Terrifying, Luna. Master of torture. Training, sorry. Know that the creatures of, like, Middle-earth cannot be tamed. Go ahead a bit and see for yourself. Sorry, I added some words there that weren't actually there. But because I misread it the first time, it felt appropriate. Okay, we're back in our little area. We feel safe. I'm going to wait for Gwyneth because I want to make sure she pops out at the right spot. I'm going to wait one more turn there. But Sphinxes, I don't know how I feel about that. They call it Parmesan, not Parmesan cheese. They call it Parmesan. Anyway, but yeah, the head is far too small. Okay, good. I'm glad that I wasn't misremembering something like that. But then, yeah, Elton John was a really random reach there. Hey, occasionally you got to use your superpower of weird random thought processes for good, and that was the best use I could use for that weird random thought process. I do not have attention deficit disorder. I don't have hyperactivity or anything like that. If you struggle with those, no disrespect. I don't have off the wall thinking in that regard, but occasionally I will surprise you, and more importantly, I will surprise myself, and I'll say to myself later, where did that come from? It's like the person who was told you have 5 minutes or 15 seconds to come up with a new class in Dungeons and Dragons that's never been thought up before. And they said something pretty... I'm embarrassed to say it because I try to keep this very family friendly. I'm not going to say it, but they came up with something a little bit out there. I've got to say it. I'm sorry. The class that they came up with, Ass Eater, is the new Dungeons and Dragons class. And the person was like, really? That's the best you could come up with? And the person's like, you gave me 15 seconds, and that's what I could think of in 15 seconds. So anyway, when you're under pressure, sometimes we will find that we will come up with some random weird stuff, and we make no apologies for it. Tell you what, I might actually edit that out later because I really, there was a battle. I did a new video recently on Heroes, Might and Magic battles because I fought some really cool battles. And I think it's kind of fun to be able to look at some of these battles we've already fought. And it bothers me a little bit when at the end of the rogue leader fight, I go, I get really cocky and I have this moment of exuberance and I'm like really excited because this was a really big victory that we were able to pull off. And I say something like, darn it if I'm not the best. And I feel bad because my mom doesn't watch these streams. She doesn't watch these videos, but if she did, I want her to be proud of me. And I can't forget that the reason I started doing these videos in the first place is that I wanted to make sure that if something happened to me, that my kids had a record and they knew who their dad was. And so I would hate it if my kids thought that I wasn't committed to trying to be uplifting and respectful and responsible with my language. And so even just that one little thing, I thought to myself, I really might want to delete that. And I'm saying to myself now, I might go back from this VOD and just delete that one little spot where I said the Dungeons and Dragons class. I know that we're all adults here, it's not a big deal, but still, my commitment to trying to keep things PG. I don't know. I've got kids these days who are at the age where you say one thing and then they'll repeat it forever. And so Maybe it's a carryover from my home life where I'm trying to make sure that I don't say something that I don't want my 4-year-old to repeat until the cows come home. I don't know. We will see. Okay. Thank you for letting me take that little aside. And then Bearded Man says, not Sphinxies, Sphinxes. Oh, Sphinxes. Yeah, okay, Sphinxies was probably pretty bad. So, yeah, probably pretty bad. Apparently it's Sphinges. So it's not Sphinxies, it's not Sphinxes, it's Sphinges? Oh, man. There's only one in the world anyway. How often is it ever going to come up that we have multiple Sphinxes that we need to discuss? Not that often, but here we are discussing it all the same. Okay. And then Avatar Hero for that D&D class, I'm glad. I was worried. I'm glad that I didn't offend you. Is that class good with charisma checks? I'll bet it's really good, actually. Now that you mention it, I'll bet it's excellent. Has to be, doesn't it? Whoa, what happened to my rangers? Didn't I have like 119 rangers? Did I just lose 100 of them? And for what? I'm just gonna resurrect 40 of them. Hopefully I can get the rest of them resurrected by the end of this. Let's kill 9 to 14 phoenixes. We kill 11. That's pretty good. I'll do that rather than work with the Crusaders. I've got enough pikemen and swordsmen that this isn't gonna be too big of a deal. Pikemen can step up. I think they can kill most of the stack. Yeah, that's pretty good. Bone Dragons are going to get to stop the Rangers a little bit. We're back down to 38 Rangers, so basically the spell was inconsequential in some ways. I think I'd rather keep the Ranger stack alive than resurrect one Titan. Sounds crazy, I know. Yeah, but I think that that's what I want to do. And maybe if I can get this fight to last for one more turn, which I think I can, then I can resurrect one more time. Am I going to lose another Titan? 29 HP? Perfect. So we'll do one more resurrect here. We're going to lose the one Titan, a couple of these other creatures. We're going to lose a bunch of Rangers, but I think we're going to get out of this fight okay. So we kill the troops that haven't gone yet. I think we're going to kill 40 here. And we do. One Titan, one Crusader, 6 of the veteran pikemen, 46 of the Rangers for a victory. That's not just like a, oh, whatever. That was fantastic because we get the Swordbreaker, +4 defense and +1 attack, minor scroll of knowledge, Ankh, kinetic pendant. This was a good pickup. So really, the Swordbreaker and the Ankh, those two things are massive. Those are super good. If we're going to use the Resurrect anyway, you might as well have somebody that can use it exceptionally well. That's the way I look at it anyway. I'm just going to drop Carlawns off up here. And these artifacts. I'm going to keep the tax lien, and it's time for me to say goodbye. I need heroes. You can only have 8 at any given time. It's time for Carlawns to just be done. And then that'll allow me to hire a new hero here. It'll be the Knight, level 11, Lord Kilburn. Good hero, good hero. And funny enough, one of those heroes that actually has some nifty bit of lore, although he meets a very tragic and unfortunate end. I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's pretty sad, actually. He fights the best fight he can, and he ultimately is not unable to save all the people he wants to save. I feel like there needs to be somebody who's working on, even if it's like fan fiction lore, I feel like there needs to be somebody that has an opportunity or can take the opportunity to add to the lore from the heroes of Heroes, Might and Magic. I think that would be really, really cool, and I just don't think anybody's done it. And I'm sure that there's some little bits and tidbits out there because we have Might and Magic and we have, you know, multiple games that we can kind of draw inspiration from. So we have some canonical events that have happened. But I think that we also could do with some people saying, oh, Maximus the Knight had these adventures, and this is what he did as he walked through the fiery, tempestuous center of the Mystic Snakes map. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some opportunity to add some headcanon there if we wanted to. Okay, let me get back to chat. Avatar here says, I thought YouTuber influencer or something. Oh, that would be the D&D class. That would be weird. that'd be, man, what is my bonus as a YouTuber? The answer is nothing. I get nothing out of it, except I already mentioned that I get something out of it. My week goes better when I stream. That's all I can say. So I get something out of it, that's for sure. Sphinxy? Like cacti? Sphinxi? There's only one in the world, but we have to get to the bottom of this. I'm so happy we're having this conversation. Oh my gosh, who are you and why are you in my castle? What are you doing? In case you didn't notice, because I only just noticed, and I wish I'd noticed a little sooner, I've actually got an enemy to contend with. You set sail and you landed right here? Okay. I don't know what to do. What do? Who's my best hero? JoJosh? Is there an opportunity for him to fast travel? There is, but he's got 35 champions I don't want to just get rid of. Who else is out there who's a good hero? Maximus level 4. He's all right. Phineas is level 8. That's pretty good. He's got the basic wisdom. That could be useful. But no, well, he could fast travel there. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have Phineas fast travel back. And of course, fast traveling is the act of letting your hero lose to some Crusaders, some neutral creatures, so then you can rehire them at the place that you actually need them. Being level 8, these things, this should be at least enough to put up a fight against Aurora. But then I run into a little bit of another issue here. I'm actually going to remove Maximus. Wait, can I purchase another hero here? I cannot because I don't have the room. I'm going to let go of Maximus. He's not that good of a hero, and he's not in a position where I'm getting a lot of pressure. I'm going to get Myra just so that way we can move troops from this castle to the other and try and stage a pretty decent defense. Not my favorite way of doing this, but this will work. It's day 6. I don't got time. This may be the time where I actually upgrade. Oh, everything is upgraded here? Perfect. So upgrading's not going to be too bad. Okay. And then we'll have enough heroes. We're going to have enough space to do what I really want to do. It's just odd. Odd the way that this worked out. Lord Kilburn, what are you doing? Oh, I was just using him to get rid of artifacts. Well, in that case, go to the end of the road and stay there until the enemies defeat you. That should be fine. Can I reach? I can reach. We are just that fast. So we're going to take all these troops minus these champions. Champions are going to try and go back over to JoJosh. And then with these forces, it looks like we're going to be able to defeat Luna and or Castor. We'll see if we have enough movement points to defeat both of them. Right now, Castor for sure. Glorious victory, outright win, cost us 2 rangers. We'll accept that. Advanced pathfinding, happy for it. Luna, the enemy has fled. So she's got something interesting. Let's see if we can keep her from running. Okay. Oh no, many more Thursday night quiz nights will now go unplanned. Quiz nights? Are you a teacher? Are you the one giving the quizzes, or are you the one taking the quiz? I'm not sure, but I'm interested to find out. I think that I can chain lightning there in a moment. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, perfect. And the dwarves actually resisted the spell, which I'm fine with. 2-speed creatures, skip, 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 Q, done. Glorious victory. No artifacts, but that's okay. And we're going to turn around and we're going to go for these Crusaders. I'm trying to save up the gold, but then I'm trying to save my troops where I need them. It's a bit of a mess, but we'll get there. 1,000 gold. Bit of mercury. Gwyneth is slept, aka she's just staying there so that way she isn't in the way. Lord Kilburn would actually be maybe the better hero. Level 11. That's a pretty good hero. That's a pretty good hero. We're gonna make Lord Kilburn be the one to fast travel in just a moment, and then on to a new day. So red is by the blue Necromancer Castle. I keep looking at chat when it's computer's turns, and then I think that's how I missed the enemy landing on my main area. There's a yellow hero walking up so bold and brash right up next to me. I don't know what they're doing. Uh-oh. They found the observation tower. And so because they found the observation tower, they can see my main castle. They can see it's not really well defended. So I'm obligated then, I guess, to actually use Phineas in this way. So we restart. We just run. It looks like it's 30-something Crusaders. That's fine. Maybe I can get them to join me too. We'll see. But then we're going to rehire Phineas in the other place. This is just to make sure that we have as good of a hero as possible. Level 8. It's not the best, but it's not bad. Okay, and then, man, there's no forces because we just sent them. We got 320 peasants. I mean, if you got 320 peasants, you can do anything, man. Yeah, 320 peasants, that's more than anybody knows how to deal with right now. My goodness, this is not a good army. I think I should have been building moats and fortifications a while ago. How many spell points does he have? 1. He's got 1 knowledge. They got phoenixes. Better do the right turret instead of the moat. And we do have the 17 ogre lords. That's something. But I think we're going to get absolutely blasted by these spells. I think that we made a critical error here. Thankfully, we're giving up one of the least important castles. Right now, we could give up both of our knight castles, and we'd be fine. The problem is that I just don't like that I ended up making that mistake. More than anything, I just don't like that I made the mistake. Because makes you sad. Or something, anyway. 360? Is this 360? 320. So that's actually going to leave the Ogre Lords alive if I Chain Lightning right there. I think that means that you go for the here, and that kills here and there. Oh, it didn't even kill there. Tyro the Knight, 5 attack, 5 defense. Kill War Trolls. Cold Ray. Shouldn't have wasted the spell points. But we're going to go and get our Crusaders here. Do we have enough gold? 58,000? This better be enough. Yeah, there's no way they got that many. So 44 Crusaders are going to join us. We're up to 100 Crusaders. We are cruising. We're going to pick up an extra 1,000 gold per day, so it's going to instantly pay for itself in that regard. I kind of want to try and get dragons to join me, but before I do that, let's go pick up 30 Crusaders. And then I think I'm just going to use these forces, and I think I'm going to go try and fight this fight. I think that with this many Crusaders and however many Titans, I think we're good. I think we're fine. Huh. Yeah, I think we're fine. JoJosh is the better hero in a lot of ways, but not in others. But I'm going to give him the bulk of the army here, just in case. I think I'm going to have him go and just try and make sure that nobody comes through the gates, tries to cause me any harm. Likewise, I think I'm going to have Lord Kilburn go here. And I am going to break my rule. I'm just going to hit spacebar. 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Okay. Well, you're not a tough hero. Maybe I got better forces than I think, but I think I'm about to lose my main castle. That feels pretty bad. Oh, and I forgot. I forgot about my Necromancer castle. We even talked about it. I was like, well, there's a red player by our blue Necromancer castle. Whoops. My bad. My bad. Myra does what she does, and Orange leaves us alone. If you leave me alone until it's a new week, I will come and kill you with lots of troops. That'll be nice. Let's do that. And then let's see. La Malicious. I do remember a lot of lore about some of them from the original help guide and menu from the 1998 big box. Interesting. You're saying in the manual that there's some information about the heroes? That is pretty good information for me to have, because I would like to know. I'm the kind of person that back when games had the CD jewel case, I loved those little inserts that they had. And if a game had a full-on manual, like, I don't know, Warcraft 2 or StarCraft, I mean, I drank those. I enjoyed those so very much. And oh, if that information's in a manual somewhere, I'd love to see it. I know it's not in the manual provided through Good Old Games, because I know that manual pretty much front to back. But interested to find out if there's more. And what more there is, I want to know. Darn it. I forgot. Lord Kilburn's actually doing a very important thing just by standing there. Whoops, my bad. Okay, is it day 1? It's day 1. Gonna come and kill you. Can't stop me. I think 17 Ogre Lords is actually better. If I lose this fight, though... Hold on. If I lose this fight... If I lose the fight, then she runs roughshod over me. I think I fight this anyway and just hope she doesn't have magic. Okay, glorious victory. I'll accept these losses. Plus, 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 plus. Wow. Hold on. Hold on. Mass haste. Good spell. +1 attack. +2 from the stealth shield. And then she did give us over the Pouch of Crystal, Endless Pouch of Crystal, and the Caster's Bracelet for the +2 spell power. That's pretty good. Cool. Yeah. It took all of our troops except for these last 3 Ogre Lords, but we did beat her. Nice. Good job, Phineas. Very proud of you. Well done. Probably would have gone even better if I'd used some spells, huh? Okay. 3 Titans here. Oh, wait. Hold on. We want to try and have enough gold to get these Crusaders to join us. What did we say it was? 3? Oh, I just have to wait 3 turns and I'll have it. So that's actually fine. We'll go defeat Red and then we'll go deal with the Crusaders. And then really, I think that with this amount of Crusaders and these amount of Titans, I think that we do go to the center of the map. I think that we either win or lose based off of that decision, because at 4 hours into the game of in real life time, I think it's about time. You know, like, I think that if purple or these other colors were going to really harm us, I think they would have already done so. I don't think that they can. I think that we've put ourselves in a position where we are firmly in the driver's seat, and so I don't feel the need to push through and do more. Folks, we just defeated a red player, so green and red have both been defeated. Green and red. So the green wizards and the red necromancers are gone. Barbarians, the yellow barbarians are still scratching and clawing. They're still staying alive. Warlocks probably still the biggest enemy to deal with, because sorceresses, you know, sorceresses are just doing what they do. In winter, trolls stock up just like everyone else. Aw, man. Aw, man. Aw, man. Somebody's already been here. We're still going to go visit just in case. Could you imagine if there was still stuff in there and I didn't go and try and get it just because of what? Pride or something? Psh. You know what? We're going to go step on this Oracle in a second. If we have the best army strength, I'm going to go see if I can beat this castle. Yeah. I think that that sounds like a reasonable plan, because on the one hand, I like to be very thorough when I beat these maps, but on the other hand, it's like, you know, if I'm just going to be chasing down these single stacks of heroes and it's just going to take time, then what's the point? The point, Phixfox, is that adventure takes many forms, and adventure is always a real good time. After our hero says, we find Lord Kilburn's shield in a chest in Might and Magic 6 because, because of things that happened. Sad. Steeson's back! I'm back! 3 guys looking at you playing. Steeson, thank you so much. Appreciate having you here. And I hope that you are doing exceptionally well. Hope life is good. I hope that you have good food to eat. I hope that you are healthy. I hope that you have exciting, fun projects on the horizon. And maybe more importantly, I hope that you're having tremendous success every single time you touch Heroes of Might and Magic. Because if anybody deserves it, it's you. So, welcome back. And welcome to your friends, whoever they may be. I'm sure that if they are not Heroes of Might and Magic fans, that they sure could be if we gave them the opportunity. Maybe we should ask ourselves how we support people in becoming true fans of the series. Like, how do we help people get stuck on Heroes and they're like, I just can't put it down. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know why, but I just love this game so much. Whatever I can do to encourage people to love this great game, I'd like to do that. I don't think I have to trick them into liking the game, but it couldn't hurt. So, anywho, welcome to you, Steeson, and welcome to your friends. And having a nice round of Bourbon & Co. Oh, Ozkakov, nice to have you back here. Welcome, welcome. I remembered I went through the headband giveaway, Ozkakov, and there were some nice comments from me on the YouTubes, and it was very nice to say, oh yeah, Ozkakov is Steeson's friend, because of course we met each other, we made each other's acquaintance on the map that his son made. So yeah, nice to have you back in the chat. Welcome, very much so, welcome. And hopefully you're enjoying yourself very much with that brown beverage. Folks, we are heading south in the water. I see lots of Crusaders twice. It seems too good of an opportunity. Plus, we're going to get the opportunity to go to the Sphinx. We're going to do this. Oh, and Titans. If you have gold, you can do anything. Do we have visions? We don't have the visions spell. I wish we did. But if we did, we'd be in a really good spot, because then we could make sure that the enemies were going to join us before we attacked them. Black dragons? Heck, we might even be to the point where they might want to join us. Who knows? Ozkakov says, who created the level? Sorry for late joining. No, no, no. Everybody's welcome whenever. This is from Mystic Snakes. Mystic Snakes has been in the chat. A very good map where we must not be defeated by our enemies, and to win, we must defeat the castle of 4 elements. So 4 elements is over here. It looks like it's going to be Zounds, 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 and Zounds of lots of different types of elementals and a horde of black dragons. Not to mention, you got to go through a throng of phoenixes in order to get there. This is a very intriguing map. I'm really enjoying this. It's very well done, and it feels like it's very well balanced. We started off in this green area in the upper left. We got the snow, we got the swamp. Yeah, we've been having a really, really interesting time. And the only thing that could maybe threaten us is if the enemies are able to get a massive force of black dragons, which I kind of hope is not the case. We will see, though. I mentioned I was going to do something. I was going to go check the Oracle. Let's actually go and make that happen. Let's not make a liar out of Phixfox. Let's make sure that we do follow up on these things that we say to do. But with so much gold, what could possibly threaten us? I don't know, but I don't really want to find out. On to a new day. If in doubt, but... If in doubt, buy the farms. What is it with you and farms? They're a good building. Okay, here's the question. Is the farm the very worst building in Heroes of Might and Magic 2? I can't think of a worse one, to be honest, but that doesn't mean that there is not one. Is the farm the worst building in Heroes of Might and Magic 2? There might be some special buildings that are worse, maybe like +2 luck for the sorceresses. Maybe you consider that worse. I don't know, but that's why I'm asking the question, so maybe you can tell me what's going on. Let's see. Thursday night quiz nights is a response to the mass ranger deaths. Oh, gotcha. Oh, because I told you that the one ranger, she died, and it was her job to do bingo night. Yeah, gotcha. Thank you. I'm so glad. I appreciate the callback. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes. You might have to help me get there, but we will eventually get there, so thank you very much. I'm gonna go pick up these archers, because why not? Oh, I should have got this Magellan's Maps. I didn't even notice that until just now. Huh. Nestled among the trees sits a blind seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. Total army strength, it's us. With 19 attack, 13 defense, us as a blue player, we are better than everybody else. Purple is the next closest. That's about what I anticipated. And then yellow, and then orange. Yeah, the sorceresses, they haven't taken as much damage recently, but they're just not as powerful as the barbarians, and the barbarians do have some black dragons. So we are firmly in the driver's seat in this game. I feel like that's about to be even more so the case. Will we visit the Sphinx and throw the game? That would be interesting. Maybe we should. Maybe we should visit the Sphinx, lose our main hero, and throw the game. Let's do it. Let's give it a shot. Everybody is like, no, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. No, 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 we have to do it. No, Phixfox. For the good of the mission, I will go and I will try the Sphinx, and we will either win together or we will lose together. Either way, we will know that we had a really good time. Okay. Roman says, I love how you can teleport your hero by losing a fight. I mean, you can use a horse and ride a few days, or get scared by an enemy and run really, really fast. Now that you mention it, they do tend to run very, very fast, don't we? Like, you are cruising across the adventure map. It's pretty impressive. I'm going to ignore the Sphinx for now. I'm going to go grab this group of guys. It's lots of Crusaders. We've got, we don't have enough gold yet, but we pick up Animate Dead. I don't know if I love that spell or not. I'm okay with it. We still got 3 slots for artifacts. That's fine. Pyramid. Oh, somebody else has already been here. You come upon the pyramid of a great and ancient king. Routine exploration reveals that the pyramid is completely empty. We have bad luck. But because we have expert luck, we're just like a little bit more lucky than usual. So we're fine, I guess. Giants are awed by our forces. I'm going to engage them. 1 Crusader goes down, but they're worth 4,000 experience. And Falagar, he's still the guy. Level 3, level 13. JoJosh is my best hero. I'm going to have Gwyneth trade out. We're going to swap and then pull like so. And JoJosh, ready the battlements. Prepare for war. We shall fight to the bitter end, no matter the cost. We will also be very scared, because there might be a tremendous cost. Speaking of which, Gwyneth, you better run because it's about to get real ugly real quick. So Gwyneth is going to pick up 5 gems for us. She's going to go through the stables and grab some other stuff here while JoJosh just hunkers down and sees if he can hold out against Valagar. Maybe I can beat him, maybe I can't. At this point, it's not worth it to me to find out. So picking up archers, not once but twice. Through the oasis, not once but twice. Uh-oh, am I stuck? +1 on the attack skill. Where'd my boat go? Excuse me? Hello? What? Huh? Is that a bug? Did we find a bug? Did we find a bug? Look at this. Okay, so... Oh no, we gotta go through the archer's house. I'm so embarrassed. I thought that I could walk from here to there, and I thought maybe the boat was here, the trees were here, and somehow we were able to land but not reload. No, there was a passability issue, which is also a skill issue for Phixfox, clearly. And so if you fix the passability issue, then there's no bug. So as you can see, we have ended up in a good spot, and there's no reason to be sad. False alarm, folks. My apologies. Okay. Let's see. Steeson says, Chain Lightning. Hate that spell when the enemy has it. Yeah, maybe one of the most morale decreasing spells ever. Not in real life, but in the game. Well, no, in real life, but not in the game. In the game, your morale doesn't get affected if the enemy casts Chain Lightning. But in real life, if the enemy casts Chain Lightning, you're having a worse day because of it. Absolutely, 100%. So in your own personal morale, I think it does matter. I think it does matter, right? You know, if there's been many a fight that maybe if I had tried to keep my head and not lose my mind a little bit, maybe I could have won a fight that I had no business really fighting. If only I had done just a little bit more to try and take heart, not give up, never surrender. And then we could have won the day, but alas. Folks, we're going to do it. 11 Titans, 135 of the Master Swordsmen, 171 of the Crusaders, 157 of these Veteran Pikemen, 103 of the Rangers. I have a riddle for you. The Sphinx says, answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten. Do you accept the challenge? I do. We're in this together, folks. We're in this together. I'm not even going to look. I'm not even going to look. I'm looking at chat right now. Bearded Man says, oh my. Gotcha. Oh, that would be the response in Greek? Yeah, that would be the... That would be a great Greek response, I guess. There you go. Yeah, and you agree with that? Perfect. Happy to hear it. I didn't intend for that to be there, but I can delete or edit messages. Oh, okay. Oh, no, that worked out. It was, if you speak Greek, then I guess that you know which one that means. So that makes sense. Heath's in the chat. Hello, Heath. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to see you. We're here doing the Sphinx. I'm going to look at that in just 1 second. Steeson says, calculate the initiate damage of the Chain Lightning before hitting something. I could calculate it, Steeson. I mean, we're like 4 hours into the stream. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I'm not sleepy yet. We still got some energy, although I do need to take a drink so I don't lose my voice, because that has happened before. Just a little drink. Okay. I'm going to pretend like that didn't happen. So, remember the smell of the game manuals, my word? Yeah, they were nostalgia, as Avatar Hero says. They were the best. They were the absolute best. Oh, I would think I would find, if I could find on eBay some of the original big boxes, I think I would buy them just because I want to have them. I love them that much. You 100% got a fix out of them? Yeah, absolutely. Ozkakov says, sounds easy. Better stock up on units. Sounds like a plan. We'll do that. Season says, looking at that enemy castle, defense equals game over, man. Game over, man. Game over. +5 defense, no problems. Ozkakov says, by the way, my friend bought the Heroes of Might and Magic board game. Oh, interesting. Several expansions, too. Wondering, have you ever tried that? Tomorrow is solely dedicated to game that. Rules and gameplay are heavily simplified. Really interesting. I love the idea. I have not played it yet. I would love to play it. I wonder if it's the sort of game you could play on like a tabletop simulator. I know that Steam has some tabletop simulators, and the hardest part about playing a big box game like that sometimes is getting everybody into the same room. But if you can do it online and just do the tabletop simulator, I think that'd be very interesting, because then you can save it and there's no problems. Yeah, that'd be very interesting. So I have not played it, but I'd be interested to hear what your experience is. Sounds like you're gonna have a really great day tomorrow. Come back and let me know how it goes. Please do. Steeson says, no, I could have told you that you would get stuck on that island, but you didn't. Okay. Well, we got off anyway. It was okay. We made it. Avatar Hero says there is a bug with boat that you can only trade one away between hero on land to boat, but not the other way. Is that a bug? I thought it was always that you were supposed to be able to trade from land to boat, but not boat to land. Is that my understanding? There's a bug with the boat. One way, land to boat, but not boat to land. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I guess it just means that the land hero has to initiate it. If a land hero can attack a boat, but a boat can't attack a land enemy hero, I think that makes sense. It's fair. So do it. I am liciousness. Okay, so I'm a little bit scared because you're like, yeah, do the Sphinx. I still haven't looked at it, so I don't know what the Sphinx is asking yet. I'm specifically not looking, but you're like, well, so I'm a little bit worried now. Mystic Snake says, not in Undead Castle, by the way. That's a translation error. Okay. Steeson says, Barkeeper Man. Okay. Tavern. Well done. Could be a moat. Could be a tavern. Beer always helps during a hero's game. WTF, dude. Sure is Friday. Yeah. So the boat thing is not a bug. I could have told you that beforehand if I knew in advance we attempted to do. Thank you, Steeson. Okay. Here we go, folks. The Sphinx asks you the following riddle. I am in all the castles, but in this Heroes, a lot of players forget that I exist, except for a drink. Who am I? Oh, yeah. If we're drinking out of the moat, that is gross. That moat has some disgusting, nasty things in there. So I'm going to go for the tavern. If I'm incorrect, that's going to be very sad, but it has to be the tavern. Looking somewhat disappointed, the Sphinx sighs. You've answered my riddle, so here's your reward. Now, be gone. Perfect. And that's really nice because now we have the trifecta, folks. Mint, yes, absolutely mint. We have the Traveler's Boots of Mobility, the Nomad's Boots of Mobility, and the True Compass of Mobility. We are doing fantastic. Fantastic. 2 artifact slots to go. I'm going to stay here until I can pick up all these troops. The Crusaders, I think we're going to wait one more day. I think that these forces are just going to sit and wait. Maybe I can get Gwyneth to stay on this Lith and prevent enemies from coming in. Phineas is doing fine. No, he needs to set sail. I wanted to pretend like he could be fine where he was at, but he needs to set sail. For the Magellan's maps, for 1,000 gold, we find this refurbished fishing platform upon which there is a wild and crazy person selling maps of the sea that he made in his younger days. Do you wish to buy the maps? You better believe I do. And then we are on to, I believe, a new day. Okay. Oh, on that note, now it's time for sleeping. Thanks, Phixfox and crew, for spending the evening. Gotta go water the grass. Have fun all. Llama-liciousness, thank you so very much. And again, thank you for the very, very kind gesture from earlier. It's a pleasure having you here. And really, your company is very well appreciated. Thank you so much. And hoping to see you down in the future. Have a great evening. Take very good care. Bye-bye. Mystic Snakes does say, for you guys who want to try my map, there are still 24 event hide to be discovered. Oh yeah, there's lots of events that we haven't gotten yet. The map has been made to be played PvP or multiplayer. In solo, you can focus on the main castle and make your own record. Currently, it's 21 days. The map can be made by all factions in 40 to 60 days when you already know the map and your faction lore. Very interesting. So yeah, I would also encourage, just like you're encouraging people, I would encourage people to go and check out this map. I am really enjoying this. This is fun. This is good. And go check out this map. Mystic Snakes, are you okay if I post this to the Phixfox Discord as well? Generally, when I download a map, I also make it available for other people. Would you be okay if I did that? I don't want to, if you have another place you'd like for people to go find it, feel free to direct them there. But would you also be okay with me posting it on the Phixfox Discord? Let me know and I will follow your wishes, sir. Steeson says, I'm currently working on a map together with my son where Sylvia, the pirate, is sailing around the map with no opportunity to go on land. All AI players will be able to go to the seas, but they won't be able to go on land afterwards. Ooh, now that's interesting. Oh, so there's going to be holes on the edge of the map? Sorry, I don't mean to ruin it if I shouldn't have said that, but that's the only way I can think of that once you set sail that you are forced to stay at sea. Yeah, Steeson. I don't know if I got that 100%, but I wonder if that's what you got planned. That's a good looking map. So that's a good looking plan. I like that idea. And Mystic Snake says, yes, sure, post it. I will love more comments on it. Wonderful. Happy to do that. Yeah, very happy to do that. Okay. Well, orange players being a bit, call it a little bit frustrating. I'm not very frustrated, but I'm a little bit frustrated when they're stealing all these bits of gold by using their dimension door. That doesn't hardly seem fair now, does it? Not hardly fair at all. I wish them luck and I wish them the best, but I also wish that they would just stop. Just let me enjoy the things I want to enjoy, and that includes taking the gold in the very center of the map when I get the chance. Could you imagine if an enemy hero took the castle of 4 elements before I got there, and I'm just like waiting here for this horde of Crusaders? That'd be sad. I have to wait one more day though, because we know a horde is more than 50. There's no other heroes I really have that need to move. So I'm just generating so much gold right now, it doesn't really matter. I just have to pick up this stack of Crusaders, and then I'll feel much better. What are you doing? The blue player came up to Gwyneth, gave her a kiss, and then ran away. I think that that sort of fraternizing with the enemy is unacceptable, and I am very much wishing that you would leave her alone. Furthermore, I am very much wishing that you would leave these artifacts alone, Vivian. I'm gonna come and I'm gonna hurt her. She's in a real bad way. 55 more Crusaders, takes a bunch of gold. We're down to 6k left, but we got another gold mine. I think it's too much to ask. I think it's way too much to ask to try and pick up these Titans. You'd have to wait for so long. The Crusaders, they're a good quality unit. Killing the Crusader or the Titans, it would take what, 5,000? That would be 30,000 gold right there. 30, 60, 90, you know, take some losses. But yeah, that just seems like way too much for me to want to consider dealing with. So we're going to end their pitiful existence. I'm going to end up resurrecting true somebody. I don't know who yet, but somebody. Oh, you're dead. 1 Crusader perishes, 2 Crusaders, and 3. Not too bad. I wasn't sure what the losses would look like, but that was totally acceptable. I don't even know if I'm going to lose another Crusader here. I'm just going to do the Resurrect True right now. I think that these stacks are small enough that I don't have to worry. Plus with the haste and the slows, I think I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Good, good, good. And then, yes, you got to set sail. You got to stay at sea, Steeson says. Okay, perfect. Awesome. I like the sound of that map. I like the unique opportunities that we potentially have to make these maps go even better. But I mean, she's got to go save her brother. Absolutely. Sylvia is a hero in her own right. But I mean, what is a older sister without her younger brother? For sure. Mystic Snake says, I have never seen that much Crusaders. That might be a record. I don't know. This was a, I mean, 2 castles, and then we just have gotten all these Crusaders to join us. It took a lot of diplomacy. It took a lot of gold, but I mean, we're doing how much damage? 7,000 damage? Oh! I meant to resurrect True. My bad. I lost 3. I got busy talking. My bad. But yeah, I think that with this army, I think I ought to be able to defeat our enemies. We got full mana. None of these other heroes really matter. You don't matter. You don't really matter. Nope, nope, nope. You're just kind of staying put. I wonder, ooh, water summoning altar? I'm interested to know what's here. I'm also interested to know what boats I missed out on, or what bottles, because I think that we saw the other bottle. That was kind of nifty. I really wanted to figure out what that puzzle was, but somebody, I think, probably stole 1 or 2 of the bottles, so I don't know really what the secret is. I don't know if the secret of the bottles was supposed to be in that section of the water, like on the west side. I don't know if the secret was supposed to be like in the middle of the map, but clearly for anybody who's looking forward to playing this map themselves, there's still lots of replayability. Phixfox has not ruined this map at all. Like this map has tons of secrets remaining, so please go and check it out yourself. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to this being a map that I get to do again at my leisure. Next opportunity I get. Okay, we're gonna set sail, we're gonna land, and folks, it's time. We're gonna go defeat the Castle of 4 Elements. It doesn't hurt that this hero is like really scaring me because she's right outside of the win condition. She doesn't have the forces to defeat those enemies, sure, but I don't want to even get close to that. I do want to defeat her. I hope that I'm able to get that breastplate of Andrin off of her, but I'm guessing she's got some other artifacts that are probably not as good. So we're going to get to test the theory that Mushanki Pet and I had discussed about whether or not the AI is going to put their best artifacts in the closest spot so that they get taken first or not. I don't know the answer, but interested to find out all the same. Falagar, he does have Dimension Door. We'd better purchase what we can. No amount of saving gold is going to matter. Yeah, when everybody has Dimension Door and I'm the only one not using it, that's pretty bad. But yeah, 226 Crusaders, holy boop. That's some serious snowballing going on there. Yes, it is. And I think that they're going to win the day for us. I think that we've got the forces necessary to make this happen. Crusaders sees right through your soul, Phixfox. They just know that you are a real life Crusader yourself. That, you know what? That would be one of the cooler costumes that you could do for like a holiday, like Halloween or something. If you could get a really cool cosplay sort of Crusader outfit, I could see somebody making that awesome. But the question would be, do you want this version of the Crusader? The Heroes 1 version of the Crusader? 3, 4, beyond? You'd have to let me know, but yeah, there's some opportunities there. All right, we're wheeling this in. It looks like we're going to get out of this playthrough in less than 5 hours, which suits me fine. Again, somewhere between 4 to 6 hours I feel like is kind of the sweet spot. But again, I'm also very happy that it is a very replayable map. There's been many a time that I've felt bad, that I've worried that I've maybe ruined a map for somebody. Zounds, I'm not going that way. Maybe other people wanted to play the map themselves, and I ruined a map, like Mushanki Pet's challenge map, the skills challenge map, or Winnie Maru's challenge map for the logistics. Those maps, you really kind of need to play one time, and if you play through it once or you see it done, then you're really in a tough spot. So, you know, I hope that that's not too big of an issue in this map, that this map has tons of replayability. The Sphinx asks the following riddle: how many islands are there on this map? Thankfully, we've got Magellan's maps. If you don't pick up the Magellan's maps, I don't know how you win this scenario. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Does the big continent count as 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that worked out good. Looking somewhat disappointed, the Sphinx sighs. You've answered my riddle, so here's your reward. Now be gone. We are playing with fire. Have you noticed? Phixfox, you're going to go win the game right now. You don't need to go to that Sphinx. Yeah, but I really want to. Enter being who came straight from the flames. And then what does this say? I don't remember what the sign says, but I'm interested to find out. Roma says, you want definitely the hero, the H1 or H2 version of the Crusader. The sword bigger than your leg? Always. Absolutely. Yeah, if the sword is bigger than your leg, you know you're doing something right. Because just big claymore, two-handed wielding, and just, I don't know. I don't know how. Back in the day, people were so strong. I love that you can tell from medieval, like Agincourt style bodies that they find that, oh, this was an archer, because their skeletal structure is changed because of how heavy the draw of the bow was. Older people were so strong, people from years past, and if you were pulling that heavy bow like 10 times in a fight, you were tired, I'm sure. To the north is the north, to the south is the south. To the east is an elderly couple who can't take it anymore. To the west, a young couple that can't be stopped. What? To the east, an elderly couple that can't take it anymore. To the west, a couple that can't stop. It looks, okay, look, there's ghosts and ghosts. We've got 13 defense, but we've got these Crusaders. These Crusaders can solve the ghosts, right? Zounds? How many is Zounds again? I don't know. I kind of wanted to, like, is there something? I feel like there's got to be something on this road right here, hidden behind the ghosts, but you're not going to know what it is until you step there. We're we're gonna do something, folks. I don't usually do this, but I want to know what the secret is. I want to know what the secret is. I'm just gonna go do it. Black dragons, I'm not gonna fight them. Red dragons, I'm not gonna fight them. Dragon City, I'm not gonna fight them. Nope, don't care. Oh, that's all it cost me? All right, I'll accept that. I'm gonna reload the save, but I need to know what's here. Underneath those long decomposed bodies, you find the scepter of an old witch. Legendary scepter +2/+2/+2/+2. I'm sorry for ruining that secret, but it just feels like, and there's something there. Oh, there's something over there too. If I use the save like that, I don't think I deserve the +2/+2. I don't think I do. So I'm gonna carry on. I'm gonna move along my way, and we're gonna save this other secret on the western end of the road for another day. But very interesting that if you can defeat those ghosts, you're having a real good time. Okay, the map is drawing to a close very, very quickly. So we're about to wheel this in. Bearded Man asks for the gold amount from that previous Sphinx. We got 7,163 gold, and he asks if it's a reference to something. Zounds is 500 to 999, and so I forget what it was. How many ghosts was that we just defeated? I forget how many ghosts it was, but we lost 16 Crusaders. That wasn't that bad. And if we use a Resurrect True, we definitely don't lose any there. Throw on the Phoenixes. I don't think we have any problems here. We're going to fight this fight just because I do want to cast Resurrect True a couple of times. But yeah, 500 to 999. Okay. Mystic Snake says 07/01/1963, the birthday of Calyx, the main undead. That's my father's nickname in Heroes2, so it's just a wink to my father. I love that. Thank you very much for sharing that. I really appreciate that. I hope that your father enjoys so much Heroes of Might and Magic. I hope that you get to continue to enjoy so much Heroes of Might and Magic with them. It's such a great game, and the more people I talk to, the more I hear the story. I first started playing Heroes of Might and Magic when I looked over my loved one's shoulders and I saw them play, and it's something that we bond over. The amount of times I've heard people say that they bond over Heroes of Might and Magic with the most important people in their lives, I can't help but be just happy with that, because I know that that's also true for me. If you manage to capture this castle, take a screenshot of your score with the name of faction played and share it in the map commentary to generate competition. Hope you enjoyed playing my map and that you will share with other players. You can reach out to me on Discord, Mystic Nexus World, and give me feedback. Best regards, Fabian D. Perfect. Well, I think that with the 200 Crusaders, we are a force to be reckoned with, not to mention 21 attack skill, 13 defense, 9 spell power, 12 knowledge. We will have 90 spell points for this upcoming fight. We will have 100 rangers, 11 titans. We're going to have some supporting knights and pikemen. And folks, we are ready for this fight. Steeson says, take up thy sword and slay the dragons, for they must perish in a wretched death. Steeson, I guarantee we will come back later, but not today. It is a glorious victory. Oh, and the losses. Oh, these losses look like they're not a problem at all. Goodness gracious. 500 of each of these stacks and 50 of the black dragons with no enemy hero and no captain. This fight is not going to be much of a fight at all. It's going to be a slaughter. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to cast Steelskin, and I'm going to auto combat. And we're just going to watch the destruction of our enemies. The Titans only killed 3 of the Black Dragons. They are not the force. What are you doing? You are 210. You're 210 Crusaders, and you're not going out and just obliterating your enemies? What are you doing? Ah, geez. Okay, so the AI is not doing it the way I would have done it, but we've already killed most of the black dragons. The air elementals got out of the castle first, and because you keep having some of the elementals stepping on the drawbridge, the AI is not doing a good job of marshaling its forces in the most appropriate way. And so it looks like I think the AI is going to lose this. Okay, there we go. I was like so concerned because it looked like the AI was just gonna defend the Titans, and the damage from the Titans are doing 1,000 damage. Crusaders are doing 7,000 damage twice. The Titans are not the win condition, my dear AI. No. It is these Crusaders. And the fact that the AI is kind of played around with his food a little bit here is kind of surprising, because it usually does a pretty good job of really stepping on the neck of its enemies and just crushing their spirit. In this case, though, it's not going to matter. There's 6 water elementals remaining. There is good luck there from the pikemen. With 3 water elementals, or rather 3 earth elementals to go, we're going to get out of this fight. It's going to cost us somehow more. Somehow, because I cast the steel skin on the Crusaders, that changed the fight enough that I think the losses were even worse than they were the first time. 1 of the Titans, 123 valiant Master Swordsmen, 34 of the gleaming golden Crusaders, 7 of the stalwart pikemen, and 103 of the blonde ladies. Steeson would have called them babes. I will not. 103 of the blonde ladies. They go down as well, unfortunately. Not a single resurrection to be seen, but the enemy's losses are terrible. Our experience is fantastic. And with that, folks, we will gain +1 of the knowledge, +1 of the spell power, +1 spell power. We have captured 4 elements, and we are victorious. An excellent map. I hope that you go and play this map yourself, and maybe you're able to do something similar with the diplomacy that I ended up doing as well. I think that was a really fun map, and this hero was just so very fun to build. Maybe one of the all-time funnest heroes I've ever built in my life. I thought that was excellent, and maybe we had a little bit of good luck, but it worked really, really well. That took us 87 days. I will do, as the map maker has requested, I will do a screenshot of this window, and this makes it to my top scores. Wonderful. Mystic Snakes, I'm so happy to say that this is going to make it to my top scores. So here we go for Phixfox. And where does that put us? Time versus gravity at 87 days. That puts me with a score of 325, and that puts me at the number 6 slot, just below Last Hope and just above Wizards Land 2. Very cool. Very cool. Love it very, very much. That is a big old GG, and chat is blowing up and saying GG all the way around, and I'm loving all of that. Vexen says, yeah, the Knight Archer is a lady. Yes, she is. She is absolutely a lady. The Knights need to have you got to have somebody there. Mystic Snake says, GG Phixfox, I hope you had a pleasure to play the map. It's nice to see different players playing my map. That gives me some idea for what may be a future update. Yes, I hope that this gives you some feedback. I enjoyed your map very much. My feedback to you is nothing but thanks and gratitude for making a wonderful map. Mushan Kipet is in the chat and says, GG. And there is the Phixfox with the headband having a good time. Bearded Man says, good game Phixfox. It smells like a win to me. Feels like a win. Roman with the GG. 87 days only, Season says. Yeah, oh yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Absolute victory, and that is a blood morale sort of a moment. Fookity Fook with the GG, Avatar here with the GG. Ozkakov says, great job, completely overpowered them. Thank you so very much, I appreciate it. And the Mystic Snake says, nice for a first try and no reload. Very cool stream it was, and thank you for helping to make it a great stream. Thank you to all of you who make this a great stream. The stream is not great because I am great. I truly believe that the streams go so well because the game is fantastic, and it encourages so many wonderful people to come here. And by you being involved and sharing of your talents and your thoughts and your opinions and your good energy, that's what really makes this stream so great. So I'm grateful I get to facilitate these wonderful playthroughs, and I hope to continue to do these more and more in the future, every day, all day. That might be a little bit much. We'll see if all day, every day ever comes to pass. That would actually be truly tremendous. That'd be pretty wild. All right. Okay, well, that's all I got for you. Folks, I'm grateful for the time, grateful for the energy. Do me a huge favor, please. And look after you. Look after your friends, look after your family, take care of the people that are most important to you. Do good things, make good choices, remember who you are. My name is Phixfox. I'm looking so very forward to seeing you in the next one. Until that time, take very good care. And thanks everybody for the stream. Bye-bye. Thank you all.